Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
debut was awesome. Blue Otter's new rookie jungler Munchie defined jungle diff, and Yuji is reminding the LCS exactly what they're missing out on. Hello, what's up, y'all? Rafa here, recapping everything NACL Spring 2026. Here's what you missed in Week 1. We started the split with a heavyweight clash between Conviction and Maryville University. Sniper was surgical on the Aurelia to take Game 1, and while it was hyped to see him lock in his signature ribbon for the decider, Yuji was simply too efficient. He remained proactive in every game despite the Game 1 loss, eventually reclaiming his jungle kingdom and proving why he's a two-time most valuable prospect. In the CCG versus Winthrop University series, the Eagles actually secured a solid early game advantage, but Dorado showed exactly why he is such a feared veteran. He and Only 35 coordinated great map punishes to stifle Winthrop's momentum, outplaying them in the end to secure the 2-0 sweep. Also, shout out to Fiji for a disciplined NACL debut. It's not common to see a rookie top laner make their claim to fame playing mostly tanks instead of carries, and Fiji's Sion and Ornn looked just as good as a seasoned pro. For peak entertainment, Supernova vs Citadel was back and forth chaos. Eventually, Shochi emerged as the series-defining hero thanks to his Aurora gameplay. He gave us some incredible moments and followed it up with a legendary post-game interview that you absolutely have to see. Our match of the week for Week 2 is Maryville vs Blue Otter. This is the ultimate test for Munchie. We're going to see if his explosive Week 1 momentum can match up against the two-time MVP Yuji. It's a battle for jungle supremacy that you cannot miss. Make sure to follow, like, and subscribe for everything NACL, and let us know in the comment section below, what was your biggest surprise from Week 1?
OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the North American Challengers League. Week 2, Day 2 here, and for the first time ever, I am your play-by-play caster for today's set, Leo Slayer Silverman, and I'm joined by not just my color caster for the first time on ACL. Hey, you're getting a debut too there, Mr. Rafa, but also one of my great mentors along this road and a great friend of mine. Could not be happier to do it with anyone else, Rafa. How excited are we? Finally, I mean, I'm sure you're excited that I'm here with you, but we got some great teams to watch too, everything. What are the emotions like?
Listen, we still got some time before our NACL matches cook up, so I just wanted to let everyone at home know, if you're confused on what's going on, well, there are some scheduling mishaps, and Slayer was originally slated to be a color caster, and but Slayer is a play-by-play by main role, and yes. For his very first cast, I wanted to make sure that he was gonna be on his main role for debuting on NACL, because 3 years ago there's a guy in college who sent me a DM request and asked like, "Hey Rafa, I love your work on LCS, blah blah blah. I was hoping that I could get some feedback from you on this VOD." And I checked out this VOD and I noticed like, oh, this guy's kind of raw. And I remember this one call he had. One shock blast, one way to win the entire game, yeah. And the raw energy in that. I was like, oh, that's the stuff right there. And I knew this guy had potential. And 3 years later, he's been super dedicated to the grind. He's been working his ass off literally day and night to whenever he has free time while he's not killing it over at where are you working? Fox Sports?
Oh my god. Is it getting hot here?
This guy is literally in the broadcasting world and he's lending his talents and his awesome voice to esports here. So honestly, It's just as much of a pleasure for me as it is for you to be able to see you finally debut here in Tier 2, because I think you are absolutely stellar, and you have come a long way since 3 years ago. So I'm more than happy to sit on the sidelines and be the color caster and just be like, I just want to listen to this guy cast, bro. Like, let's get into it. I'm gonna have a ball of a time.
I don't think I've been this flustered on a broadcast yet. So thank you, Rafa, for the you know what? Okay, your test. Oh, geez, I'm sure the tests are going to be rolling all day long. But thank you, Mark, for the very kind words, and of course, allowing me to come on here and do my thing with the play-by-play. I still remember that exact call that you were talking about too. That's one of the ones that I will never forget. We're going to give myself some time maybe here to lock in a bit here, because we are here for the NACL, of course, and it's always important. Everyone's coming in new, checking out the league, so let's make sure everybody understands what the format looks like here for this split of the North American Challengers League real quick.
5 players, 1 dream, and everything to prove. Welcome back to the NACL. The 2026 Spring Split is here. This is where North America's most ambitious carve their path to LCS. It starts with a single round-robin best-of-3 regular season format. The top 6 advance to playoffs. The bottom 2 must defend their spots in the NACL promotion tournament against the best of the open qualifiers. Playoffs are double elimination with a mix of best-of-3 and best-of-5 series. Finish top 2 to become a summer draft captain and choose exactly who you face in the next split. Fearless Draft is back, and with the addition of first selection, teams now have one more critical variable to find their winning edge. Anyone can chase a dream. Only the relentless will earn it. The road to LCS starts here. NACL 2026 Spring Split, March 26.
Now you're all caught up on exactly what the format is looking like here for that spring split. Very big fan of adding the first selection. We're back to best of 3s. Really heightens the most of the competition. And it's not just us, the viewers that are feeling it at home, Rafa, but it's also, the players and, of course, the coaching staff. And as we are right on time, Rafa, I believe you have a sit-down coming with one of our team's incoming matchups, that being Mr. NRG Joey. So I'll throw that over to you, and you guys can chat it on up.
Go ahead and get that locked in. Hello, Joey.
Hello.
Welcome to the Game Face interview desk. Long time no see, and I like the jersey you're rocking with the team colors here. Just want to get to your thoughts real quick. So some of our expectations for this roster were definitely high, but also still unsure based on some of the newer faces to the team, and speak of role swapping to support as well. But for you as a coach, what are your overall goals for, not just for this split, but for the season, both team-wide and then individuals?
Yeah, the goal is obviously to do well within the league. I feel like the real goal is to make sure that our players are capable and ready, and they have all the tools when they are able to go to LCS, and make sure they have the correct development for that. We have a lot of people with LCS experience within our organization right now, so making sure that when our players do eventually make the step to LCS, they are ready and they are prepared for that, and make sure they're as ready for that as they possibly can be.
There you go. And we have heard that Sirenai is going to be starting in today's series, and based on what we've heard from the team, whether it was in the roster announcement video and just some also talking to individuals behind the scenes, what is kind of your goal of determining which player starts for which series, and what kind of advantages you're looking to get out of either 5-Mini or Zero when you start either of them?
Yeah, I don't want to leak too much here. Other people are watching, but realistically, we are just trying to make sure that both players get play time. They both get experience within the roster. I think it's just an amazing opportunity for a rookie like Zero to have the opportunity to play on this roster and get experience here, especially for his first game. So really just making sure that they both have the opportunity to play stage games as well, because they're both scrimming, they're both working very, very hard to improve themselves, and making sure we're rewarding that.
Awesome. And then last question before I let you go. With Speaker role swapping to support, is he still doing most of the shot calling for the team, or is Kizno also kind of taking some of that leadership burden off of Spica, so it's more of like a shared communications responsibility?
I feel like it's been a little bit more of a shared. We're very like democratic in our shot calling processes. Like everybody really has a say to what's going on in the game, especially if someone's stronger than the other person, or who's really like in control, who's the main champion. So I wouldn't say there's necessarily like one leader, but I feel like he's done a great job as an LCS veteran, making sure that his teammates feel comfortable and giving good direction in the game when it needs it.
Awesome to hear. Again, Joey, thank you so much for the time that you've given us today here on the NACL desk. Good luck with the rest of your team, and see you next time.
All right, thanks, appreciate it.
Awesome. Hey, it's good to hear from Joey. You know, get the insight. You asked the great questions there, Rafa. I was, you know, it was funny. You asked about the shot calling, and I was thinking in my head, I'm really curious about how the shot calling goes. It's such an interesting dynamic, right? Because you have. It feels like there are some roles that are kind of set standard in shot calling. You, of course, being a jungler, I'm sure you'd have a say in that. But it's good to hear that everybody has a bit of an opinion in those comms for NRG.
Yeah, and I think it's good to hear that Spica is trying to do his best to make sure that the individuals on this NRG roster are being elevated and leveraged as much as possible. Because, like Joey said, at the end of the day, NRG's goal with this roster is trying to make sure that all these individuals are ready for LCS when their opportunity comes, and that they are able to make that transition to tier 1 play as smoothly as possible. And obviously, while you might be able to get more wins easily if you just have your veteran do all of the leadership for you, your other newer individuals are never going to learn. So I think that's a nice quality to hear just about what the process is like over at NRG for the 2026 season.
Well, for NRG, the process has worked well, at least through one match, because they are, alongside a couple other teams, undefeated so far in the early hours of the spring split here in the NACL. Let's take a look, of course, at how the standings are currently slated. And yeah, it's you can see NRG there up in 4th, but you know, Rafa, standings-wise, does anything really stick out to you? I know you're talking to Beatdown about you thought standings were a little bit different than you expected after week 1. Is it still that, or how we feel?
I mean, Conviction needs to play another series first, right? Because Conviction being 0-1, obviously it is just one series, so results-based analysis, one might look at it and be like, oh no, Conviction sucks. Like, no, they played against Maryville University, and that was a banger series. And unfortunately, we missed a portion of that Game 3, so we don't know what went wrong after Conviction had some leverage in that Game 3 with the double globals with Twisted Fate and Nocturne and Riven for Sniper, right? But I think Maryville University are just proving that they are going to be the team to beat unless NRG have something else to say, since they have yet to play against the Saints this season.
Yeah, and I'm glad. I'll take the other 2-0 team here. I've made it very clear on multiple avenues, including the only NACL podcast still surviving, shout out the Salt Mine, that I'm a big CCG guy. So it's cool to see them up at 2-0. Fiji, you know, I know you guys talked about it endlessly, but Fiji as a player, I'm glad we have a top laner of his sort of caliber to kind of balance out all these, you know, guys kind of like Sniper that will play those carry top laners. This guy will just neutralize your top lane matchup. We'll see if any other top laners in the league will be able to kind of overcome that burden that Fiji brings. But we won't be seeing Fiji or CCG today. Let's take a look at what our day looks like matchup-wise here. Obviously got Dorado Gaming and the NRG. We already talked to Joey about going up first here, and then later on we'll have the Winthrop Golden Eagles taking on Apex Mission Impossible. Rafa, definitely the first matchup going to be fun, but you know, is there anything you're looking forward to in that Winthrop AMI matchup that we'll get to later today?
This is unironically AMI's one of their best possible matchups to win a series, because Winthrop University, while still a collegiate powerhouse, got punished very hard by CCG, and I think there's a lot of mistakes that this roster made in their first week performance that I don't know if it was panic or just kind of overforcing engages that they didn't need to, and I suspect this to be a more competitive series. I still think Winthrop are going to be favored in that matchup. However, between Dorado and Winthrop,
maybe Citadel. Those would be like the 2 or 3 matches that Apex Mission Impossible would be able to potentially look for a reasonable upset here. So this is one of those matches where if Apex Mission Impossible are trying to avoid that relegation point of being the last 2 teams by the end of the regular season, the Eagles is going to be one of those teams that you're hoping for a win against.
Yeah, and Winthrop has been a team that I know a lot of people, they've been kind of on the, it's interesting, right? They've always been on that kind of bubble of near the relegation or like clinching playoffs really late into the season. But it's important to remember the last split we saw Winthrop, they were able to really shake up some things once they were able to make the playoffs. Everybody obviously remembers how that near airport series went almost a year ago by this point. So definitely a scary team to face off against regardless whenever you have to see Denethor or Mobility.
Yeah.
But let's focus in on, Rafa, our first matchup and more, formatically introduce our Dorado Gaming versus NRG matchup here. Definitely set to be a pretty fun one, but let's roll through and talk about some of these rosters as they currently stand as well on each side, because we have had some roster flip-ups from week to week, but that will not be the case here for Dorado Gaming. It is still Decoy on the top side, Low Jazz at jungle, Adam in the mid lane, Hub and Redemption to round out this bottom lane that are still looking for their first series win of the NACL Spring Split.
Yeah, and this roster, a lot of us were suspecting was kind of in that same ballpark of Apex Mission Impossible, where it's like, okay, there's a lot of players on here who are either making their second year of NACL or their NACL debut, like Redemption, and they weren't on strong rosters last year to begin with, so they weren't necessarily set up for success. This roster is kind of giving similar vibes. That being said, Dorado took a very, very unexpected win over Blue Otter in their 1-2 series loss against them, off of the back of Adam's Vayne mid, which I thought that angle in the draft was just insane to be able to find, but you're playing into a Galio mid, and, just like Fnatic Caps once said, Dylan, it's time to lock in Vayne. And it was cinema from there. And I think Adam, as you know, probably better than some of the rest of us here on the broadcast from all of his time in ACL and watching his solo queue streams, this guy really wants to try and bring his specialty of marksman mid here to 2026.
Yeah, I was able to check out a couple of the solo queue streams from Adam. He was running some Zeri first strike mid too, so it's not even just the Vayne. This guy's really tapping into the marksman that I remember of old, not last year, but the year before, when a lot of those marksman mid were kind of running the mid lane meta.
2024, yeah.
Yeah, 2024, that was the staple, right? But, I'm glad you're here, Rafa, for many reasons, but I'm also glad that you're here on this broadcast. You mentioned the Vayne mid, because you bring out all the wacky champion picks. You had the E yesterday as well. Let's talk about NRG, though. It's Zamudo on the top side, Kizno in the jungle, and it's Sironai in the mid lane, Sushi at AD carry, and then Spica to round out the new look NRG for today's matchup.
Yep, this is Ciro's debut here in the NACL, and unlike many of our mids that come into Tier 2 for the first time, Ciro has barely had any competitive experience. This guy is as close to being fresh off the solo queue press as you can possibly get out of any mid laner in the current generation. And the closest thing that we've had to something like a solo queue mid laner being somewhat tested out in either tier 3 competitive games or qualifiers, and then just saying, oh, this guy is cracked, we're just going to put him straight into tier 2, was Jojo Pyun. When the EG Prodigy's roster were first scouting for, okay, what do we want for our tier 3 team going into the 2021 season, and they were looking and they saw that there's this sub that had played on Zenith Esports for a bit of time, and then they saw his solo queue records, like, okay, let's try him for the EG Prodigy's rosters. This guy was so cracked, they're like, we gotta send him straight to EG Academy. And
right up.
We all know where Jojo Pyun is right now, and the legacies that he's been able to leave behind here for the Western League of Legends scene.
Rafa, that's a very good parallel between the two. That's a very high bar for Ciro and I, so we'll have to see. He is, though, of course, going to be a part of our feature face-to-face matchup. We had to go with it, knowing that this guy would be stepping in for NRG. So the mid lane is the spotlight here today. We saw Adam on the Vayne mid, and now it's Ciro in the mid lane matching up against him. And well, this should be really intriguing, right? Because, Rafa, going off of the point you made about solo queue demons, we've got one solo queue demon trying to play 80 carries in the mid lane to great success, and then we've got Zero over here, who, if you take a look at his solo queue champion pool, yeah, it's definitely solo queue coded. I'll say that, Rafa.
You hinted at it in the green room, and you mentioned things like Jace mid, Aurelia mid. Obviously, we're in a control mage meta for the most part, but that didn't stop Adam from locking in Vayne mid when he saw the angles. So I imagine that if NRG are going to try to highlight some of Zero's strengths going into this series, they'll be trying to look for another angle. And when I think of Jace and Aurelia, I think of, these are melee AD carries versus ranged AD carries that Adam tries to specialize. But if we think back to Jojo Pyun's upbringing as well, this guy was also kind of a melee carry specialist when you think of Jojo Silas or Jojo Zakali and things of that nature, right? So this is already why I feel so strongly about drawing the Jojo parallel, and hopefully Zero is able to push his limits and see how far he can go on this roster and where his future will take him.
Yeah, and thinking back to what who's behind NRG's, putting together this roster and like the development pieces, it's hard not to mention Parth and to just kind of trust in his eye on some of these talent, right? I mean, you think about guys like, you think about the Sido Combine, which I thought was massively successful, really platformed a lot of big time players that you're seeing right now in the NACL. On the NRG roster, like Sushi, I mean, when I was able to talk to him, he really credits that experience as being the moment that he felt like this could be like going pro, like it was the real get the ball rolling down the hill kind of moment. So for Parth and the rest of NRG to see something in Zero's kit out of solo queue, you gotta put some faith in him for this matchup. But Rafa, as we sort of wait for this this first draft to come along, I'm going to give you this moniker as, bringing out the, I don't have a title for it just yet, but you find a way to bring out these amazing, wacky, picks in the drafts that you do, right? Doesn't matter if you're play-by-play or color. You had the Vayne mid, you had the Munchie Master E, so I'm going to make you call your shot. I'm not going to, you don't have to pick a champion for me, Rafa, but I do want to hear what lane, if there was going to be one, do you expect to see a kind of crazy pick in today? You already knocked out jungle and mid, so you can go back to them, but are you trying to collect all 5 of the lane stones, I guess we call them?
I had to look at these guys' champion pools real quick. I mean, Zamudo has been a fiend for things like Warwick top in the past, but Gangplank is good in certain scenarios, and we know how important top lane counterpick these in this meta is right now, and Zamudo is a really, really damn good Gangplank. So depending on if Spica goes for like an engage support and or Kizno is able to pick some kind of champion that gives them hard engage as well from the jungle role, therefore Kizno or Zamudo is not necessarily relying on playing something like a bruiser or another frontliner and can just play something that wants to be able to control space and kite well. Gangplank kind of fits that MMO, right? Otherwise, if I'm looking at support,
that's a hard one.
I'm trying to think.
How do we read Spica, right? Like we've had 2 games with Spica support. He's played Bard and Seraphine. It's like how crazy does Spica really want to get? We're still figuring it out, right?
That's the crazy thing, right? It's like Spica is a role swap from jungle to support. So what kind of like jungle champion crossover do you play in support? Like, do you just slam down Pantheon support and go for the Kangle instead? Like, do you go for an aggressive kill lane? Because Pantheon is just so damn good in the jungle. Like, why would you want to play him support? I would have to like understand if you're trying to eliminate the effective skirmishing jungle pool, and by just saying, oh, you know what, we picked Pantheon early, but you left Xin Zhao / J4 open, so now we're just going to take these 2 off the board, and now you can't pick either of these champions going into game 2.
Yeah, that's a really interesting logic, right? Because I've seen, I believe it was in an ACL match where the strategy, thanks to Fearless, was one team ended up picking like the enemy mid laners 4 most played mid laners, and they kind of just sacked game 1 by playing all of his champions. They were like, all right, man, best of luck with the rest of the series because we took all your champs out with one game. So maybe that's the strat. Maybe just take You go like Pantheon in the jungle. I've seen Xin Zhao play top before. You just bring Xin Zhao out in the top lane. Wukong support might be viable level 6. I'm getting a little crazy.
In Div 1, we had Maddie, who was a jungle role swap to mid, play Xin Zhao mid, you know? So
there you go.
Anything is possible if you really want to push your limits here, but don't think that's going to necessarily be the case. And Slayer, it seems like we're pretty aligned on who's taking this series today.
Yeah, I am. I'm very aligned on the NRG train. I've been trying to keep track of how the predictions have been going for all the cast and crew, especially as like the new guy on the block. I kind of want to nail these predictions best compared to all the other people. I believe I've only had one miss, and I will apologize to Beatdown, who was a very big proponent of the Maryville win over Conviction. You were right, my friend. That's the only miss I have so far. I don't think. Is there anyone that's perfect out there? Because I also don't think anybody was picking CCG to win their first matchup. I think that was a little lopsided. Well, you were with me, CCG. Yes. Oh, and Beatdown was too, because you guys were. Yeah, I remember that now. So maybe it's
I picked CCG to win against Wu. I think what a lot of people were torn about was either the Maryville Conviction series or the Citadel and Supernova series, because I know that's where I fell. Because I was like, I was so certain that Citadel were gonna beat Supernova, but I was wrong. And I mean that game series in general was very, very chaotic. So super back and forth. We still have a couple minutes though, Slayer. Yeah. So what's going down? What's going down in your life? How are you feeling? I see that you were snacking on some stuff. I got cashews in front of me.
Listen, I have. Here's the thing, right? Is I have pretzels, but this is the funniest thing, right? Is that I used to be the guy who would go around and tell you pretzels taste like eating sawdust, and I didn't like eating pretzels. But then I discovered what happens when you season the pretzels, and now I'm just like, that's literally all I snack on. So I'm just a hypocrite. I'm just a giant hypocrite, is what I'm saying.
Were you just not putting salt on your pretzels before? Is that the reason?
I just didn't like the normal tasting pretzels. It's like it's just salt and sawdust. It's like I don't really need this. I could just do. There's like a lot of other options. So now I ended up on. I found like a garlic parmesan seasoning pretzel, and now I could eat those every day for the rest of my life, and that's where we're at this point.
Fair enough. I will say, Slayer, one other thing that I am going to be taking a look at is the AD carry pool, because both Sushi and Hub had their NACL debuts last year, and Hub was on a roster that the community very fairly was not super excited about compared to the roster that it could have been for the Polestar roster, but Hub was definitely one of the more hyped up prospects on that 5-man stack, and Sushi obviously making his debut playing as a sub for Near Airport made a lot of waves in that performance in that series, and became a fan favorite overnight, especially for the fans that were following all the Near Airport co-streams. So this is just a continuation of their journey here, and while Sushi definitely gets to reap the rewards of being able to play on a very hyped roster like NRG, you know, it's up to Hub to see if he can still try and carve his path here while not being given nearly as many of the same benefits as Sushi here.
Yeah, it's just, you know, I'm glad you brought up Sushi, because this is, I know Mazel is obviously a part of the team here, and he is one of the other AD carry players that we have part of the broadcast team here, but I'm going to ego for a second here and say I'm a higher solo queue ranked AD carry here, so I'm taking the AD carry mantle away from him on my first day of the NACL. My point being here is Sushi is a guy that I've marked in some other areas as someone that I think people should keep an eye on, because the archetype of him as a marksman player is the archetype that I think can be a professional tier 1 AD carry player. And for, you know, my track record of like Slayer's guys when it comes to marksman, the only other one I picked was Sajet in 2023 after one split of him on Fly Challengers, and look where he's at now. That's all I gotta say, Mark. I think that backs it up just enough to say I may know what I'm talking about when it comes to my AD carry.
You may know Bull. You may know ball.
Potentially. You gotta, you know, they always say like, what's the saying? A blind squirrel finds a nut eventually, right? Like that, like maybe a one-hit wonder. It could happen, so I kind of have to back it up with more than one guy, and I'm trusting Sushi for that one because the way this guy plays team fights, it's just amazing to watch. And hey, Sajed and Sushi, both Vayne players. They're both cracked out of their mind Vayne players, so the parallels are definitely there.
Well, that's funny now that you mentioned that Hub is a Vayne player, because I was curious. That makes me even more curious what the discussion is like when Vayne is locked in for a Dorado Gaming draft and they're like, all right, Adam, are you taking the Vayne or am I taking the Vayne? Right? Obviously, in that Galio mid instance, you're sending the Vayne mid, but no, that's just funny to me that you have two Vayne players. I mean, what's next? Is Decoy suddenly a Vayne top enthusiast, and now you have a three-way Vayne flex that's possible? A triple flex as a Vayne? That's just insanity to me.
Well, Rafa, here's the next question. I gotta ask you as the jungler, how good is the Vayne clear? So do we have a potential quadruple flex if the Vayne clear is good enough?
Well, I feel like you can jungle with anything in this meta, like low-key, because of the way jungle pets work, and the sustain is so nice for even marksman junglers. Like, I've played Ezreal jungle, I've played Tristana jungle, and Zeri jungle. You can clear surprisingly fast with Ezreal. Maybe not super healthy, but yeah. Vayne mid, it probably works just because if you just start W and you have the max percentage true damage procs anyway. But here we go. Slayer,
Game on draft.
We vamped it long enough. We made it.
Yeah, so it looks like NRG are going to have that first selection on the blue side. So for everybody that's all about the freaked out by the non-traditional set of drafts thanks to 2026 new changes, this will look like a pretty traditional draft. Interesting to see that NRG are going with both the Karma ban and the Ashe ban, so you've kind of eliminated two of the very viable bottom lanes in the meta right now already with those two bans. I know Karma's been a big first selection pick, but in my mind now, we kind of lose Ezreal Karma already, Rafa, and we already lose Ashe Seraph.
Yeah, a lot of common bot pairings already being divorced here, which is not a good thing here for any happy support couples there on the Rift today. And Bessa gonna be targeted here. Interesting that it is a blue side ban, because usually that has just been a instant first pick a lot of times, but trying to limit down a lot of the options here. Aurora is still available, but Azir, okay. Well, so here's
there
the
goes
funny
the
thing,
solo
Slayer.
queue picks.
Yeah, we were all hoping like, oh, do we get to see the Jace or the Aurelia? And they're like, no, Ciro's going to be playing the standard. Let's just put the Azir fries in the bag, and let's just make sure that this guy is competent on probably the best control mage in the history of League of Legends.
All right, well, that opens up the door, Adam. Now, like, do we want to get... We'll see how crazy he wants to get with all we've talked about his champion pool, both in solo queue and in the NACL early. But if you leave a power pick like Pantheon up, it's an easy first selection here coming across for Lojaz, and they will opt for the Ezreal without that Karma pairing. I believe we are yet to see Ezreal played without it being alongside Karma. Oh no, we saw the Ezreal Bard. So that's the only other time we've seen Ezreal separated from Karma, but obviously a very safe pick, a weak-sideable pick if Redemption wants to pick something that will get out on the map.
Yeah, nice thing about Azir is like it's super flexible as a champion. You can either play super hard dive with the Azir, you can play kite back, Azir Nocturne. Yeah, I mean, like we said, it's not necessarily like a traditional pairing, but Azir is just so flexible in what you can do and how you control the space. And once you hit 2 items anyway, you're like one of the best team fighting mages in the game anyway. You can poke people out before objectives. You can try and look for Shurima shuffles if you're trying to be the primary engage. And now that you have the comfort of paranoia to completely fog out your opponent's vision, you can go for those plays a little bit more boldly with a red carpet on top as well.
Yeah, that's Zamudo's most played champion of many splits here across the NACL, so Zamudo gonna lock in that one. We're getting a lot of just power picks out of the way here. It seems pretty stock standard for this game 1 draft is the Aurora will pair up from Adam with Lojaz. So immediately, Rafa, 2 very clear, powerful mid-jungle duos for both of our teams through the first phase of this draft.
Aurora, we normally see as a counter pick into Rumble whenever we see those two champions in the same draft. I'm not sure if Decoy wants to take it, though, and would rather just go for something that's a bit more stock standard if he needs to play, like, weak side tank duty. Because if it is an Aurora top, last year when Adam debuted in NACL on the Polestar roster, he took Tristana into Spyrex's Azir and got a solo kill on this guy. And you have your magic damage component now on this Aurora, and there's no real tanks on NRG, so you can go for double marksman in this setup, and I think you're totally fine.
Wow, so NRG, kind of to what you've been talking about there, Mark, they are operating that this is actually the Decoy Aurora counter pick. So they're going to take away the Talia, and I assume get rid of just some more meta mid lane picks here that Adam may want to lean into, which could further kind of shoehorn him into going towards one of those marksmen. The Corki ban is going to come down on to Sushi, and Sushi will be playing as a unique champion here. I know he's only played one matchup, but his first week he played Ashe and Ezreal, so we'll get to see Sushi on something that he isn't as well known for, I would say, once we get around to that after the Yone ban and the Bard ban come through. So the bottom lane for NRG here, Rafa, is going to look a lot different than we saw in that first series.
In before Yunara Lulu. That's my
well, that still counts as different for them, okay? It does.
That is technically different. That is technically different. And we'll see Spica on a new flavor of support kitten. And he's been doing a great job so far, to his credit. Nico locked in for redemption, so you have engage power, and they're still keeping things hidden on where this Aurora is going. So I like that they're saving it for R5. Yunara Lulu. There it is.
Man, you're okay. You're kind of knocking it out of the park here on your color caster adventure here, Mark. The Yunara Lulu coming out here. So I guess, hey, Spica even can't overcome the
no Tristana. All right, I'm a fraud.
Oh.
I'm a fraud, guys.
No, 2 for 3 is a pretty good hit rate, all right? So you landed the bottom lane. The Ahri will come through here and put together a ton of magic damage coming out from this Dorado composition. They are putting a lot of pressure on Hub to carry a lot of the attack damage brunt, but as you mentioned, not a lot of tanks, so it shouldn't be too big of a problem. I do think Dorado come away with a pretty good... Their comp is good, but I think the comp they're going into is pretty smart given how much of a damage-oriented face they're putting forward here.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about once you get past the 15-20 minute mark here if you are Dorado Gaming, because Paranoia is going to make your coordinated dives and backline assaults very, very hard to pull off, because you're diving into Yunara, but then one of your targets is going to get polymorphed, which is not fun. And then Wild Growth is going to interrupt any like melee one-on-one dives if you're trying to attack Sushi in general. And like we said before, Azir is just super flexible. If they wanted to play like super aggressive and go for these plays onto Ezreal and Ahri, they could. But now that there's a lot of mobility on Dorado's gaming side, I just see NRG being the first 2 objectives, controlling space, letting Dorado be the ones pressured to make a move first. And then you have the tools to reposition the team fight to your strengths. Emperor's Divide to push away threats, and as we talked about before, everything else on NRG's side can set them up for success.
We'll see who comes out successful in our first game here. Dorado Gaming still hunting for that first series win, in NRG with their new sub mid lane in Zero and I looking to show that they can stay to winning ways as we are on to the Rift here for game number 1, NRG Dorado Gaming, and we can already see some early scouting wards going down here. Kisno is going to put a ward onto LoJazz's Raptors, so does have a pretty good idea about the pathing of LoJazz going into this early game.
Yeah. I was a little curious to see if LoJazz was going to be super aggressive on the Pantheon level 1 like some of our junglers. Shout out to Dardoch, who, no matter what champion he's playing, it always seems like he is contesting Raptors and trying to steal them away from his opponents. But mirror clear so far, or same clear, I should say, both trying to make their way towards the bottom side of the map. Some of the things I want to look out for is just how volatile some of these lanes are going to be set up. We know that Zamudo has been a long time exciting prospect here in the league, and it's been a damn shame that he's been Visa gapped the 2 times that he has been at least up for a roster or a tier 1 LCS debut with Lion, either was summer split last year or going into this split this year. But I feel like Zamudo, he's going to be laying waste to every single top laner in this league, or at least that will be his #1 goal, to continue proving that he deserves to not be in this league. He should be in tier 1 again.
Well, he's got himself set up with a counter. He is counterpicked in this matchup, so we'll have to track that as we are trying to get our tech issues out of the way early and often. I respect that. We're 2 minutes in. Let's make sure everything is fine as we have a pause coming across here. Does give us a little bit more time to deep dive some of the tech we're seeing from this bottom lane. I do want to point out, as the Ezreal aficionado, as I know you know, Rafa, that we do see Hub rocking the Letho Temple, which is interesting. I do think this is the best overall keystone for Ezreal. Really helps him make sure he has enough power vamp in those later, longer fights. But I will say, in a Ezreal Nico lane into Yunara Lulu, you might have actually wanted to go PTA in this lane, because I think this is a kind of a kill lane for Ezreal Nico. You don't want to let that Yunara just farm up for free. So I think there was an option there for PTA, but regardless what keystone we see Hub going, you do expect this bottom lane to have push and have priority up against this Yunara Lulu.
Yeah, Lulu Yunara is going to scale insanely well later on, but right now, just the pushing power overall of Nico that she offers, having essentially 2 very strong damage and poke and harass and pushing abilities in her Q and E, just makes it a lot easier for her and Ezreal to keep control of that laning phase and make sure that they are always the ones getting priority, which is going to be really important when you are synced up with a jungler like Pantheon, because Pantheon, before level 6, wants to try and put this Nocturne as far behind as possible, because yes, Grand Starfall is an awesome global tool that makes Pantheon even more like one of the best junglers that he remains to be. Nocturne says, yeah, but what if you can't see where you're going? What if you don't know what is exactly happening? Yep. Turn out the lights. Bam. Now how do you do this?
Yeah, and surely their AD carry isn't a skill shot reliant champion that needs to see the targets he puts his mystic shots into. So yeah, I definitely see your logic on trying to slow this Nocturne down. Luckily, there was no slowing of our return onto the Rift, as we are right back into action here. And we can already see that Decoy is getting somewhat of a slight push going into Zamudo, but nothing really manifesting there just yet. So you can always take a look at those jungle paths, as I know you love to do, Rafa. I'm sure you were looking at the map as I was talking. And I see that bot crab spawning, and it's going to be Low Jazz to get there first, but he's not going to hop on it now. He's actually going to path around Kisno and take a look at mid lane.
Yeah, but it's a good ward from Zero, who put it in that line brush right there, so they're able to see that Lojaz took a detour trying to look for a mid gank. Zero just pays his respects, says, you know what, Kisno is now going to get the crab because the jungler did not find the window here. Yeah, they're going to trade crabs, but now Kisno can easily look for a base timer here, or at least get some vision timers on some of these wards. He's actually just gonna use that blue Scryer's orb to clear out the vision and make things even more uncomfortable for Hub and Redemption. So just overall, good use of tempo here from Kisno, and credit to Zero for making sure that even on his debut, he's not letting the nerves and the tunnel vision get to him here.
Yeah, you could already see that Low Jazz wanted to make him a victim of a gank early, and he does not fall for it, so he falls right back in to farming it up. But it's time to count minions, Zero. As Redemption is already going for a bit of a play here with the minion tech, but he's just going to get some poke down.
Suspicious. It's like, hey, why is
too
there
many caster minions?
Yeah, it's not my birthday. I don't get to have this much gold on this wave. What's going on here? Zamudo, I want to point out, this is a pretty nice wave state that he's set up, and even though he was quote-unquote counterpicked, I still have Zamudo as one of the best top laners in the league for a reason, and already he's starting to make this counterpick lane look more like he's the one that got the counterpick in this scenario.
Yeah, big wave stacked up as both top laners return with their teleports. We'll get right back on top of that wave state here as we get more and more of a look at Spica on the... I know we talked about him playing the Enchanter Seraphine, putting the support kitten role in the bag, but there is nothing more support kitten oriented than this Lulu. So we'll see how flashy Speaking can get on the Lulu. There is some tech with some crazy wild growth ults if you want to use it, but right now, Kizno may get trapped going for a pink ward. He's going to cleanse the first stun flash, but follow charm lands for Adam, and they're going to find first blood with ease over to Dorado Gaming.
I'm not sure what to say about that, Slayer. Obviously, we have the God Vision toggle, so maybe Kizno just did not think that Lojaz was going to be on that bot side river at the same time. But it is tough because you can only spell shield one CC, and once the Pantheon W has extended it, then it's super easy for Adam to pressure with a Spirit Rush into a charm. And the fact that his flash goes down on top of dying, that's a really good start for Dorado Gaming now.
Yeah, and you really compound it by thinking about the fact that Lojaz now can get a bit more tempo playing towards that level 6. I can already see him going over towards that bot crab. That will really help accelerate him. First Dragon is obviously up, but Lojaz is going to be markedly ahead of Kizno. Definitely something not many would expect in this matchup. And he's going to take his talents right over towards that dragon. He knows he has the vision power. He knows that Kizno has top lane camps on respawn. So really like this from Lojaz, just continuing to push this Dorado lead after the first blood.
Yep, it's going to be super easy for him to secure this dragon as well, even if Kizno tried to contest, because power of Comet Spear, Smite is damn near unbeatable. Next objective is going to be Grubs, though, in about a 1 minute and 26 time. Lojaz does dink level 6 here. Don't think that diving bot into a Lulu is going to be super easy to pull off, but Sushi is incredibly low. They might look for it.
Yeah, they might look for. Yeah, there it is. Grand Starfall right over. There's the polymorph across. Sushi's gonna flash after Redemption. He nearly finds the trade kill. A blinking health bar on Redemption, but there's the level 6 power Lojaz all over the map, and it's all Dorado early.
And Kizno, the best thing that he can do is just try and take some of the resources away from the top side of the map. Adam will try to harass him a bit. I mean, that bot dive, I thought was going to be a little bit harder for Dorado Gaming to pull off, but Sushi's health bar was so low that if you are in this Pantheon style composition, you have to take these risks, you have to push the gas forward, and the fact that they even got Sushi to burn both Sunrise spells trying to look for a revenge kill and got nothing out of it, this is a really good start for Dorado Gaming here.
Yeah, especially knowing that Hub's able to hold on to both the barrier and the flash. Redemption will happily trade his summoners for the AD carry summoners. It's rule number 1 of playing support in the bottom lane there. So you have the summoner advantage, you've got the tempo advantage. You can see the gold is really starting to skyrocket here for Lojaz, who should not be long until he's able to grab, I believe, well, I guess a good thing you're here, Rafa, the Sundered Sky first rush. I assume this is the build path here for Mr. Lojaz.
Yep. Stock standard for a lot of these AD skirmishers like Xin, Vi, and Pantheon. Kizno, however, will be going for the Hex Plate, as that ultimate ability haste is just too valuable to give up on, especially on a champion like Nocturne. But Lojaz gonna be looking for these grubs, and I always like this play from junglers where you try to take 2 grubs so that you don't announce to the rest of the world, hey, we just took grubs. Unfortunately, Lojaz did just walk over a ward, so I think NRG are gonna know exactly where he came from.
Yeah, they figured it out nonetheless, but hey, it's still Lojaz playing one hell of an early game here into one of those premier junglers that we talk about here in the NACL. Obviously, think of this league as developing into tier 1 players, and out of the jungle role, not talking about UG, who I will already say should have been a tier 1 player. Kizno is definitely one of those next up sort of junglers we talk about. So to see Lojaz have such an impressive early game performance into a matchup that both of us, and I'm sure the rest of the talent team, have going NRG's way, this is a very good sign for Dorado's side.
Listen, I know somewhere in the world, Shibby is pumping his fist right now, going, yes, the year of Lojaz! It's my time!
Let's see how long that hangs on to. All right, let's not count don't count all your chickens, or what is it? Don't count all your eggs before they hatch. Yeah, I forget the old saying. Here's a classic move here from Zamudo to just ult that wave. This is, there's a lot of things that Zamudo does so well, but you mentioned it earlier. It's nice to see how he plays wave states. I think that really just further accents how good of a player this guy is to ult that wave, get that clean reset off. So he's the only one clinging to a gold lead right now for NRG, as Dorado up about 1,000 as we crest over that 10-minute mark. is still just all about low jazz. We're still waiting on that Kisno first paranoia. That's the thing everyone talks about, Rafa, right? With Nocturne is you got to have a good first couple of ults, and we are yet to see one come across from Kisno.
Especially early on with these rank 1 ultimates between both Pantheon and Nocturne, that first one needs to be so impactful, because otherwise you will feel like you've wasted a majority part of your champion's kit. So I can understand that Kisno has been taking his time trying to wait for the moment. I even agree with just waiting until you get your Hex Plate up, because then after you first use Paranoia in this game, the next one is going to come up just a little bit faster thanks to that ultimate ability haste, so that you're not feeling nearly as sheepish about wasting a Paranoia ultimate if you don't get at least a Summoner spell burned.
Still waiting on the lights to go out, and maybe on cue here. Here goes Kisno with the Paranoia right on top of Hub. Defensive Pop Blossom, but the Wild Girl gets the knockout. Red Starfall on the back end, though. Low Jazz gets Polymorph to allow Kisno to flash out, but Low Jazz flashes right on top of Sushi to go on a killing spree on his own. Dorado playing on the map, shutting down Kisno, and with Adams here, Spirit Rush, they can land the charm and layer in another kill, gifting it right over to the Ahri. And guess what? It's breakfast, lunch, and dinner, because Spica's caught under the turret, stunned up and taken down. How about Dorado Gaming? A 5-0 open to our game 1.
It's a Dorado buffet slayer. They're gonna cake everything in that play, turning around what was supposed to be a Kisno gank towards Hub and Redemption into a 4v3 where Adam even joins on the bottom side of the map. This is exactly where Dorado wants to be in this gold state, in this point in the game here at 12 minutes.
Uh-oh. No, well, okay, yep. You're exactly what you're saying, Rafa. We needed them to play fast-paced, recognize that 15 to 25 minutes is their big window, and boy, are they markedly ahead of that pace right now.
The one shining light for NRG in the saving grace so far is the fact that Zamudo is making the counter pick look more Rumble favored in this matchup.
Go right back through that replay, and it's just I really like the heads-up play from Low Jazz and Adam. We highlighted in the draft how big of a mid-jungle duo PowerPoint this is, but the roam timer there from Adam is just so perfect, because that could have just been one kill on the turn and a back out and a small lead, but Adam's roam there really just makes this even bigger of a problem. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's Low Jazz's plan on towards this bot tier 1 turret. This time, Sushi and Spica, they're far too weak. They have to drop all of this farm. I mean, look at the wave that Sushi is losing right now.
Yeah, this is really, really tough for Sushi and Spica now in this lane. Not only we had Low Jazz make the first gank in the bot dive successfully, where Sushi burned both sums and didn't get anything for it. Then Kisno forces the engage, tries to look for Hub, who only has to burn barrier. It's not even a flash, it's just the arcane shift. And then you think to yourself, man, like, it is actually too difficult to try and attack Ezreal reliably, because we just don't have enough follow-up with our 2 bot laners at this state in the game. So now NRG, if they want to shift their attention and try and overcome this 4.4 thousand gold advantage, it has to be through Zamudo. It has to be having this Rumble group up with you and try to find these isolated side lane picks and slowly claw your way back into the game to slow down the snowball that Dorado's currently on.
And for as much as we've hyped up Low Jazz for being the focal point of that snowball, with that first brick and all of the solo gold going over to Hub, he is 2,000 gold ahead of Sushi at this current point. He is nearing that Manamune, not far off with the Caulfield's Warhammer already complete. He's got the Triforce on deck. This is where Ezreal being this far ahead is very scary. At this point in the game, to be this close to a Moramana spike, one of the greatest 2-item spikes of any of the marksmen we currently have in the meta.
Yeah. And Ciro's been relatively a little quiet in his first game of the NACL. Obviously, you are playing Azir. You are just trying to play it to scale, and you will contribute later on. The rest of the map is starting to collapse, though, from the bot side inward. And the question we're going to have to be looking at Ciro is, how well can NRG try and communicate and coordinate together to make sure that Ciro doesn't do anything where he feels like, okay, I need to save the game because my enemy opponent has done more things proactively, and just recognizes, listen, this is Ahri, this is her win con. She's going to be super strong on this one item. I just have to trust in the team that they can stabilize on their own, and when they need me, they'll be able to let me know.
This is definitely a great test for this NRG roster. You know, getting to talk to Sushi, hearing a lot of the words on the announcement videos, and hearing from Parth. And of course, Coach Joey earlier. They really treat this split in these games with this new of a roster as kind of those developmental pieces, sort of like a scrim on stage kind of scenario. So this is a scenario that we haven't seen in NRG, and yet playing from behind with the scaling comp that really just has to focus on turtling. So we'll see how well they're able to do that, and if they can overcome what is still a very massive gold lead that Hub is just continuing to accelerate here. He gets almost all the plates off this mid lane turn, and with Flash up, like you talked about, how do you really ever threaten this as
You need to bring a 5-man party. That's all I'm going to say. You got to throw everything against him, because it's not going to be enough to just burn his flash or his shift, because you're going to have to be able to cover both, right? I will say that Dorado cannot rest on their laurels for now, because that is always the fall of a snowball comp, is complacency in the mid game. They need to continue driving the pressure and using Low Jazz's ultimates to find these picks on the side lane. Now that there is no tier 1 turret, Zero, if they ever know where Kisno is and Zero is completely on his own, that can be a target. I'm curious if Low Jazz is ever going to make the call to try and attack Zamudo on the top side of the map, because he is slowly going to become a bigger threat. And I'm not saying that they need to neutralize it right away, but it's not something that they can just ignore for too long.
Cannot ignore the best top laner that the league has to offer, without a doubt. I think it's as simple as that. As we really settle into this mid game, I do want to shout out Redemption, one of our rookies again, as we continue to talk about how powerful this Ezreal is. When you're next to it, you really have a lot of creative freedom to not have to kind of sit and cover your AD carry in the mid lane. Like Speaka has to do with Sushi, right? Ezreal's just so slippery that I'm glad to see Redemption is constantly threatening Zero on the side lane. How many times have we seen Zero kind of reset because he's afraid of a Pop Blossom coming in because Redemption is showing on that bot side? We'll have to go top side first though, because Kisno may not need the paranoia to find a kill here on the decoy. Gets the fear. A great equalizer sets up Zamudo to finally get NRG on the board.
Yeah, the equalizer was kind of, well, either you have to walk forward or you burn on the hot coals. And Decoy says, you know what, I'll just choose to get skewered by a harpoon. Paranoia, though.
Paranoia. Oh, they're going right on top of the Nico. Good flash from Redemption. He gets away from Zero as well. Redemption gonna live. Sushi stepping up, Trent said it, but can't get any more autos down onto Hub. It was a good look there from Kisno, but it's a worrying sign for NRG that they can't kill the support with their big combo.
Yeah, and I can't fault NRG for looking, right? They already took Decoy off the map, so you have a guaranteed numbers advantage to work with, especially if you needed Zamudo to TP to the play. But Redemption burns both Pop Blossom as well as both of his summoner spells. They can't finish the job, and because they use a lot of spells there, this is now third Dragon going over to Dorado Gaming.
Soul Point at 18 minutes in. They've got the Grubs advantage, and they're sitting on 3,500 gold. The perfect scenario almost here for Dorado Gaming to really shake up this series with a Game 1 win, and they're hunting to kill off one of the solo lanes that they have yet to do here. It's Zero under threat. Good sidestep from the Charm, though. Gonna dash away from Low Jazz as well. So Zero showing off some of those mechanics that got NRG excited about this player.
I will say you always want to lead with Pantheon W, then Charm, because Charm skill shot, Pantheon W being a targeted ability, it will definitely help make those gank attempts a little bit easier, but still, credit to at least for the look in itself. Zamudo now is close to 2,000 in terms of gold advantage, so remember how we talked about Dorado need to figure out how to solve this problem? They're going to have to solve it pretty soon.
Yeah, they're really clinging to the fact that Zamudo is kind of jailed in the idea he really wants this tier 1 turret down first. They are going to switch up the assignment, which I do think is pretty intriguing. They're just going to put their stronger solo lane into him, and I don't hate it with where Adam's items are at, with 2 items in the bag. He can really clear out these waves pretty easily, and I don't know if Zamudo can threaten that turret on his lonesome just yet. Or they're going to solve their problem now with Redemption in the area. Adam, I feel like he's trying to set a bit of a trap here, but there's the equalizer down. Doesn't realize that Kisno can pop right over the wall with the paranoia. It's the flash and the double dash to come out of Adam, but Redemption is here. Here comes the Grand Starfall. Redemption gonna force out one cleanse, but Kisno does have to flash from Redemption's Tangle Barb. So again, Dorado just always matching any NRG side lane play.
You know, it's crazy to think that we thought that this hang on.
Decoy going after Zero. Should be fine. Should be fine.
All right. Deco just trying to chunk Zero's health bar to make it less ideal for him to try and push in this wave.
Here
Top
we go,
dive, though.
Mark. Yep. You need to bring 3 for the big Zamudo. He doesn't have any equalizer or TP's coming down, but there's the Pantheon stun into the charm like you were talking about. Zamudo doesn't even get to move. Zero's going to TP in here. He was trying to cover. I wonder if they would set up for a redive here. Low Jazz, yep, he's going to turn right back around. He wants to find another kill here. Zero has Flash and the Emperor's Divide, but it's the same pattern. But this time, Zero has enough of a buffer. He's going to return, gets the Shuriken Shuffle, and catches Adam out. Zero and I outplay 1v3 for the shutdown.
Zero just turned Adam's health bar to 0 in a 1v3 outplay. That's why NRG signed him, and that's why this guy is super hot off the solo queue press.
Mid lane, we see Hub nearly gets chunked out, loses both of his summoners. Looks like Sushi went after him, so bit of NRG momentum swinging back into their favor as they try to make a dent into that gold lead. But we still have to focus on the fact that 2 minutes, this game really could be decided here, Mark. We have that Chemtech Soul available. Wondering to see if NRG can get any powerful items by that point, but Zero's gonna get flashed on, recalling a bit too far forward, but I think Decoy thought he had a lot more damage in his kit than he actually had. Now that's aura farming, Zero. Welcome to the NACL, man.
Oh man, that's a tough position for Aurora to be in if you're not able to finish off a straggler like that, because they burned Flash and they were really hoping for, okay guys, I got him. Wait, he's alive.
Wait, he just walked away. My bad.
Crap. All right.
Oh, okay.
Zamudo.
Going after Zamudo. Oh, the charm into the True Shot Barrage. Now that was a beautiful. Zamudo's now been picked off back-to-back moments on either side lane. So this was just the war of pick plays in the side lanes for this game, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you got to do as Dorado Gaming. Like we said before, you cannot get complacent, especially with the snowball, because a team like NRG, with all the experience that they have, especially from Spica and some of your sophomore and longer tenure members here in the tier 2 scene like Kizno, are going to understand, like, hey, just because we had a bad early game doesn't mean that we cannot catch up. And especially in 2026 meta, there are so many comeback mechanics available to you that a 3,000, 4,000 gold advantage can be overcome off of one really good team fight past the 20-minute mark.
We are into that very scary scenario here for NRG. Called out the scaling threat is going to be online no matter how big the snowball gets for Dorado Gaming, but the snowball is not, or sorry, the scale is not here just yet, and they are in a tough decision spot here. Dorado, they have the Baron on one side and Chemtech Soul on the other. You can see how well their mid and bot lane waves are pushing. It's Low Jazz's world to choose what Dorado are going to do here with so many very delectable objectives up.
Yeah, and Low Jazz definitely has to be the most decisive in this game going forward. He's manifested such a well-played early game, especially coming from a role where you normally, as Low Jazz is in his career. Hang on, wait a minute. They're going for the Baron Hail Mary.
Low Jazz is soloing Chemtech Soul Drake on the other side of the map right now. NRG, they don't have the damage, and they're getting shredded. Sushi's way below 50% HP. Dorado called the bluff, and Low Jazz just secures Chem Soul on his own. Zamudo's gonna blast code right on top of Adam. The charm's gonna land. He puts the equalizer down. Here comes the pop loss. Zamudo still wants to turn with Kizno. The paranoia comes across, but Zamudo is popped. Decoy gets out. Redemption on a blinking health bar doesn't even fall as well. And now Sushi, Arcane Shift right on top of his head. The autos get it done, and now Dorado Gaming are unleashed, chasing down the stragglers. True Shot Barrage gonna find its mark, but Dorado don't have to push any further. They've gotten everything they wanted. Soul and a winning fight.
That was just beautifully played by Dorado. Not only they send 4 members to make sure that they can pressure NRG off the Baron while giving Low Jazz time to solo the Chemtech Soul, then they outplay the engage attempted by NRG. And I have to say that I think NRG were a little unsure whether they wanted to fully commit. I think that was just your window right there, because I don't know after this Baron take, you're going to get a better window. But if they try to turn at this point, things could get ugly.
Yeah, it's getting ugly early. Kizno gets chunked to half HP, but hey, goal accomplished there for NRG. They actually do pull Dorado off of that Baron. Dorado Gaming really looking for a reset. I'm sure they have a ton of gold they'd like to spend. And they shouldn't be too afraid of a Baron pull yet, but NRG, you can see the desperation. We're just pushing for any sort of fight they can get now before more of those items land in the Dorado Gaming inventories, and they're already looking to potentially walk back towards that Baron again.
Gizno almost was gonna stop LoJazz's recall, but he's gonna be able to get it fully off. Probably should have enough gold for a GA. I mean,
we need the cinematic on this. Yeah, we need it.
I mean, it's just well played by Zero. Not only, as soon as the W comes in, he spams the F key to be able to flash out of the remaining charm, and then he realizes, okay, they don't have spells. Back to live.
Here we go. Another Paranoia Pop Blossom used defensively, and the stun layering is just beautiful. Zero does come in off the TP to trade 1-for-1. Redemption does finally fall. NRG have the numbers, but here comes Hub stepping back up. Look at how much damage the Mystic Shot does to Spica alone. Hits another one on his Sushi. Decoy with Between Worlds looking to hunt. Forces the Wild Growth onto Sushi. Transcendent trying to layer these autos, but he just doesn't have enough gas in the tank. And LoJazz is going to flash right on top of Zamudo's head. Arc of Ruin to slow him down, but the true shot barrage finds its mark from Hub. Down goes Spica, and now Dorado Gaming can turn right back towards a tier 1 and a future Baron take.
I mean, NRG are now trying to fish for plays to get themselves back in this game, and it's starting to feel like it's just a little too late now that Dorado have eclipsed such a large gold lead for themselves. They got Zero to be involved in the fight, which definitely is the right call, but it's starting just to look like maybe this play should have been made 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah, there's still just not enough 1v9 carry potential in Zero's kit with his build path. He's not there yet. So we'll take a look back at another really well-played cancel on this Paranoia. Redemption has just been so on point with shutting down this really powerful jungle pick.
The flash W from LoJazz tries to keep Zamudo lined in. I mean, the true shot barrage on many low health bar members. Yeah, I mean, Hub is massive. And all the focus that LoJazz was able to find onto the bot lane, that all started just because Gizno went for an unfortunate red control ward timing to try and clear and get some vision for Zero. The punish gave LoJazz the tempo advantage he needed to make the first big move on the map, and that has just resulted in Hub slowly becoming now this unkillable monster, because when you lack the proper lockdown for something like an Ezreal at this stage of the game, Slayer, I mean, you know, you're living in paradise at this point.
Yeah, this is actually not an NACL match. I have conned everybody. This is solo queue footage. I just pasted all of the names of our matchup today over my own. That is actually me playing Ezreal, just so everyone knows. In D4, you better look out. You better look out. This is how I play.
If this is your solo queue footage, then in about 3 minutes, you're going to say, hey guys, watch me 1v1 this Azir, and then you're going to die, and you're going to throw the game. So I hope that's not what happens here for Dorado, because that would be really sad for Hub.
Joke's on you, Mark. I only do that on Yunara, not on Ezreal, so you know what? You have to... Oh, man. All right, Rob, but we're about 1:30 out from this Elder, which will really kind of sing the end of NRG. Still have that Baron floating around. I'm curious, Dorado maybe trying to see if they can get NRG to come walk into them instead of actually trying to force down this Baron?
I mean, it's really tough for NRG. I mean, this is just so awesome to see Dorado to be in this position against a roster like NRG.
Got it.
Can they close it out? Can they play this objective super clean and be patient in allowing NRG to be the ones feeling pressured to face check and then allowing Dorado to make the punish?
All right, here we go. It's the two-man team of LoJazz and Hub. They have so much raw damage. LoJazz soloed the Chem Soul Dragon. He's like, all right, I only need one other guy for the Baron. But it's been spotted. There's the Paranoia. They're actually going to go after Decoy with a ton of damage. The shutdown comes across.
Numbers advantage.
An advantage for NRG as the Baron is about 5k. Will it reset? Spica's holding the aggro in the Fibers Storm. There's Redemption through with a 3-man pop blossom. Shreven Shovel, though, gets Redemption on the backline. And Sue's able to step up, find 1 kill. LoJazz in the background. Does get Polymorph, but he finds the trade kill. A double over to LoJazz. And now it's a 3-on-2. The carry still alive for NRG. But LoJazz is big, bad, and ugly with that GA. Nobody will look to push any further. NRG finally find a winning fight at 29 minutes.
Just decisive calling from NRG, recognizing, hey, Decoy is momentarily split off, make the pick quickly onto him. Now we have the 5-on-4, and even with that engage from Dorado, it looked like Redemption found a really nice Pop Blossom angle. LoJazz wants to follow up on it. Grand Starfall just takes a little too long, and there is time where it's just only Adam and Hub effectively trying to fight alongside Redemption in that what seemed like a 3-on-5, had LoJazz. It's hard to do in the moment, but if LoJazz is in that fight just like 2 seconds earlier, it might be closer to a wipe from LoJazz and Hub, since he has a GA. He's able to sacrifice his life to let Hub just run the fight there in that river.
Well, aren't we in uncharted territory here, Rafa? We have yet to have a team secure Baron, but Elder's here, and old Greybeard demands all the attention of our 10 players on the map here, so Dorado are set up in that bot side river. And NRG are looking to maybe try and play the same exact kind of con by going for the Baron on one side. Is LoJazz really soloing Elder right now? I think that's what he's doing.
Yeah, he definitely can. He's got Decoy right behind him as well, and NRG have to think quick. They need to make a decision. Otherwise, this Elder Dragon is going to be taken for free. All right, they have to go for Baron now. They know. But this is going to be so scary, Slayer, because if they are caught on Baron while against a Dorado with empowered Elder Dragon buff on their side, this could be the end of the game.
I mean, here comes the TP. LoJazz, he's got ult right on top. Redemption with the Pop Blossom. Kizno does secure the Baron, but look at Decoy on the background. They already find 1 kill onto both Spica and Kizno. NRG have to run for the hill to try and save this Baron. Because 5 eldered up members of Dorado are hunting. They watch Zero. The flash from Adam forces a flash from Zero. Hub tries to step up for Sushi, but it's good protection there. The equalizer going to come back down. Hub has to walk over all those hot coals. But it does have NRG exit with 3 members holding the Baron.
Okay, Dorado with Elder Dragon. Very, very scary. That being said, this is the first time this entire game that Hub has not had flash. If there is a moment for NRG, you have to navigate a big, big risk, but this is your one window to try and punish Hub's Ezreal. But I feel like Dorado are set up with the keys to success in this game. They're pushing in through the inhibitor. They don't have Baron buff on their side, so they cannot get through the Baron empowered minions, so they're not going to be able to end the game on this push.
Baron saving NRG from a game 1 loss here, but Dorado, they want to fight any day, any hour, any minute with this Elder. So they're sticking around to see if they can catch anybody out, trying to play for a ward. Kizno's going to get rid of 1 pink, and the turtle formation is on here for NRG, just relying on these Baron waves to keep Dorado off of those Nexus turrets.
Hitting the next
turret.
Oh, LoJazz.
Thought he had the stun angle. Zero's gonna be able to walk away. Light's gonna go out as the equalizer comes back down. Our NRG really gonna engage. So Sushi steps over the arc. Redemption gonna shift forward. Good flash from Sushi gets out. And Zero gets rid of Redemption. Adam is far too low as well. Sushi's hunting. Dashes forward. The Arc of Ruin just a couple inches too short to find the kill on Adam. But the flank is on. Zero wants to show up big here for NRG. Adam is cornered and Sushi cuts him down to size. No Elder. No problem for NRG as they are still hungry for more. Here comes Between Worlds here from Decoy. Zero gets chunked out pretty low, forces him back off, but somehow, some way, NRG have won a fight into a team with 5 Elders.
And I love the call from NRG. They sent Sushi mid to push the wave, get some tempo here on trying to at least knock down this tier 2 turret, get some gold back into their pockets, while the rest of the NRG crew don't full commit onto chasing Dorado's 3-man squad on that top side, just making sure that they are stalled on the bases, getting even more gold into the pockets of NRG. And just like that, yes, Dorado have Chemtech Soul. Yes, they got the Elder Dragon, but the Baron secure from NRG worked in their favor. They've actually swung ahead in gold since that objective. And they're slowly starting to come back. And if I'm Dorado, I'm starting to get a little nervous because, as you might have seen in the player cam interviews, Decoy's expression said it all. It's like, guys, what's going on? We're not closing out this game fast enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have everything we ever wanted and we can't win. I mean, that's definitely got to be a thought weighing on Dorado's side. And now, Mark, we're at 33 minutes, 34 minutes. We can look at some of those scale threats you talked about. Their items are here. I mean, Sushi is 4 items deep. This Yunara is a nearly 100% crit, which means those Fiend Hunter bolts on those first 3 autos will do true damage, regardless of any armor. Sushi's online, Zero's online. Somehow NRG have gotten to their win con, it feels like.
Yeah. Grand Starfall. Oh, they're looking for the pick on the Zamudo.
Oh, he's completely trapped. There is no turret there to protect him. Zamudo is going to have to play stall. There's the equalizer down, the lights come out, he goes into the Zonya's stasis and buys just enough time for NRG's team, and look at Kizno fly across your screen. Forced Arcane shift back, Redemption looks for the flash, Pop Blossom, but it hits nobody, instead he gets hit by the truck, that is Sushi. Adam has to dash away from Sushi as he transcends into his final form. and somehow, some way, and Zamudo gets cornered and he turns it on a dime. He's flashing after Adam. Can the Flamespitter find the kill? No, it's between worlds with Decoy to get out. Hub has found the kill on the Kisno on the backside, but Zero shifts him into his own to carry. Hub is trying to carry him with the polymorph, shuts him down. Zero finds that trade kill. Hub's heroic save falls flat, but look at your map. There's a TP into the base here from Adam as the fight continues. Decoy finds Zamudo. They do get one port off. Spica does reset, Zero does as well, so Adam can't find the back door, and we settle back down once again.
It's a banger, Slayer. Dorado are trying to throw everything they can to find their another win here in the NACL against NRG of all opponents. Their early game was so immaculate, and then it's been such a slow way to try and close out this game. And you have to feel for Dorado being in the underdog position where you can feel that the game is slipping away from them, that the pressure is getting to them. And NRG are now starting to lean into their comfort zone where being able to come back with a larger scaling advantage from this Azir, from this Yunara, paired with the Lulu, Dorado have to be able to lock in as best as they can, and thankfully Hub is able to take out 2 members because that's a second time Redemption's not been able to find a Pop Blossom there, and they were down a man advantage.
It's just so tough to play Nico in late game scenarios into any comp, but especially a scaling comp, right? Because if you go too far forward on those Pop Blossoms, I mean, you saw it happen. Sushi literally 3-shot this Nico. Zero can do the same thing, Zamudo can do the same thing. So the value of this Nico is starting to fall off. The value of this Ahri, Ezreal's full build, this is as strong as Hub's going to get. It's now or never for Dorado, and luckily for them, they get another dance with old Greybeard here in about 15 seconds.
And Baron's gonna come up in 20 seconds again. Do we just see another Elder trade? No way, right?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. All I know is that Dorado have not had a 5-man on a dragon in the last 15 minutes. They've been able to get it done with just 1- and 2-man squads on their own. I don't think they're going to be able to get away with that, especially if Kisno looks on the decoy. Grand Starfall in the background, though. Zero gets over the wall. He's safe. Lojav's going to flash right after him. The Wild Growth comes across Adam, trying to chase down Zero. He's safe, but his team is not. Lojaz goes legendary as Sushi shut down, and Zamudo TPs himself to his own grave. Hub finds that kill, and Dorado now get the shot at another Elder Dragon.
They can secure Elder, they can try and push through mid and look for another inhibitor. I'm not quite sure if they can finish the game just yet, just because Zero has enough wave clear, and because it's not Baron-empowered minions, Dorado cannot just brute force this game, but they can look for the Baron afterwards. They will have both objectives on their side, and this has to be the best position that Dorado can find themselves. They want to push for it.
They want to go for it now. The Baron was a freebie if they wanted the 2-buff combo, but they just want themselves a win nonetheless. Dorado trying to shake up the NACL power rankings as they find themselves a second inhibitor. Still waiting on death timer. Zamudo is 15 seconds out. Sushi will hit the rift soon. There's no wave as Kisno uses the paranoid defensively to cut down the eyesight of Dorado. And they will back out, taking their inhibitor as a win. And their true prize will be another dance with the purple worm.
Okay, I can respect this call from Dorado. They take the inhibitor and then they pressure NRG into burning some key ultimates, meaning the paranoia. Now it's a lot safer for them to take this Baron without any reliable contest from Kisno.
They have so much power with Hub and Lojaz so accelerated that they don't even need all their members on this Baron. Adam holds the mid wave just to keep NRG guessing, but they know the grim reality they now face. It is Baron and Elder for Dorado. There's no way for NRG to turtle. They don't have a Baron. They don't have Baron minions to lean on. They're gonna have to find a miracle here in their own base to stay alive.
God, Dorado are sweating. They are trying so hard to make sure that they can close out this game. And what I know that sweating might sound like a negative term. No, that like I'm giving them as much props because this is such a hard position to play against a very, very experienced team like NRG, and they are so close to doing it, and it's been so difficult at so many times that I can't imagine how much pressure, how the nerves are starting to rack a lot of these, I don't want to say inexperienced players, but most of this roster is on their sophomore year of NACL. Redemption,
totally.
This is his debut in the NACL. They're going to look for the final push.
Adam, Charm gonna go wide. Zamudo does dash away, but those Baron minions are right on the Nexus turrets. There goes the paranoia. They're trying to go after Decoy again, and Zamudo does get out.
Zero?
There's the autos coming through from Sushi. Finds one kill. Zero into the back line. Does go into the stasis. The stream shovel goes wide, but Sushi gets a step up. Transcendent. He's layering auto after auto. Jazz goes into the stasis. Sushi once more forces Hub to dash over the wall, but boom goes Elder's Might from Hub, turns the fight on a dime, and Dorado have finally done it. Shock and awe. They're going to upset NRG to take a 1-0 series lead.
Hub with that beautiful flash finally gets out of Sushi's range, can finish him off with the Elder Dragon, and Dorado takes game 1 over NRG.
Whoa! Rafa, what a start to our day, man. 40-minute game 1, and yeah, we have, I guess that's the biggest single game upset of the spring split so far.
I'm checking my hairs right now. They're all standing up. Slayer,
That's what we're
you
here
should
for,
check
man.
yours. Yeah, dude. Hell of a first cast for NACL to get a banger like that.
They didn't want to give me a warm-up, man. They just, they're like, all right, Slayer, you're going into the fire, man. 40-minute double Elder Baron. Just, you know what? Feast or famine. I like it.
Those are the
That's
best.
That's how Dorado played, man. Feast or famine. And they were feasting, I would say, 35, 36 of those minutes of that game, except for that little, like, 3-minute window where NRG were able to win some of those fights.
Yeah, and it's just crazy to see how difficult it was for Dorado to close out the game, even with their early game position, just because NRG, like we said before, this team has a lot of experience, and they definitely made them work for it. But congratulations! I mean, this is awesome. Now to kick off our first series of the day, where Dorado is the one leading it.
Dorado up 1-0. NRG on the back foot for the first time this split. We'll see what their response looks like, as we do have a best of 3, folks, to see if NRG can tie us up at 1 apiece. We'll find that out and more on the other side of this intermission.
Munchie defined jungle diff, and Yuji is reminding what they're missing out on. Hello, what's up, y'all? Rafa here, recapping everything NACL Spring 2026. Here's what you missed in Week 1. We started the split with a heavyweight clash between Conviction and Maryville University. Sniper was surgical on the Aurelia to take Game 1, and while it was hyped to see him lock in his signature Riven for the decider, Yuji was simply too efficient. He remained proactive in every game despite the Game 1 loss, eventually reclaiming his jungle kingdom and proving why he's a 2-time most valuable prospect. In the CCG versus Winthrop University series, the Eagles actually secured a solid early game advantage, but Darduck showed exactly why he is such a feared veteran. He and Only 35 coordinated great map punishes to stifle Winthrop's momentum, outplaying them in the end to secure the 2-0 sweep. Also, shout out to Fiji for a disciplined NACL debut. It's not common to see a rookie top laner make their claim to fame playing mostly tanks instead of carries, and Fiji's Sion and Ornn looked just as good as a seasoned pro. For peak entertainment, Supernova vs Citadel was back and forth chaos. Eventually, Shochi emerged as the series-defining hero thanks to his Aurora gameplay. He gave us some incredible moments and followed it up with a legendary post-game interview that you absolutely have to see. Our match of the week for Week 2 is Maryville vs Blue Otter. This is the ultimate test for Munchie. We're going to see if his explosive Week 1 momentum can match up against the 2-time MVP Yuji. It's a battle for jungle supremacy that you cannot miss. Make sure to follow, like, and subscribe for everything NACL, and let us know in the comment section below, what was your biggest surprise from Week 1?
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
All right, NACL fans, hopefully we've given you ample time to lower the heart rates, wipe off some sweat from the brow after that banger of a game one here, and we are in that uncharted territory we talked about earlier. Dorado Gaming up 1-0 over NRG in our series. And Rafa, it was the Church of Low Jazz eating good.
Yeah, I'm checking my pulse right now just to make sure that I'm calmed down, and it's still a little beating fast just off of the last few minutes of that game, because it was a banger of all time. But huge shout outs to Low Jazz, who probably had his best game performance in the NACL since his debut last year. And I mean, this guy finds one punish off of Kisno clearing a control ward near Adam's line brush, and he just runs away with that advantage. He has the tempo, he has the level 6 first, gets first dragon, immediately recognizes, hey, bot lane is super chunked. They go for that dive. In any other scenario, maybe Sushi just accepts his fate and doesn't burn both of his subs, but Sushi tries to go for the outplay. He tries to see if he can trade one back, doesn't get anything off of it. In usual, high level tier 1 play, that can just be game defining. That can just be end of game, where Yunara, Lulu completely out. Ezreal's now super accelerated. Pantheon has full access over the map. And we talked about before that, maybe there's a chance of trying to leverage Zamudo in this top lane, where he was beating the counterpick matchup. He was getting a lot of resources for himself. And you saw that Kisno and Zero were trying to play to that side, but just wasn't enough at the end of the day.
You could see that, medium-sized bite from the 30-minute point to the 40th minute point, where NRG were actually starting to roll a bit here. But yeah, it was really where you could see in the damage charts that Hub was able to kind of take over, had some pretty clutch plays. You think to the bottom lane chase down, where Dorado might start to panic a bit, knowing the fact that they don't pick Zamudo off. He picks up a huge double kill to save that fight, and then of course the fight at the very end in the base. He gets that clutch flash away from the scary Yunara, finds the Mystic shot, and wins them the game here. So Low Jazz, like you mentioned, you said earlier, setting up Hub for success, and Hub does not disappoint in what I would say was his best performance in the NACL since his debut. So big stonk upgrades here for both Low Jazz and Mr. Hub, but it is a 3-game series here, Rafa, so they need to find one more win here to really cement themselves as having the first major upset of the NACL in 2026.
That's right. And still, like we said in that game one, for Dorado, they know more than anyone that it's not enough to just rest on your laurels of just taking a 1-game win in a series. You want to take the whole series win for your own, and that would be their first series win, since we are only into week 2. But the fact that they were able to find one over Blue Water and now over NRG, it starts to put a bit more notice on this team and being able to potentially shoot higher than what we gave them credit for, because this is a team that a lot of us in the community, a lot of us on the broadcast were kind of expecting, AMI are probably just happy to escape relegation and be able to guarantee themselves into second split. But if they're taking games off of Blue Water and NRG, surely that puts them towards at least middle of the pack in this league.
Yeah, I mean, I'll raise my hand up and be accountable. I ranked Dorado as a team to get relegated, but you just mentioned 2 teams that many people have in the playoffs of the NACL Spring Split that they've taken games off of. Let's just hope that they can continue that improvement to find themselves a series win to really hammer that point home. Do got a bit of information here before we get set for that Game 2 draft that NRG will have first selection blue side. So we will have a rerun of our Game 1 draft here, Rafa, and knowing what champions have kind of come off the board here and factoring in, obviously, the ever-evolving champion pools of our 2 teams, is there anything you're looking out for? Maybe for, is there something you want to see NRG prioritize to get the series back to even?
Well, I'm a little surprised that NRG decided to go for blue side instead of red side, because considering that Zamudo got a huge advantage in that top lane by himself, and he had to blind it into the Aurora counter pick eventually that Decoy got for himself, I would think, why not just give Zamudo counter pick and then just slam something absolutely devastating and just run the rift from the top side of the map? But this, once again, it might be an exercise for NRG to say, hey, like, obviously we want to do well and we want to win, but also we want to make sure that our players are well prepared for LCS, for tier 1 play by the time they are given an opportunity and a shot to make that transition, right? And
totally.
Sometimes just leveraging your ultimate strengths and just playing to win doesn't necessarily favor training your players to be in uncomfortable scenarios. And in props for Dorado giving them that scenario where they had to try and figure out almost a way to come back from a large early game deficit. I mean, those kind of experiences are really good for players in general once you are trying to level up and get ready for the next phase.
Yeah, because, you know, it's not very valuable, those later game scenarios where you're up 8K gold thanks to early game. You're kind of just going through the motions. I'm glad you pointed that out. To play from behind post 20 minutes is a very specific set that I'm sure all coaches want to make sure their teams are practiced on. Not just in scrims, but when you step up to the stage matches that are our official matches here of the North American Challengers League. I do think with blue side, though, NRG, to further your point, of kind of shoehorn themselves a bit into kind of keeping the same bands. I think if they're going to take first selection, we've seen Karma has been, maybe not the Karma ban, but I think they're going to have to go with another Ashe ban or a Seraphine ban, because that bottom lane duo, I think, is just the easiest R1, R2 here for Dorado if they want to grab onto it. The most powerful bottom lane, I would say, right now in the meta.
Yeah. They also put a priority on banning Mbessa in that first round on blue side, so just trying to eliminate that as a possibility might be another way to go. I will say, I think Zero had a fantastic Azir game, even if it was a overall loss, because there was some impressive mechanics being displayed in the heat of the moment where your team is behind in the early game and you're forced to try and just bide your time and wait for your moment to see if you can turn it around. And he got close. That base defense that they had, if it wasn't for Hub being able to outrange Sushi over the wall, that's a wipe right there off of Zero just looking for the re-engage. And maybe this is an opportunity for Zero to find one of his niche pocket picks going into the second draft.
We'll see. We'll have to see here if he's able to maybe land on that counter pick. You got to remember that he was the B1 pick here of the first draft, so they want to get him comfortable on that Azir. But yeah, I'm curious to see how NRG kind of lean into these champion pools, because again, we have Zero and I in the mid lane that we're still looking, you know, has a very expansive pool. Your top side is very well known as like Kisno's the don't give the Kingdred over. Zamudo's the gangplank is always a threat. With bottom lane, though, I'm curious to see if they don't get access to Ashe Seraphine. It's the big talk of the town, right, Rafa? Where does Spica want to go with? Because now we've lost access to a lot of the enchanters if we're expecting a Karma ban. I'm waiting to see once we get Spica on an engage tank. I know it's not the like meta right now, but at a certain point, especially if they get to best of fives, Spica's gonna have to show his Nautilus, maybe his Rel, his Braum, you know, champions of this category at some point.
Yeah, and just an update for all y'all. It looks like there's a little bit of a delay for Champ Select, just making sure that all the players getting back and settled. So we still have a couple more minutes before we start up our second draft. To continue on what you were saying, though, Slayer. Wow, never mind.
There we go.
Complain meta works, people. Sometimes when you're in queue, like, wow, we've been in queue for a long time. I guess we're going to be waiting for another 2 minutes. Boom, you get what you wanted. And I love it here. But engage supports, once the prime enchanters are taken off the table, it's definitely a possibility. Alistar's still a great tank to take, especially if you are able to reliably leave your AD carry on an island and just go for plays. Kind of similar in terms of what Spica was able to accomplish on the Bard in his week 1 support debut. Not nearly as much mobility, but you have the opportunity to make those plays, right? And even though we're not on 2607 yet, Rel's getting buffed. And Spica definitely played some jungle Rel when she was a thing, so I know he's got that in the pocket as well.
All right, well, here's your expedited draft here, Rafa. We talked about same side, same pick order, but not the same bans so far. Oh, I'm actually noticing it's a different pick order. Dorado are going to have first selection here, actually. So it's NRG on the blue side, but they should have access to counter pick. So that Zamudo counter pick strategy might be coming to fruition here for you, Rafa.
Let's go. All right. Well, you know what? Everything I said about training your individuals, it still exists. However, NRG need to win.
They do.
Wins are still important to make sure that you get into top 6 for playoffs. And when you are down 1-0, it's time to give Zamudo a nasty counter pick and just put Decoy in a body bag if game 1 is any precedence to what we're expecting for the second one.
Exactly, Rafa. I don't see an Ashe ban, a Seraphine ban. We're not going to see it here from Dorado. So for all that talk about waiting for Speakaf to play some Engage and lean into his Engage mind from the jungle days, I don't think that's going to be what happens. I think we're just going to clock in an Ashe Seraphine lane if NRG want to, like you said, get a win in the books here.
It would definitely make sense too, because if Dorado don't go for Ashe or Seraphine, since Karma is also up, then that allows Sushi and Spica to be quote-unquote weak side, and you can focus your efforts from Kizno and Zero to play towards Zamudo strength in the first 10-15 minutes of the game, because then you'll have Ashe Enchanted Arrows to look across the map for any pick opportunities as well, and then you can always have Engage from them and
I know
I'm not
you
a
hate
fan
this.
of. I hate Vi first pick. I know that Lojaz is a facilitative kind of guy. He had a fantastic Pantheon game 1. Ashe Seraphine instantly locked in for NRG. My fear about Vi is that there are just a lot of champions that can drop aggro from cease and desist, and if Kizno loves playing Nefiri, so they can easily set up for a Nefiri angle. And that just makes Vi really, really sad.
Yeah, at least you can't bank on the fact that Ashe isn't a mobile carry that you can target, but oh wow. Okay, so we're talking about bottom lane pairings a lot. Caitlyn Bard, not well-known tech is what I'll say here for Hub and Redemption. So they're looking to try and you know, I think I see the strategy here, Rafa, that if you don't have Ezreal as a weak side next to a Bard, Caitlyn is a decent option, but Caitlyn's also a champion where you're supposed to be capitalizing on that early window. So we'll have to see how this bottom lane shakes out as we do get the Jarvan to come through here by Kizno.
A curious jungle lock-in for Jarvan, because normally Jarvan is so good in this meta with all of the AD carries that don't have dash abilities in their basic kits outside of Flash, right? When you think of like Ashe, Misfortune, Yunara before level 6, Aphelios, right? Caitlyn has Caliber Net. She can E out of a Cataclysm. So for me, this is not my favorite Jarvan angle, but I guess NRG are thinking to themselves, we just need to slam something in the jungle that gives us more engage tools. And I know that I was calling for the Nefiri. Nefiri doesn't really offer you engage. That puts a lot more pressure on the rest of the map to look for it. So sometimes you just have to put the Jarvan fries in the bag and just say, hey, I know this is not the perfect angle, but like we just need something that helps us give us more go buttons in this composition alongside Ashe Seraphine.
You've definitely gotten a decent amount of the go buttons, a decent amount of the pick potential out of the draft. So now we're looking to bring in the heavy hitters from both of our solo lanes as we have jungle and bot lane covered from both of these drafts. So we're just starting to target champions that people don't want to see here. It's Talia and Mel. Thank God we got Mel out of the game. Thank you very much there, NRG. Get that one away from Adam. And for Dorado, yeah, pick sets, they're just going to try and target Zamudo into champions that they don't want to see him counterpick into Decoy.
So far, I've already taken away Aatrox and Gwen, as you called out. Victor, that pairs pretty nicely with the Jarvan, because any targets that are caught, that's an easy Arcane Storm layup over the top.
Geometry.
You're going to have to force one of your solo laners, though, to blind pick into Dorado Gaming. So, NRG, do you bite the bullet and give Zero the counter pick, or are you still trying to play for the Zamudo counter pick? I still feel like Zero should have to blind pick here, just because the lane matchup was so devastating for Decoy in the first game, and he was the one that got counter pick. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I really like the Syndra pick, because you have now clearly established a very heavy range advantage here, Rafa. I mean, Seraphine, Ashe, Syndra, these are all 3 champions that really test, especially carries, on their spacing ability. One scatter can hit you, one root, one arrow, one encore. If you're Hub here, you got to be really careful about how you're navigating lane and those fights later on. And I mean, if they lock this Sylas in for Adam, he has a lot of really good ults to steal. But again, this just further enhances NRG's ability to space out any of these pre-fight setups.
Yeah, it's just a really good Sylas angle, because now you can turn like 3 of the best ultimates in the game against NRG, and it'll never feel like there's a window where like you feel, oh man, I can't grab the best ultimate in the game, so this next fight is going to be kind of weak for me. It's like, nope, it's like, okay, this game, this fight, Encore, this fight, Ashe Arrow, this fight, Cataclysm, and then Unleash Power, if you're ahead on Sylas, is not bad either, because that's just a guaranteed execute for yourself as well. But now with the Cassante lock in, that makes sense why they would want to ban the Gwen, because that is a notorious counter pick. I'm not sure what else you can try and pick into Cassante, unless Zamudo goes the Garen Moose Hater tech, but
looks like it's going to be the Jax. Okay. So I see your Sylas, Conro. I'm very aligned with the old advantage. However, I am not a fan of this Dorado draft. The reliable damage, again, into ranged Ashe, Seraphine, Syndra, it's just not there. You are putting so much pressure on Hub here to be a massive Caitlyn in this game with the Cassante coming online here and a melee mid damage-oriented player. And you know, I mean, you don't like the Vi. You know as well as I do how reliable Vi damage becomes after, what, like 12, 15 minutes?
Yeah, you are just a one pump, and then that's it. You got nothing else left in the tank. I mean, Vi is like, in previous metas with like Sundered Sky, or not Sundered Sky, Divine Sunderer and Conqueror, seemed like with her numbers, she was like a decent fighter, but in this day and age, it really does feel like her damage kind of falls off. You can get a snowball decently on Vi, but still, your purpose is to ult one target and then have people dive alongside you. And I will say, Sylas can dive, but it's not like the most guaranteed. It's not the easiest for him to do unless he has specifically Cataclysm or the Grandmaster's Might to at least bolster up some of his tanky stats to make that more reliable. I think the game plan from Dorado is just going to try to replicate what happened in game 1, where they noticed that Hub and Redemption are actually laning pretty well into Sushi and Spica. They have the Caitlyn just for the range advantage to try and push them out, get them chunked, and then just send Lojaz to dive them early on.
We are still entering another chapter of our uncharted territory of our opening series, Week 2, Day 2, North American Challengers League. Dorado looking for the 2-0 upset, and we'll see if they can get it done with another intriguing draft combo. Speaking on that, Caitlyn and Adam on this Sylas. We are on to the Rift. We once again have Kizno getting down that early ward so he can try and track Lojaz's pathing, which you know was helpful early on in game 1, but also was the start of the demise later on in that game for Kizno and NRG.
As long as Kizno doesn't go for a control word where he doesn't know exactly where the enemy jungler is, I think we'll be fine going into the adaptation, and that could have just been an unlucky moment. But Sushi and Spica actually get the first wave push here onto Hub and Redemption, forcing... I thought there was a Summoner Spell burned, but it's just a large chunk into Hub's health bar right now.
Yeah, it's just why this lane is so disgusting is you parry those Ashe slows with the Seraphine steroid boosts and snares you can get down. That's what makes this lane so premier. Is right there. You see a double tap snare landed there from Spica. Redemption and Hub already pretty low, and you mentioned it, the parallels from game 1. This is a stark difference early here for NRG with Sushi and Spica getting back into their flow.
And this ward from Adam placed on the Raptor Pit spots and confirms that Kizno is also pathing towards the bot side of the map, just a little bit ahead of the clear, just because Jarvan attack speed steroid on that flag is super nice, and I love that Kizno goes for 2 points in the queue. It may not be like the most uncommon thing in the world, and a lot of experienced junglers will understand this, but maybe anyone that doesn't play jungle will think, oh, why don't you want to take your W ability? Well, your W is just a shield. and you don't need the shield to
Nah.
reduce this effective sustain that you're getting, right? You just want to try and clear your jungle as fast as possible, and having extra base damage, a second point in the queue, is always going to be nice, but this will allow Kizno to be on that bot side river just a few seconds faster than Lojaz, which might give him an advantage just to make sure that Sushi and Spica don't get ganked while they're this far pushed up.
As you call it, Kizno out onto the prowl for that first bot crab, and yep, Lojaz, thanks to the ward you called out, knows that he doesn't have a chance at this crab. He's going to rotate back on over to make that early trade. It's always so funny to me, Rafa, to watch Syndra lanes, because I, as well as you know very well, how Syndra has changed as a champion. Used to be the lane bully. You expect him to be bullying the Sylas, but now a scaler, so has to kind of play carefully around those Sylas engages. I do think Zero and I did a good job kind of shoving waves in so that Adam couldn't necessarily trade with those abscond of duck combos. Does actually force Adam towards this early teleport. So we'll see exactly how Zero can do. He did really well to not give up any advantages in the Azir scaling lane, so shouldn't be too much of a change on this Syndra.
And because Kizno was able to get the crab closest to him, slight tempo advantage, doesn't really get a chance to do anything against any of the lanes here. Also was spotted by the Scuttle Crab vision there. He's actually just taking his time to see if he can try and control any vision. I'm not sure if he swept a ward. Well, he can have, because
Sushi Pop
just has
goes.
a yellow trinket.
There's the heal. I mean, they're just getting tons of movement speed steroids. It's a good portal to get Hub out. Redemption can't walk that same way. Luckily, Sushi doesn't have enough damage for any kill threat, but you can see just how confident Sushi is on this Ashe, even into that Caitlyn lane that many AD carries really hate going into.
And the wave
look
state
at
is
the
so
late state, too.
damning.
Yeah, good call.
Hub and
make
Redemption
mid?
are...
Good flash, Zero. I know it wasn't close, but you just have to respect the fact that Lojaz could flash ball breaker in there.
Yep. Zero, once again, showing good reserve and respect for his opponents here on his first day of the NACL. Does not want to give up any advantages unnecessarily. I know that a lot of rookie mids will kind of go for the high risk, high reward play early on in laning phase and say, you know, I can take this, or they try to be super greedy. Zero definitely not trying to get punished by that.
Oh! Spica, double tap first blood on the bot side. I mean, you know what, Hub? I've been there, man. You see the worst freeze of your life, you're like, I can maybe get this one minion. No, you can't, man. No, you can't.
Okay. Lojaz needs to be called to bot lane immediately.
I would be calling you if we were in an LBLCS game, man, I'd be screaming at you to get down there. So, yeah.
Yeah, this is so tough for Hub, especially you have one of the longest range AD carries in the game, and you're trying to maintain an advantage for yourself, and you're getting frozen on. Oh, this is a doom state. So Lojaz has full cleared his entire jungle. I guess they're not going to call him over. Maybe now that Redemption can try and push back on it.
Okay, Unleash Power, flag and drag forward. Adam steals the Cataclysm to trap Zero, but that's a great scatter onto 2 coming out from Zero and I. Flash from Adam, he tries to get away from Kizno. Kizno away for cooldown, gets the tip of the spear to find the kill onto Adam. Good little 2v2. This time it's going NRG's way in game number 2.
Okay, well, bot lane wave state has been rectified, and Lojaz was trying to cover Adam on that timer. Unfortunately for them, Kizno and Zero and I just get the better end of the trade. I mean, that scatter of the week was picture perfect lining up against both of them.
Oh, Kizno really gonna love feasting on some fruit there, because Lojaz was thinking about going for that trade, but he gets about 400 HP back, and Kizno's like, thank you very much. I will take that crab and continue pushing the advantage. Safe to say, Mark, this is kind of what we were expecting from NRG in game number 1, so it's good to see him show up this way after going down 1-0 in our series.
Yeah. Dragon has spawned on the Rift already. Doesn't look like that's going to be a priority for any junglers. We'll say that neutral objectives for Vi is pretty easy to do because she does a lot of max percentage HP damage proccing her W passive. But unfortunately, Dorado don't have push in this lane, so it's really hard to actually find dragon angles early on for Dorado now. And I'm not sure if that was expected in the game plan going for this Caitlyn Bard setup, but being now down almost 20 CS is devastating.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, Hub, when he saw the minions finally reaching his turret, must have felt like finding water in a desert. after the way that freeze went. Oh, good stun there from Dev. She's going to flash and try and get the electrocute proc with the turret shot. I like that look, but the arrow comes through from Sushi. Hub has to cleanse and net back. His mid lane, we're going after Zero again, but this time Kisto uses his own Cataclysm to trap Lojaz and Adam in place. Zero waiting on cooldowns. Q not going to find its mark. Vault Breaker from Lojaz goes back forward, but doesn't find any hits, and the Unleashed Power finds the kill. Kisto flash away from Adam. Flag and drags right back in, and just like that, Kisno and Zero taking over the map here for NRG.
Oh, Lojaz Adam went for the big flip, and I think that's pretty game defining now for NRG, because not only Dorado's bot lane has been left to fend for themselves, Lojaz tries to help Adam get ahead in this lane, and both times Kisno and Zero make the outplay and now are quite devastatingly ahead. This is now an overall 3.5k gold lead across every single lane. So even though the individual gold leads don't look like that much, the fact that it's spread out so evenly, it's not just one person you have to worry about shutting down. It's everyone that you have to shut down now.
An absolute all-out blitz from NRG across the map here. And, you know, it's been just mid lane and bottom lane, but just like game one, you called it out. Zamudo just always finds ways to elevate his advantage in the CS department. So I'm sporting that 500 gold lead as well. Pretty nightmarish scenario here for Dorado, especially thinking on the fact that they have this Caitlyn that's very well prepped for the laning phase to find an advantage. The Vi needs to get going early and often for when that ultimate comes online. The damage was already interestingly suspect for this game for Dorado, and now they're behind the 8-ball on gold. So this range is really going to start to hurt for NRG once they're able to group up.
Yeah, and for the next, like, minute and a half, Kisno can just go wherever he wants. He's the first one on the map with a item spike in this Under Sky. He's insanely strong. This dragon belongs to them since they have push in bot lane, and Zero can just kind of force it with his own spells. Lojaz at least understands there's no point in trying to contest him. Just go for the cross map, guarantee that you're getting resources for yourself. A smart maneuver, and at least Dorado will try to do their best now to stem the bleeding. But we talked about how dangerous it is for a composition like Dorado to fall behind, because the later the game goes on, NRG's composition will just, quite frankly, outscale them.
Kisno just going to casually mog the Dorado bottom lane. Yeah, throw all your spells in an ace and a hole at me. I'm just going to walk it on off, because Sushi and Spica are just going to take over more plates as Kisno gets that reset through. Yeah, this goes from bad to worse for sure. I will say the other big win for Lojaz, securing all three of those grubs. It's always nice, no matter what game state you're in, to take away grubs from a Jax.
That is the silver lining for sure. Zamudo going to be a little less content that he doesn't get to bash these turrets in as fast as he would have been able to, but these are the plays that you have to make as Dorado to try and find avenues back into the game. Tempered Fate, though.
It's the flash out of Sushi, well positioned there from Redemption. Buys him some breathing room. Oh my, I did not see Adam was TPing in here. Gonna hijack that Encore and make his way back to the mid lane where Zero is collecting a plate for the transgressions of that teleport.
Hopefully Dorado can find a repeat visit to the bot lane now that Sushi now does not have flash for the next few minutes here, but you have to imagine that Kisno and Zero are also going to be well aware of their intentions, so depending on when Kisno is on the bottom side of the map, if Dorado can find tracking or any vision control of where Kisno is at any time, as soon as they have a suspicion that Kisno's on the top side of the map and Sushi's pushed up, you just got to send it and pray that you can get back into the game through that avenue.
Yeah, it's got to be those Hail Mary overloads from this point forward, as the gold lead has only continued to grow in the NRG side. Approaching 5k, they're going after Kisno on his Raptors. Good arrow comes across with a hijacked Encore, finds its mark from Adam. Nice little shutdown to find. Dorado will get themselves on the board. Here is the NRG bottom lane. Stun gonna land onto Zero, portal out from Redemption. Adam should be safe as well. Enough dashes in the kit here, but Lojaz is taking a audacious path, and he's just gonna ring around the rosy, the NRG bottom lane.
I don't even know where he went, bro. He just snuck right behind enemy lines. Now, he will get spotted once he crosses over this ward back again on red buff. But, hey, same plan, just different target, right? They recognize that Kisno still had no flash off of that 2v2 skirmish that Adam and Lojaz didn't get the better of just a few minutes ago. And being able to make that play really quickly before the Encore timed out from Adam. Smart stuff here from Dorado Gaming once again.
Looks like Zero, though, able to throw down a full Syndra combo and force Adam to reset without that teleport. You remember he TP'd towards the bot side, so Zero's scaling mission is a success so far here. Like to see him go for the Blackfire Torch as well on the Syndra. We'll see if he goes the Cosmic Drive, but that's usually associated with the CDR maxing Syndra, so you get as many of your combos out. Like it into a composition that we talked about is really low range, so you get immense value out of it, no matter how many times you can get the scatter down.
Yeah. God, the tier 3 Swifty boots is something I rarely ever see. It's almost as rare as like tier 3 Berserker Grease, just because you don't find many marksmen in the mid lane for the role quest, right? Unless you're playing, I don't know, Vayne mid like Adam did last week. But it makes sense because Merc Tread's not going to really do much for you since Cease and Desist is a knock-up, and the only other thing that you're trying to avoid is either Caitlyn traps or a Bard Q. But at that point, if you got caught by Bard Q, GG. It is what it is. Or if you step on a Caitlyn trap, yeah, skill issue type beat. So the extra movement speed will help him try to navigate a lot of these skill shots coming out from Dorado Gaming and maybe outspace the range of Cease and Desist. But like we called before, hang on.
Oh, Redemption actually gets through the portal. I thought that would have been layered perfectly, but the Encore just a couple of seconds late. So Sushi and Spica still yet to find another kill in that bottom lane, but they're still holding on to about 1,000 gold lead. Sushi is the furthest ahead of any of the NRG members.
Yeah. Still the number one target if Dorado can find it. Low key, hang on. They're making it. They're making the play.
Oh, they layered the stuns thanks to the Bard. Sushi is trapped. Vault Breaker ace in the hole finds its mark, and down goes Sushi. There's a big cut into that NRG bottom gold lead.
Just in time before Sushi's flash was coming up off cooldown in the next minute. Mid lane.
Adam, it's a good trade into Zero, who is yet to reset. Not enough punch behind the boot maxing Adam, but yeah, it's Dorado starting to fight back a bit here after a disastrous early game. They've cut the gold lead by about 2,000 compared to a couple minutes ago.
There was a moment where I wanted to look and see if Redemption was able to get out of the Ash Arrow Encore chain CC if he took like the Tenacity stat rune in his layout, because that would make sense. That would be a Tenacity diff right there. But now that Dorado have pushed on bot side and forced Sushi to come back to lane late off of the kill, this is a guaranteed dragon for Dorado and will at least stop NRG from stacking Drakes this game.
Good cut down on that scaling comp. They're looking to play onto Sushi again. The flash Vault Breaker into the Cease and Desist. Sushi is trapped. Big heal comes across. Can he get back under his turn in time? No. Adam finds that kill. Sushi falls for a second time, and Dorado are really finding their groove in these last couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the wave was pushed up by Sushi, and they still had the flash timer down on lock, effectively not punishing him just once, but twice before it was off cooldown. And the fact that Adam can easily take Sushi's own ultimate and use it against him, since he had only taken Encore and Cataclysm so far this game. Like we said before in the draft, he can effectively cycle through really strong ultimates to force picks alongside Lojaz this game.
We saw how proactive Adam was in that early game. Lojaz did a lot of it, but he was a part of those bottom lane roams on the Ahri that really set the ball rolling into that triple kill. It's good to see him doing it once again with this Silas as you're calling out those ultimates. Problem being for Dorado is the same Zamudo problem as he gets first brick, but Adam TP towards the top side, looks for Zero. Unleash Power comes out and Kisno does have to cover, but Adam is just so insatiably hungry for more and more fighting.
Get our precision play presented by Phillips and Rocco OneBlade. It's the first look onto Sushi, and just like you called out, Tempered Fate easily layers into a guaranteed trap from Caitlyn. Meanwhile, Adam overstepped his welcome.
Yep, down goes Adam in the top side. Kisno picks up that kill, and to give Zero more time to farm free waves here. Spica coming over. Kisno looking to chase onto Lojaz. Yeah, it looks like with how much work Zamudo got done towards this top lane turret, they were trying to see if they could force down another tier 1 to really open this map up, and they will succeed.
Yep. That's going to be another turret falling on the map here. Or at least I think that was first break. Hub is dangerously low.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, once you get the Q going on this Ashe, with the Kraken Slayer too, you get some serious damage. Sushi get a flash with that Kraken Slayer and punishes Hub for overstepping.
Sushi says, I don't even need my flash. Go ahead, send more men. Send another camp against me. Pitch your tent and send cease and desist and whatever ultimate Adam can hijack against me. I don't care. I'm still getting this kill. I'm still getting this money. And the fact that Dorado made 2 effective plays and they haven't been able to successfully claw back the gold lead. In fact, it's ballooned ever since then from 3,000 to nearly 6,000. Just goes to show that one of the fears that we had is that, yeah, you can shut down one of these members, but everyone is ahead on the side of NRG, and it's going to have to be... Yep, there is too many of them.
Well, hey, look, it was maybe a look onto Zamudo, but if you thought it was a little easier to dive the Rumble 1 versus 3, Jax is a whole different problem thanks to one of the most broken abilities League of Legends has ever seen, which is the Counter-Strike. Mid lane, though, Sushi gets hounded. Hub gets Scatter the Weak stun, but he has to cleanse it right on out. Sushi does take a decent chunk of damage. Looks like Lojaz used that cease and desist once again, like you called out, onto Sushi's head, but he's got the team to cover him this time.
Next objective is going to be Dragon and Baron in about a minute and 40 seconds time. Neither team is really close to stacking for Drake's soul win conditions here. Baron effective damage is also pretty darn low from the side of Dorado, especially since Hub is behind the curve. Big mid-fight.
It's another good scatter. Hub does get himself out here. Now Lojaz and Adam are on top of Sushi. He gets shut down. Spica on the wrong side of the fight. The hijacked Encore lands onto Zero now. Spica's trying to come in with the Herald to save his team, but Zero is up creek with no paddle. Ace in the hole, not needed. Adam gets another shutdown. Spica has to flash out of the Herald. His NRG are spinning a little bit around Dorado, who find a couple of clutch kills, but guess what they left in the top lane, Rafa?
Yep. Zamudo is just getting paid even more gold splitting on that top lane. And once again, Dorado this time are able to at least get more gold back into their pockets, shutting down Zero alongside getting another kill against Sushi. But it's the same problem again. You have to get gold leads clawed back and overcome in multiple lanes and multiple roles, and the fact that NRG are still constantly allowing Zamudo to become this ever scaling threat that is going to be insanely hard to deal with later on in the game. I mean, there's going to be a point where Zamudo gets enough magic resist for himself, and then once he whips out the Counter-Strike, who kills him in that 1v1? No one.
Listen, man, you take the nameplates off of this late game Jax, and it could look like first stand Bin and Zamudo. Yeah. They could be the same guy at the rate we're going right now.
Yeah, true. Very true. And then Bin and Shun showed us how effective a top lane dominated meta could be in being able to just run the entire game.
Okay, I mean, Zamudo is casually autoing decoy after taking 2 turret shots at the tier 2 turret. That's how strong he's feeling, and he's got Zero behind him. He's just going to shrug off more and more CC. As Zero and Zamudo are just stalling for NRG as they will secure the 3rd Drake of the game. As you mentioned, though, Rafa, bit of a later timer. There are just 2 Drakes in at about 20 minutes, so it does feel like Soul might not be on the cards for NRG with how much of a lead they've got.
Isn't just casually stealing all of the easier to take camps. Can't always go for the blue buff, especially when the enemy jungler is there, but can yoink away a Gromp. And every small win is a moral victory for a jungler's mentality here on Summoner's Rift. We're now at the point, though, that Baron has spawned. And like we said before, Baron damage is pretty low from Dorado. For NRG, if you bring Zamudo there, then I'm about it. Yeah. If you want to try and burst it down. But at this point, I think you are just looking for picks with your Ash Arrow, trying to make sure that you're always grouped up around one of your strong side laners with Zero and Zamudo pushing on either. You have to probably pay a little bit more attention, unless this is a pick on the Kisno.
Oh, he puts the flag in. He didn't think they'd be that far up. There's the cease and desist. Adam's coming across. He's a stolen Cataclysm. What a tempered fate as well. Spica is caught trying to save his jungler. They're going to flash on top of him. He does get the Encore down, but there is the hijack Cataclysm. Zamudo TP's in, but it's a great portal from Redemption to get all 3 members out. The stun's going to layer, so Zamudo can't get the Counter-Strike stun. It's Sushi trying to layer auto after auto. The volley is going to find its mark onto Redemption to get one back. But the Death Brush still succeeds here from Dorado Gaming thanks to Redemption's Bard gameplay.
Yeah, it was just beautiful sequence there from Redemption. Not only they get the pick on the Kizno and then identifies, I need to Tempered Fate the Seraphine so that she cannot look for a counter engage with the Encore, stopping us from bursting out Kizno. Then by herself, yeah, she could throw out the ultimate, but she's got no one behind her to bail her out. And then the magical journey through that wall allows them to escape the Zamudo collapse as well, burning his teleport effectively. Yeah, Redemption goes down, but he goes down a hero.
I talked to a lot of people in the tier 3 space over the last, I would say year, maybe 9 months. And when you talk about support pool and how much people have put pressure on the weakness of this pool in NA, I heard Redemption's name time and time again in places like ACL that this guy is legit and deserves the shot. It's cool to see him on this Bard, really finding these integral angles like you talked about. So it's good to see, more support players stepping up here in the NACL. More rookies stepping up here in the NACL.
Yeah. NRG are still ahead in terms of gold, but they've once again been able to identify a couple more members in order to shut down Kizno and Spica. Hang on.
How does Zero ever expect to find this buy in his own brush? He's going to have to flash away from Lojaz. Doesn't get the damage on his own. Adam does get interrupted thanks to flag drag. Now the Ash Arrow is going to find its mark. Zero is safe as long as he keeps his distance. Kizno backing out thanks to the Seraphine shield. Redemption takes the portal through. He's going to flag drag back forward. Encore going to hit on a Redemption. Adam really wants Zero, but he can't get close enough. The range is too far for Adam to find that kill. Man. And now the cavalry arrives to give Sushi a double kill and potentially an NRG look at the Baron.
They tried to run the same play, but this time NRG were ready for it, and also the Tempered Fate doesn't go on to Spica soon enough. He still gets the Encore off, so he still gets an effective job done, but now Lojaz is going to try to see if he can steal this Baron right under NRG's nose.
We saw Darduck have some steel heroics yesterday. Can Lojaz add his name to the slab? Vault Breaker available. He's going to go in for it. He gets scattered away, and he doesn't even get a chance. They just delete Lojaz. It's NRG with a kill and a Baron.
Beautiful call by NRG. As soon as you see the enemy Vi, get off the Baron, turn, blow her up, and then resume so that there's not even a chance for a 50-50. And you know what? It's pretty nice to have not one but two jungle mains in your team because they both know the trauma of having an enemy jungler come in and win the 50-50 smite.
Yeah, it's double the pain if it happens, but double the cover to make sure it doesn't. That's some good logic there, Rafa. Does NRG now start the Baron March? The arrow not going to find its mark, but Zamudo is 7 levels up on Redemption. Yeah, there's no way he's ever clicking away from that Bard. A couple stuns going to layer into the trap to get some good autos down, but Zamudo just shrugs it off and allows for his team to knock down the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is a hell of a counter to...
Balanced ability, Rafa. Balanced ability.
Yep. AD carry mains hate this trick.
So much.
Press E.
Press E. Oh, my champion doesn't do any damage, and you can stun me? Very cool. That's very cool. Good
nice.
Mechanic.
All right, well, I'm swapping to Ziggs now, so I have a chance next time.
Yep. Yeah, that's called joining the evil empire right there, and I refuse to do it unless my coach tells me to, and I'll do it. Lojaz looking for an angle here onto Zero. Tempered Fate is going to land, so Spica can't get the Encore off, but there's just too much damage for NRG. Lojaz doesn't have any backup, and now Sushi gets to turn into a Gatling gun, shredding through Decoy's health bar. Redemption's next to fall as well, and Kizno and Zamudo out on the hunt to see if they can find some stragglers. It's another multi-kill fight here for Sushi, and with the Baron, they're going to march on the base. Hub gets caught on a flag and drag. The counter-strike lands from Zamudo. A hijacked Encore will be the final song of Dorado Gaming. 26 minutes in, and NRG showed they were angry about game 1. They're going to even our series up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, 15 seconds is the closest death timer from Lojaz, and he will not be enough to stop this march from taking the entire base. NRG gonna clean out for a revenge win, and we're going to game 3, Slayer.
Maybe not expected on the docket when we saw the matchups, but there's nothing more fun in the regular split than a game 3 on tap here. Dominating win here for NRG.
Strong way for NRG to bounce back, of course. Obviously, we had them as the series favorite overall, but still nice to see them actually manifested here. And strong revenge performance from Sushi and Spica. Once again, Sushi was the focus of Low Jazz and a majority of the roster from Dorado Gaming in this game, and Sushi still put up the numbers, still was ensuring that he was contributing either through flashing forward to get kills whenever he could see it, or just supplying the right enchanted crystal arrows from across the map to stall out fights and play for re-engages on top of it as well.
Yeah, and shout out Kisno too. We saw, you know, in the first week for NRG, he had some really nice synergy with 5 Mini, who ends up winning the MVP of that series. I thought they linked up in 2v2s really well. And then we have Zero and I come in, and I mean, we saw a couple 2v2 skirmishes from those guys that were super lopsided as well. So it was really winning on both of those fronts that were a bit more suspect from game number 1. And you knew Zamudo was going to get a lead, and if he got ignored long enough, well, you saw what happened with his Jax. That was the energy that we were described to have coming into the split with how dominating they could be. Can they do it, though, for one final game here? We'll have to see if Dorado can make the upset happen or if NRG are going to find their second series win. All that and more will come on the other side of another short intermission.
Munchie defined jungle diff, and Yuji is reminding the LCS exactly. Hello, what's up, y'all? Rafa here, recapping everything NACL Spring 2026. Here's what you missed in Week 1. We started the split with a heavyweight clash between Conviction and Maryville University. Sniper was surgical on the Aurelia to take Game 1, and while it was hyped to see him lock in his signature ribbon for the decider, Yuji was simply too efficient. He remained proactive in every game despite the Game 1 loss, eventually reclaiming his jungle kingdom and proving why he's a 2-time most valuable prospect. In the CCG versus Winthrop University series, the Eagles actually secured a solid early game advantage, but Darduck showed exactly why he is such a feared veteran. He and Only 35 coordinated great map punishes to stifle Winthrop's momentum, outplaying them in the end to secure the 2-0 sweep. Also, shout out to Fiji for a disciplined NACL debut. It's not common to see a rookie top laner make their claim to fame playing mostly tanks instead of carries, and Fiji's Sion and Ornn looked just as good as a seasoned pro. For peak entertainment, Supernova vs Citadel was back and forth chaos. Eventually, Shochi emerged as the series-defining hero thanks to his Aurora gameplay. He gave us some incredible moments and followed it up with a legendary post-game interview that you absolutely have to see. Our match of the week for Week 2 is Maryville vs Blue Otter. This is the ultimate test for Munchie. We're going to see if his explosive Week 1 momentum can match up against the 2-time MVP Yuji. It's a battle for jungle supremacy that you cannot miss. Make sure to follow, like, and subscribe for everything NACL, and let us know in the comment section below, what was your biggest surprise from Week 1?
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Nice to see you all again here on week 2, day 2 of the North American Challengers League Spring Split. And we have a game 3 on tap here between NRG and Dorado Gaming that we didn't expect to be getting here, Rafa, but we are happy to see nonetheless.
Yeah, props to Dorado, who played a fantastic game 1 to even put us in this position where we are going the distance for a full 3-game series in our first match of the day between NRG and Dorado. But this second game was a little bit back to standard, a little bit back to another day in the office here for NRG, and now it's just up to them to close it out, or if Dorado can find an angle now that we're our 3rd game deep in the Fearless series, to see if the champion pools kind of open up and you can get some of those niche pocket picks to break free.
There are a ton of them all over this matchup. We talked a lot about it in the pre-show, but if you missed it, Adam has shown his sort of predisponents to play towards those mid lane marksmen in the Vayne mid in the NACL, but he also is playing stuff like Zeri first strike mid and solo queue. We know Zamuto's got stuff like the Gangplank he can always go to. Zero and I was known as a solo queue demon on Jason Irelia mid, and we still are trying to figure out what the Spica support champion pool looks like. So game 3 is very fun for both sides of this matchup.
Yeah. Karma remains to be on the table going into our 3rd draft of the series. We'll see if that either gets contested or just straight up banned. Also Nami, but the immediate Corki ban by NRG signals that Nami probably doesn't get paired alongside with any of the remaining marksmen unless you go for like a Lucian Nami throwback. But I mean, you are the AD carry main. You tell me if that lane is still viable in this day and age.
You know, I think it can be. It's always like matchup dependent, right? You got to think about like matchups a lot of the time. That with the combos in any lane you do, but I feel like it really gets accentuated in bottom lane. So we'll have to see. The jury's still out on that one, is what I'll say here, Rafa. Is we do see the Karma ban though come through at the very end there for Dorado. We're back to our game 1 draft style, by the way, which is NRG on the blue side with first selection. So what do they want to go with here? A lot of the heavy hitter B1s are off the board by this point. It's kind of open to where does NRG want to kind of pivot their draft towards? Who do they want to prioritize early? Well, that's pretty stock standard.
Yeah. Well, Varus is going to give you a lot of lane control, and you have the flexibility of either pivoting towards what we mostly see, the poke build, or if there's a lot of tanks that Dorado start racking up, then you probably will have to go for the on-hit variant just to make sure that you can burst those meat sticks down. Dorado, in terms of answers, because Nami is the only strong enchantress left on the board, you can try and go for engaged supports here, paired alongside with the Sivir. Alistar makes a lot of sense because Alistar works fantastically into Sivir, so it might be nice to try and deny that. And there's no fear of a Sylas being locked in against the Alistar and steal that ultimate damage reduction.
Well, we've talked a lot about, you know, game 3 drafts, take a lot of really big priority champions off the board. It escaped my mind, at least, that Xin Zhao was still around and floating, and I will fall for the hover because I think LoJazz would be trolling if you didn't lock this one in a little bit with how valuable it is. So the Xin Zhao will come across, and that already kind of nerfs the power Sushi will have on Poke Varus with the Crescent Guard alone.
Yep, because you cannot hurt Xin Zhao once he pops that ultimate outside of that effective circle range. So now your skirmishing pool in the jungle is pretty much limited to Wukong as like next best in slot. However, Kizno, a big fan of the Malphite jungle, super strong once you know that there's a lot of physical damage already prioritized by the enemy team and all the other major skirmishers are out of play. Now you have guaranteed go buttons and engage from Kizno. You can stand up against the Xin Zhao, don't fear any of the invades, and there's the Alistar now into the Sivir.
All right. One of the biggest questions going into this NACL split was Spica on support. What would it look like? And how would he look on those engaged supports? We have finally gotten to that point. I want to give you props, Rafa. You talked about Alistar's power in the last draft for Spica. He'll get that one locked down to secure NRG, a very big front line, but You always like the Rakan into teams that have a pretty big front lines because he can zip past them to try and go for priority targets a bit better. So that's what Redemption will opt for as we have our bottom lanes and jungles rounded out once again, just like Game 2 draft, as we head into the second ban phase.
Rakan will also dissuade a lot of like heavy divers that are carry oriented, things like the Aurelia, because Rakan can just pop the ultimate and then charm those threats on their way into trying to get on top of Hub in the backline. Can't really stop the Alistar on the Malphite because once the Malphite sends it with the ultimate, it's unstoppable force for a reason. You can try and maybe charm Alistar out of the combo on the way in, so maybe that's the logic there. But I think if you're NRG, you can try and just play range, even though that doesn't necessarily work into Xin Zhao. So it is a good conundrum that Dorado have at least proposed to NRG to try and figure out in this draft phase for the second round.
I want to shout out Dorado because I think the Zahen ban is actually really smart with this sort of, like we're talking about, big, beefy boys on the front line diving forward. Like Zahen pops the Grim Deliverance. You're playing with an Alistar and a Malphite. That is terrifying. So that's a really good ban here. Always going to shout out the Mel ban. Adam did hover that one, so getting rid of more of Adam's champions. And we see once again the Gwen ban coming across, which Rafa does kind of signal that Decoy maybe wants to go for one of those weak side tanks again with Ornn still up.
Definitely makes sense to me. Probably trying to prioritize a counter pick scenario for Adam going into this final game 3, and it makes me curious to see if this is going to be another double marksman scenario, which into Malphite sounds like a bad thing to do. So maybe not a double marksman unless this marksman tends to do more magic damage or does true damage. Hint, hint, wink, wink. But still, I'm not sure if this would be the angle. But if you are banning Gwen and you are banning Zahen as well, it does sound like Decoy is going to be taking the blind pick responsibility in this draft. Never mind.
Ooh,
it's a Ziggs.
No, a Ziggs mid. Okay, so Dorado immediately, I don't really care what the next two NRG picks are. Their scaling advantage is clear. And this is the first game that they are playing towards the scaling advantage. Game 1, they were, even though it went longer, we talked about them as the mid-game power spiking team. They definitely had to be in the Game 2 loss, but Ziggs and Sivir, once those guys get to 4 items, 5 items, good luck, NRG.
And now NRG have to just... Woo!
Oh,
Jace is thrown down! More than likely should be Ciro's Jace signature mid.
Should
and
be.
now Zamudo would be forced to blind pick. I know that some top laners might like Jace as a blind in certain scenarios, but I hope that it is the Jace mid for Ciro, since this is his most played champion in solo queue. And if you thought one tank was terrifying, how about two?
This is a gamble, though. They'll lock it in. If I was gonna, point out the warning signs from Dorado's low damage draft for last game, gotta point it out here in this one too, especially if that is the lethality Varus. Boy, are both of these NRG damage dealers on a timer, Mark.
Yeah, because if there's effectively no magic damage from the side of NRG, and now with an Ornn slam potential from Dorado, Decoy, all he's got to do is just stack armor. You stack armor. Otherwise, unless Sushi decides to go like an AP Varus variant, which I think you might be forced to do so, because this is really, really dangerous if you all in on this poke identity from Jace and Varus into a scaling tank like Ornn. But just more so of the scaling identity, double, triple down from Dorado. And even if the early game goes sour, you have such strong wave clear from both Ziggs and Sivir. I mean, these two champions are notorious for being able to send games to the 50-minute mark just off of how powerful their wave clear is. And into a team like NRG, if they're not able to effectively split push on the sides of the map, all they can do is just look for poke. But if they can't necessarily walk up to these turrets and clear them, I mean, Dorado might just be sending us into an all-time banger, 35 minutes plus.
That's a good shout. But Rafa, we did not factor one thing in. What if Kisno just goes glass cannon full AP? What if?
Oh, dude.
It might be low-key troll, but man, would it be fun.
It would be super fun. And the thing is, if there was an angle to do it, you already have a dedicated tank in this Scion, and you have a pseudo tank in Alistar. So I don't hate it. I don't think it should be done, but I don't hate it. But you do need magic damage from somewhere. So if it's not the Varus, maybe the Malphite is your saving grace.
We'll get a bit of a clue here as we get onto the Rift for our final match, no matter what. NRG Dorado Gaming, game number 3. We'll get to see maybe what the summoner choices, the keystone choices are for our two teams to give a bit of a better idea. Okay, so it's going to be Lethality Varus. I'm glad I have a jungler here. Is Electrocute always the route with Malphite jungle?
That tends to be the common route for Malphites, even if he just ends up going like Seek's Harbinger into Protoplasm, right? Because there's no really other keystone that...
Oh my god, speaking of that headbutt was crazy. Problem is, I still don't think Sushi wants to trade too heavily. I mean, the Piercing Arrow does a decent amount of damage, but Hub has lethal, so he'll happily look for some of these longer trades. But what an angle found by Spica already. Oh yeah, he's happy to be on engaged supports. You can already tell.
Just getting up and aggressive. I mean, that kind of helps save a little bit of the laning phase for Sushi early on, because the range advantage, the slight range advantage, I should say, from Rakan and the sustain with the Gleaming Quill always gives you a leg up over on Alistar level 1. But at least with Alistar level 1, you can always just look for Headbutt Auto. And if you do enough damage there, wow, you've gotten your job done. And just being able to isolate Hub away from Redemption gives a little bit of relief over to Sushi.
How about the artillery war we're going to have in this mid lane, by the way? Yeah, you called it out at the top of the show, Mr. Rafa, the enhanced shock blast call. So we'll have some enhanced shock blasts here from Zero in this game, and then Ziggs, the artillery mage himself. They'll just be, it's just a full skill shot dependent matchup, which is always fun in that mid lane. And if we have to pad top lane, it's one thing and one thing only, folks. There is nothing else happening on the Rift.
Yeah. Well, because this is the Lethality Varus build incoming, and it's undetermined whether Kisno is going to go some kind of AP hybrid variant or just go full support tank econ build like we've seen most Malphites do. NRG has to snowball this game incredibly fast. They need to hit that first item spike super hard, and then the second item spike, if it's like Manamune plus lethality items for both Zero and Sushi, if they don't get the ball rolling and they don't have this massive gold advantage where they're taking out turrets super early on and then forcing Dorado already to lose inhibitor turrets before the 20-minute mark, or just like as soon as we get to that point, then the scaling advantage that Dorado has is just so insanely powerful, and the damage profile is just too weak from NRG to compete against a frontline like this Warren.
It's a very alarming timer that will constantly be in the back of the mind of NRG here. Do you see some of these first jungle clears getting completed? It's going to be Kisno a bit further behind the 8-ball. We'll get up to that top crab now. You see Spica with a nice headbutt pull of engage onto Hub. Versus his barrier out. Big piercing arrow going to come down. Not doing a ton of damage without the empower of the Varus W, but Spica's starting to find some angles and recognizes that, hey, they feel much more powerful than 2v2. Wow. The cooldowns come right back up. Hail of arrows comes down. Spica wants to kill him. His own Sushi's going to flash to find first blood, but it's Spica that put him on a platter. The flash from Redemption will get away from one more piercing arrow, but there's a winning lane already manifesting for NRG.
And Sushi doesn't even have a combat summoner spell. He has teleport. This is against a barrier flash Sivir. So you should always feel bold and more empowered to feel like you were going to be able to win some of these early all-ins. But Spica and Sushi, well coordinated. You talked about it before in your interview with Sushi that this bottom lane duo has been working a lot together in the offseason leading up to NACL, and all of those reps are starting to pay off here in this game 3.
As they have that clear-cut advantage early on and will look to further empower it. Thanks to those lethality items, the Sushi will come back to lane, even saves his teleport. They get the lane state in such a perfect spot that now Sushi can really just settle back in and take the TP back when I assume he completes even more of those cheap items towards something like a Yomu's later on. So we'll further accentuate that lead And you're buying more time on top of that for Kizno to just power farm up because, as you know very well...
Oh my god,
oh my god, Zamudo! That's just disgusting. The solo bolo on the tank matchup.
It's not a wet noodle fight when it comes to Zamudo on the Sion. That is a kill lane for sure.
Jazz? Spica, all right. So does have to flash away from low Jazz as the collapse comes across, but yep. It was about only a matter of time in this series, wasn't it, Rafa?
So funny to see that the solo bolo from Zamudo happens in a tank versus tank matchup, but it just exemplifies further how good Zamudo is and how worried we were about this top lane matchup for Decoy.
Spica's still looking for more here. The spell shield does come down to dodge the stun. Hup looking for trades back in. Kizno, this is an ultless Mal fight, so he kind of just has to waddle on in and look for a slow. Good hail of arrows. A piercing arrow finds its mark through the flash. Sushi toggling up the aimbot on the Varus finds 1 kill, and that means Redemption is out of luck here. He'll fall as well. Kizno picking up a second. NRG with a 4-0 open.
Dude, Spica is showing off the mechanics on this Alistar 2 with a quick pulverized flash to get behind Redemption for the easy reposition so that Kizno can finally contribute despite only being level 5. They're going to fight in the river.
All right, Kizno going to flash away from low Jess with some respect as the TP does come down. This is Redemption looking to join the fray. It's only Zero and Adam with ultimates here as there comes the Inferno Bomb. Double headbutt pull from Spica trying to get Kizno out, and Zero drops the hammer on low Jazz's head, picks up a double as Sushi also TP's back into the play. You thought game 2 was an early lead for NRG. How about a 6-0 early lead to game 3?
Yeah, it's 3,000 gold before 7 minutes. Kizno just dinged level 6 now, so if there's any future contest on this crap, it ain't happening, because that unstoppable force is going to head towards someone's head in a very fast manner, and Dorado loses on not 1 but 2 overall flips from the bot lane into the river. This game is looking chalked already.
3K gold lead at 7 minutes is breakneck speed, folks. And you can see the gold is just evenly distributed. Zamudo holding on to that nearly 1K gold lead. Sushi's up about 1,000 of his own. And Spica on the engage support doing exactly what we expected. Looking for more fights. The Chains of Corruption locks up Redemption. Grabs Hub as well. The stun into the piercing arrow is just flawless there from Sushi and Spica, who are really finding their form in the 2v2 lane. Finally, in the do or die game 3. Another headbutt pulls. Sushi's waiting on cooldowns. The stun lands. And one more arrow into the heart to really sink home the lane win here for NRG in the bot side.
The Sushika bot lane is just popping off right now against Dorado. Do you like that name? I don't know if it was gonna ring, but I kind of liked it too.
It rolls off the tongue pretty well. I actually did like it. That was like an approving chuckle. You know what I mean?
Well, we'll see what the audience thinks. And in fact, if
we are at the
whenever you get it, yeah, you'll have to ask Sushi himself if he likes Sushika as a bot lane duo.
Oh, here we go. This is what happens when you have aimbot in your own veins. Bam! Beauty. Beauty of a shot there from Sushi. Shout out Phillips Norelco OneBlade for that precision play. Look back at that. Very nice shot there from Sushi.
Yeah, it was quite sharp. Very clean as well. And right on the edge as, unfortunately for Hub, thought that the arrow was... Oh,
I know what you're doing, man. I know.
Yeah. Okay. Phillips, I need another Norelco OneBlade replacement. I need a new charger, so send one my way. I will gas you up.
My line.
No cap. Hit my DMs on Twitter.com/RafaCast, and I got you. As we look ahead in this game, neither team has gone for either of the objectives. Kizno's just making sure that he's not falling behind in farm, but we talked about how important it is for them to find a snowball at this point in the game on this one item spike. Kizno has that Zeke's Harbinger, so he has the ultimate haste. He can find more unstoppable forces, and because he's also rocking the domination tree with the electrocute keystone, he probably has ultimate hunter as well, and he was involved in quite a few kills and assists there, so he's already going to have this one of the best ultimates in the game off cooldown relatively sooner than in most normal scenarios. And Dorado, we know that this composition wants to scale. They want to take their time, and they're going to have to drop ego in a lot of these early fights and just hope that NRG cannot snowball this game faster than Dorado can scale back into it.
Well, that feels like a big ask right now with 4.5K gold. And right now, you know, the Dragon's secured. and more plates going down. They're double proxying right now because I watched Zamudo proxy a top wave, Sushi and Spica, or I guess technically this is the closest you'll get to bot lane proxying, the way they are pushing Hub and Redemption off this wave. I mean, Hub is going to lose 2 full waves of XP and gold at this rate. They'll finally have to force LoJazz to come down here to try and break this. But it's a 2K gold lead by the time Sushi finally relents and lets Hub back to the farm world.
And thankfully for Dorado, as long as their jungler's there, then the turret advantage of the shots ramping up will always give them a little bit of relief in trying to make sure that they are not completely starved out of gold there. So that forces Kizno just to return to his top side of the map while he was pressuring and hovering Sushi and Spica just to make sure that they were putting Hub as far behind as possibly can. As you mentioned before, because Zamudo has been proxying waves as well, we already know that a tank winning the solo lane matchup against another tank might not seem like the most exciting thing in the world, but let me tell you, especially if you are an AD carry having to play against a super fed tank and you realize, hey, why is their tank on 2 items and my first tank, or my tank, is still trying to work on their first item, it just means that they're way too hard to kill because they are ahead of the effective gold curve of the game.
Oh, Redemption with the quickness, maybe looking for a turnaround, or maybe to just save Hub from a piercing arrow that's charging up and doesn't have enough damage to find that kill just yet. Mid lane, unstoppable force, nearly finds the kill. Kizno does have to flash to secure it, but there is that 2v2 we saw really flourish in game 2. Zero and Kizno back at it again.
Everything is starting to, I don't want to say like completely fall apart, but yeah, it's pretty close to that. If I have to be pretty close to complete collapse from Dorado Gaming, and it's just the nature of this draft, right, from NRG. They had to optimize for the hard, fast snowball, trying to get a massive gold advantage as fast as possible so that you start getting full control and access to the rest of Dorado's resources, starting them out of gold.
Hub, look out. Up.
Wow. Zamudo is...
Choo-choo, here comes Zamudo.
He kills him,
Gets
right?
the spell shield, unstoppable onslaught. I mean, he can shrug off all these turret shots like they're nothing. Hub has to flash over the wall. I don't think Hub thought that Zamudo was ulting bot.
I definitely wouldn't have either, Slayer, and that's just crazy to me that Zamudo can find that potential solo kill angle onto a Sivir, but like we said before, having a Scion accelerated ahead with not only just the first item, but also working his way towards an unending despair super early on means that you, who are already 3 kills behind against Sushi, you just can't do anything against the Scion in the side lane. So they have to send Hub and Redemption back onto the top side, but Kizno's already here to threaten with a dive.
Just waiting on that unstoppable force, and with Spica's ult, he could just take up the turret easy. The charm does come down. Spica taking up a lot of shots early on, but the headbutt pull does layer. He gets his ult down so he can shrug off the next couple shots. I mean, this turret fired off 7 or 8 rounds, and it doesn't matter. It's 2 more kills over to the Sushi experience for NRG.
Yeah, at this point, it's just a bounce house wherever Spica and Kizno want to go when they have both of their ultimates. Not even a turret can save you. The damage tanking abilities of both of these champions.
Zamudo, what
are you doing, Zamudo?
Oh my god, the enhanced shock blast. He uses the unstoppable onslaught. He's gonna glide on out away from LoJazz. Dorado Gaming still not gonna find themselves a kill unless LoJazz gonna chase, but he gets spotted on a ward, so Zamudo's gonna keep on running away. And there's no Raptors for you even to get there, LoJazz. They ate everything, left no crumbs, brother.
Is that what you call aura farming? On what Zamudo just did, just casually walking between 2 turrets and then just ulting out, not even having to burn any summoner spells there.
Aura farming, limit testing. There's a couple of ways to describe whatever Zamudo is getting up to on this Scion, but
maybe a little bit of health mogging there too.
Health mogging, that's a good one. He is health maxing with the Soul Furnace, so I guess he can health mog as well. He's at 2 items at 14 minutes, tank items, so I think we just let Zamudo do whatever the hell he wants to.
Unfortunately, I think that's the reality that Dorado have accepted for a majority of this series, just because no matter what lane Zamudo gets, he has been ahead of the curve in every single one, and now that he's climbing ahead almost 2,500 gold, in a tank-on-tank matchup. It just means that you're always going to win the frontline war, and Lojaz, just off of the threat of Kizno walking up menacingly, forces him to pop the Crescent Guard.
Yeah, they were looking to maybe try and work their way towards that dragon, but Kizno will happily solo this thing down on his own. You get the lane assignments back pretty standard. Sushi in the mid lane getting the push into Adam. You guys just collect wave after wave, and the map will slowly start to turn into NRG territory. Mid tier 1 soon to go down. Zero and I is going to get rid of the bot tier 1, and yeah, Zamudo's just making all of the jungle his happy home at this point, just trying to make sure that Lojaz knows that there's always a Scion around that corner waiting for him.
Yeah. He's got to be careful, because this is one tank that just cannot be brought down early on by any of the carries from Dorado. Obviously, the damage profile, once we get past 2-item, 3-item breakpoints, will be a lot easier to try and maintain that 5-on-5 parity, but when the gold curve is inflated in NRG's favor this much, it's impossible right now. And still, it's on NRG to execute the snowball and cleanly close this game out before Dorado hit that scaling breakpoint. We feel pretty confident that with nearly 8,000 gold advantage in their pockets, they should be able to pull it off, but anything can happen.
Face checking into Kizno, just holding on to that unstoppable force. Bam, there it goes down into the Chains of Corruption. Speaking of wanting to get in there with a headbutt, but Sushi's damage was too great for him to even find that combo. And down goes Lojaz.
He's
he
cutting him off.
The harsh reality that, oh my god, I was going to say none of the jungle is Lojaz's. I don't think any of the lanes are Dorado's as we see Zamudo flank across. Here comes the Ornn Horn to try to get the knock up. They get out of turret range. There's a good double headbutt from the Ornn. Zamudo will finally fall. Adam picks up a big shutdown. Kizno trying to walk his way out of there. We'll have cover from Spica and Sushi. It took 17 minutes, but Dorado get on the board with a fat check paid to Adam.
You know, NRG went for a huge overextension, and I thought they were right to do it. I thought they definitely could pull it off because they were so far ahead, but Dorado able to layer the CC down well and make sure that they were able to answer the numbers advantage that Zamudo was trying to find with that quick collapse. And there's some miscoordinated stuff. Zamudo was trying to hit the unstoppable onslaught, and Spica goes for the headbutt pulverized combo. Doesn't layer the CC as well as it could have been. It's still an 8,000 gold advantage for NRG, but Dorado will take whatever punishes they can get because they're going to need as much time stalling as possible in this game.
Getting gold onto the Ziggs definitely helps accomplish that a bit here. You see Kizno getting onto this Rift Herald on his own again. Dorado have to do the stall game where they are going to have to give virtually every neutral objective on the map that doesn't lock in a game loss here, which is Herald, Soul Point, Drake. All those are just a given over to Kizno. The hope here for Dorado Gaming is they can turtle and scale up enough to maybe try and make a big push for Baron fight or what do we got? Another Chemtech Soul Drake fight, which would be a little bit later than that Baron, but in that time, you've got NRG just handling these side lanes and farming even more gold to get to these leads. You really look towards both Zero and Sushi and their items, right? Those cheap lethality items. They both have the Yomu's done. They both have the Moramana done. And that is just so much innate damage for this point of the game.
Yep, this is the peak mid-game spike here for NRG. And I will say for Dorado, if NRG do not slam the game shut off this moment in time in this spike from Moramana being completed, then there's a chance. But this should be where NRG just take the final structures on the outer rim of the base. They can start sieging into the base itself and should be expecting an NRG 2-1 win over Dorado in a few moments here.
Definitely this series felt like NRG got a little bit shell-shocked in game 1. And even in game 2, I thought there were a lot of good looks here for Dorado. So not calling the series over yet, but just want to really reinforce on the fact, regardless of the outcome, that this was some marked improvement from Dorado from their first matchup to this week that they need to take away from.
Yeah, we look back at the game 1. I mean, that was an amazing early game that Lojaz was able to find, and then just sequence that into bot lane dive, getting Hub massively ahead, and who had a spectacular performance on the Ezreal as well. So just understanding that while the expectation for the series was NRG favored, Dorado getting a win alone in this series is still something that we have to consider going into future matchups, where Dorado might actually look a lot more competitive against the middle of the pack teams here.
All right, one tank ultimate didn't land, so the Rock swings on in and gets the knock-up onto Decoy. He'll go down here. Kizno goes on a rampage. Again, the unfortunate reality for Dorado is that the jungle, the entirety of it on the map, is not theirs, and soon they will be sequestered only into their base here as the tier 2 turrets start dropping. Shelly comes on out and takes a crack at the tier 2 turret in mid lane. That one goes down, and Kizno is going to not go for the inhibitor turret just yet. He's going to test out his driving skills and swing on over to another lucrative tier 2 turret. Does kind of split the team up. Spica is pushed off of to one side here. He has to pop that Unbreakable Will. It's Dorado dumping everything into Spica to finally get this kill, and it will be Lojaz with the shutdown. Second kill for a second turret. Parade between Dorado and NRG.
Yeah, not the sacrificial lamb, but the sacrificial cow from Mr. Ming, as Spica says 07 and ensures that the rest of his team can take out the second tier turret in on the bot side of the map, giving NRG as much gold as possible and further cementing their massive advantage over Dorado. Like we said before, there's going to be any small wins you can take from Dorado in this game state that is so damn hard to try and come back from. I'm lacking confidence on whether they can actually make it happen from this state, because you look at all the carries, mid lane is the only one that is kind of stable, but jungle is one item ahead. Bot lane is almost 1 to 2 items ahead. Top lane is 1 item ahead as well. So anytime you take a 5-on-5, you're always going to be fighting at a disadvantage.
It is a rough outlook. It's NRG's early games have just been really locked in ever since after that game 1. And now they're kind of trying to go through the motions of closing out this 10.5k gold lead. They have Baron in their sights, but right now they're just going to blow up Redemption real casually. He was just simply trying to go for some wards, man, and all he found was his 5th gray screen of the game.
Yeah, he went over the Baron pit and then suddenly found a Spica Alistar and said, oh no, I'm in danger. And Spica can just kind of chuckle to himself very evilly and just send him back into a giant sand rock monster, sending him back to the Shadow Realm.
All right, Spica getting engaged on as the Baron take does go down. Good enhanced shock blast into the background here. It's Zamudo just holding the front line. I mean, how do you get any damage past this Scion? Answer, impossible. There goes Sushi with a legendary kill onto the decoy tank. Redemption is going to get dashed around by Spica from the quickness knockup, so instead it has to be the charm to come down. Well, there's just no damage loaded into Dorado's comp. It's another piercing arrow. Zamudo is going to casually kill Lojaz off under the top lane tier 2 turret in the background. So Dorado do stop the Baron play, but it costs them even more members.
You know, that was potentially a really nice look for Dorado, since a lot of the members from NRG were kind of split up. But like you called out, once Zamudo just started walking forward, all 3 of the backliners were desperately trying to fend him off, and they just didn't feel like they were putting any dents into his effective health bar. Unending Despair, the Hollow Radiance to mitigate off all of Adam's damage, and then Hub just cannot get close enough because he's rocking Essence Reaver and then a force straight into Lord Dominus with guards just so that he can have the armor penetration. Yeah, I mean, you know, as an AD carry main, having to build your armor penetration item second is a tough one.
Yeah, it is the right read, though, because you're never autoing Zero or Sushi in this game state. So you just got to take your battle with the tanks. It's once again NRG. They're going to come off the Baron to look for a big play into a huge unstoppable force. The knockups are layering like poetry from NRG. Everyone hopping up in the air and coming down to a gray screen from Dorado. It's a triple for Sushi, an absolute masterpiece of a team fight from NRG.
If the wave states were a little bit better, NRG could have just ended the game right there, so Zero has to just push the mid wave while the rest of the team goes for the Baron. Spica's having a ball, laughing his butt off on how beautiful that sequence was. That was straight out of like one of those like YouTube shorts you see where it's just like 5-man knockup, pure bounce house footage, and NRG are just showing why they are a team to fear in the NACL.
a team to contend for potentially a championship spring split here with the way they are showing up in these last 2 games. And yeah, we need an immediate replay on this masterpiece. 4-man. Yeah, it was a 4-man into a 4-man. I think the only person that doesn't get knocked up there is Low Jazz, and he's just like turning around to see the chaos and carnage that is his team. He's like, guys, you okay back there? Oh Lord.
Nope. The parent in the bus looking backwards and seeing if the kids are all right. Unfortunately, they've been blasted out the side windows, and there's no bus to be driven anymore for Dorado. It's a spectacular crash, and NRG are the major roadblock for them this entire game. We're past the 25-minute mark. We've got almost a third item in the pocket for Hub, but this is a 16,000 gold advantage that they have to overcome. There's just no chance in this way unless it is NRG that makes a massive fumble in the face of Dorado's base.
Yep, they've set up the 2-2-1 split on all sides. Dorado have opted to try and defend the bottom lane inhibitor turret, and they are once again, like, they've unfortunately had to do a lot of this series, just letting Zamudo get away with whatever he wants, which right now is wailing on a top lane inhibitor turret. He'll soon to get that inhibitor done as well. Kizno and Zero just juggling that mid wave to make sure it can come up. This is a good point to show off how, even in such a grave game state, that Sivir and Ziggs can kind of slow down a Baron power play, but
yeah,
it's only a matter of time before more structures drop.
Yeah. If this Sushi Varus wasn't so damn strong, or Zero wasn't so far ahead either, they could shrug off the poke. They could try and just, like, weather the storm, but it's just, the gold curve is betraying them at this point. The massive wall of diff is smacking them straight in the face, and now NRG can look for the final push.
Final march of the NRG parade starts out with a big unstoppable force. Spica gets in there to set up the bouncy house and decoys down for Zamudo, juggling both Nexus turrets aggro so he can let the rest of his team run wild. But Zero does get caught going a little too far forward with his big tank, so one shutdown comes across. Nexus turrets are down, but Sushi is far too low. Kizno's without ultimate. Spica can't really do much here, so it's going to be the unstoppable onslaught ult out here from Zamudo. But Sushi gets caught over the wall. The flash doesn't save him. It's a shutdown over to Hub. He wants more, trying to walk down more of these kills, but I think he went a little too far forward because here comes Spica with a flash double headbutt pulled, and Kizno goes unstoppable. Hub goes down, and it may be a wet noodle fight, but with how strong these noodles are, they hurt like hell, and Hub will fall.
Yeah, Zamudo went for an Overlord's Bloodmail, so even if they lose out on their 2 primary siege poke champions in Jace and Varus, Zamudo starts to drop his health bar, and the AD starts increasing, so quick turnaround, and immediately they just realize, oh crap, Sion does a ton of damage. Well, level 18 Sion, who can also hit the level 20 mark relatively soon as well, can do that for you. And now Chemtech Soul has been secured. No, yeah, 3 inhibitors all gone. Nexus turrets gone. Base fully exposed. NRG just need to run it down one last time. The fact that Dorado was able to hold them off for this long is still quite remarkable.
And they'll enjoy the spoils for probably the next 30 seconds, getting some waves pushed out, but I see Zamudo TPing towards the top side with a completed Sterix gauge, just so he can, you know, fight a little bit stronger if he loses his damage dealers. And you know, this should be the final march here. They don't even need the minions. I'm actually curious why Zamudo's not just opting to walk around all of Dorado and go for the Nexus. That's because he wants to fight. He wants more kills here. As we see Redemption with a decent flank. They are going to get some solid damage down onto Sushi, but nobody else can follow up past the tank line. And bye-bye Dorado. It was a valiant effort to force this series to 3. They had a great showing. But when you go for a king like NRG, you best go for the head, and that they didn't. It's a 2-1 reverse sweep for NRG as they open 2-0 through their first 2 opening series of the spring split of the North American Challengers League.
Yeah, NRG ending the series. After the game 1, it felt like Dorado was Thor piercing that axe into Thanos' chest, and then NRG just looking up at them wearily in game 2 going, you should have gone for the head, and at that point they knew it was chalked. Snap. Bam. Boom goes the dynamite.
Well, it was just 2 clean early games, right? I mean, the fact it was funny, right? Because we talked about how In game one, NRG really opted for like kind of a scaling comp. They went Yunar Lulu. They had this Azir in the mid lane, and they got caught a couple of times playing maybe too fast for a comp of that style. So what do they do the next two games? They kind of just index really well into some early game power, and boy, did they make those early game leads look pretty clean in those 2 wins.
Yeah. Once again, we don't want to take away anything from Dorado's game 1 win because it was impressive, and NRG made them work and bleed just to finish the game, because there are so many times where some of the fights were a little bit panic forced. Some of the ultimates did not connect, but they finally found a window, and Hub and Lojaz were able to be the rallying cry to lead that against NRG in game 1. But afterwards, it just seems like NRG kind of returned to form, being able to smash the lanes that they were expected to win, and Kisno in general just being able to find a lot of really good timers to either help ensure that Zero was being set up for success in that game 2. And here in even game 3, the game was pretty much won when they went for the river fight, and then it ended up being an absolute bloodbath in favor of NRG.
Yeah, the collapse on that play was really magnificent there for NRG to come away with the huge lead that they did not ever relinquish, as you can see in that goal difference. I just find it funny and classic for Zamudo that he nearly outdamages his Jace mid with his Scion, the way he built towards the end of that game and how much fighting he looked to do into this one.
So now, with the series being finished by NRG and Dorado, should be getting into an interview with our series MVP. And it's kind of hard to choose a series MVP for a match like this, because post game 1, everyone was pulling their weight. Everyone was doing an incredible job. I think even in game 3, like the Sushika bot lane was so overwhelming that you almost want to feel like just giving Sushi a player of the game for game 3 alone, because the Varus pop off and Spica, maybe as a combined effort overall, it was just really, really powerful. But when you look at the whole series collectively, even in the game 1 loss, I think it makes sense that it only really comes down to 1 or 2 people who still held strong throughout the entire series.
Yeah, and that will tee up our MVP pick, which was the guy that smashed all of his lanes and really got into his bag in that last game on the Scion. That is going to be our MVP of the series, which is Zamudo. So shout out to Zamudo. And we already have him here ready, locked and loaded for an interview. So let's bring in the MVP of our first series, which is NRG Zamudo. And I am here with the man himself, Zamudo, hot off the 2-1 win, my friend. Congratulations on the series win, the MVP. The first thing I do kind of want to pick your brain on here, though, is diving back to that game 1. I'm curious, obviously you guys come away with that loss. You were decently far behind going into the later stages. Do you find value as a team kind of playing from that behind spot, trying to fight back in a game like that compared to like games 2 and 3 where you guys were pretty handily ahead from the early game and just stomped?
I think it can be valuable to play games from behind, especially like matches. Just like, I think it's a good learning experience for everyone. I think that game was pretty rough, but you know, we tried our best and almost got the win.
Yeah, you guys, bounced back really well to get this 2-1 win, right? In Zamudo, you know, looking a bit more big picture, I along with a lot of people in the community, are pretty, you know, wishing that you were able to obviously get in and play Tier 1 here. But I want to ask, now that you land with NRG, like, what really drew you to this team, this roster, this organization after the unfortunate reality of you not being able to get that LCS look? Was it at least a happy thing to find this kind of roster and this kind of group to land on to play in NACL this split?
Yeah, I mean, initially I wasn't planning to play NACL because I thought it would be too late, you know, pretty hard to find a team. But I was reached out to by NRG after I officially parted ways with Lion, and I'd say I'm pretty happy. You know, I think everyone on the roster is very, very talented, and I think they'll do great things in the near future.
Yeah, so I want to talk to you a bit about that roster, right? Get your opinion on some of your teammates, because obviously, today you got to play with Ciro and I, and you get to play with Phi Mini. You've got Sushi as well, who's kind of like a sophomore here. Like, talk to me about what you've seen from some of these like newer guys, these younger guys that have really impressed you, both within the matches, but also in like scrims and just getting to know them a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, from scrimming over these past few weeks, I've been playing with, like I said, like Zero and Phi Mini. And to start off, I think they both have their strengths. And I think Phi Mini currently is a bit more experienced, obviously, but Zero and I think there have been like moments where I think he plays like extremely well, and I'm very impressed as well. I think as for our bot lane, like Sushi and Spica, I wasn't really sure what to think of them coming in, but I think Sushi is getting better as time goes on, and I think everyone's like taking it seriously and trying to improve every day. So I respect that a lot personally. I think Kizno is like really solid. He's still like learning in some ways, but I think like he's like really solid player already. As for myself, I mean, I'm still trying to like the main reason I joined is because I'm trying to like get better myself, and I think like I have the best opportunity to get better playing with these 5 players, 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's the great mindset to have, right? Is just to continue to look to improve. I got to talk to Sushi a bit before you guys kicked off your split, and he really highlighted how you guys and the coaching staff and NRG as a whole are really looking at this spring split to like kind of develop the roster here and to improve as players as well. I kind of want to talk about, is that also reinforced from you guys in the team environment as well, that kind of like spring split is here to kind of develop as a team, develop as a player, and then maybe looking towards summer, that's when you all as a team are looking to maybe really compete and have the goal of trying to promote into the LCS?
I mean, I'm not too sure about all that, but I think, yeah, I kind of think that is the goal, since we're playing like Zero one week, playing Phi Mini another week. Like I think like we do like have that like development mindset, but at least like personally, like I'm still trying to like win every match I can, just trying to like get better myself. I think like for me at least, like it helps me try to learn more if I'm like actually trying to win.
Awesome to hear. Last question I kind of want to ask you is, obviously we get to see, like, everyone likes to talk about how really diverse and open your champ pool can be, and we got to see some classic staples from you in this series. Obviously, you get the Rumble game in game 1, you get to the Jax and then the Scion, but is there any champion like in your long pedigree of options that you're kind of looking to maybe get some looks in the NACL? I know I watched you play some solo queue on stream. I think you were breaking out the Skarner top. We saw Fiji play some Skarner top. Is there any champ you'd like to maybe get a look at in one of these matches outside of your usual meta champion pool?
Who knows? Maybe I'll lock in like the Graves top one day. Maybe the angle will present itself to me, but I thought like locking in Jax, like it's pretty uncharacteristic for myself, so I was like proud of myself locking in Jax.
Well, you made it look really awesome and helped you earn that MVP, Zamudo. Great talking to you. I want to give you the final word. Any shout outs, any final statements you want before you let you go?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out my girlfriend first. She's been wonderful, always supporting me every day. It's amazing. I'd like to shout out all the coaches and staff at NRG. I'd like to shout out my entire team. I'd like to shout out all the fans out there that are cheering for us. And I'd also like to shout out Toasty Alex for helping me fix my PC so I can play.
There we go. Need the PC to get in those matches. Awesome, Zabudo. Well, it's lovely to talk to you, my friend. We're going to let you go. Congratulations on your 2-1 victory for NRG and your MVP. We'll hopefully see you soon. But we'll now bring Rafa back in here and really start to wind down this series, my friend. Good to hear from Zabudo. I saw the Skarner top. He played some cool solo queue, but I was not ready for him to say Graves top. I'm just hoping we'll see it. Well, maybe we'll get it.
I mean, Frankie's got a lot of picks in his bag that he can go to, so I would not be surprised about almost anything that hits the top lane in the near future for NRG. But looking at the MVP stats for Zamudo, I mean, smashed all 3 of his lanes and was always a decider and a leverage point that NRG could rely on. Want to give a quick shout out over to Zero. Fantastic debut here in the series for NACL. Got to even see his signature Jace. Hopefully the next time that we see him on stage, and if NRG take the win, we can get him in for an interview, because we'd definitely love to hear from him. But of course, we got to get ready for our second match of the day between Apex Mission Impossible and Winthrop University. And we've got on the caster desk a quick face-to-face cam interview with Coach Pocus from AMI. First of all, welcome back, Pocus. Going forward into week 2, I know that the goal for AMI is to just make sure that the players are playing the best they can, obviously, but what are some actionable goals that you want to see them try and work on this week in particular?
Yeah, like yesterday was pretty good in some regard. Like we managed to get into positions where we got some semblance of map control. We got some goal leads compared to the first week, so that's already like a big step. And it's how to use it to like properly snowball and not drop it, and making sure we get our proper map set up and don't give avenues for the enemy team to come back.
Totally makes sense. And yeah, there were angles yesterday. So building upon that going forward, I actually want to ask about what was the scenario with Good Boy subbing in. Was it is it something that you are trying to actively play around and determining like, oh, this series will try out Good Boy, this series will try out Baz, or was it just like Baz was unavailable situation?
Baz was unfortunately unavailable. I'm not gonna go criticize the schedule too much, but it's a bit early for some players during the week with school and all, right, with the NACL schedule.
Totally fair and totally legitimate. Shout outs to Good Boy for being able to sub in at moment's notice, and honestly, he had a pretty darn good showing in that early laning phase. But moving forward, one last question for you, Pocus, before I let you get back with your team ahead of our second match and final match of the day. For you as a coach, now that you've had a majority of your career playing as a pro player in the competitive scene for Tier 2, what are some of the things that you feel like your experience as a pro player you can help leverage into some of these younger guys here on this AMI roster?
I think understanding like the pressure and like the work that goes behind it, like day in, day out, right? Like as a player, like it's a lot of work to stay consistent. Like if you don't practice enough, and there's a lot of RL aspect, like you gotta make sure you're sleeping fine, like eating good, taking care of your body is super important. And like something that maybe not just me personally myself, but I think like was overlooked before more. But I do think it's really important that players are being more aware like how important taking care of themselves impact their performances.
Totally fair. And I love that you have that insight as a former player and can try and better empathize with your own players right here in this roster. Again, best of luck to you, Pocus, on the Rift today, and see you next time. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. Well, hey, we're rolling right into our second series, right? It's kind of cool hearing from Pocus, because, you know, leaning back into my like debut thing, Mark, it's like seeing people that I remember from when I was early in working in Tier 3, like working their way up to Tier 2, and like now I'm here. I remember a lot of those Pocus rosters through those OQs early on, and I remember when he made his debut, and I know he really expressed his love for coaching, so it's awesome to see him get this project with AMI to coach up these guys, and hear some of the insight from him.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that sometimes people might forget when watching Tier 2 and just overall competitive League of Legends is that I borrow this quote from Cubby a lot because it's helped a lot for me in my own just like casual play, is that playing League at a high level is not a skill you just learn permanently. It's a muscle that you have to constantly train and keep in form. And that's one of the things that Pocus understands and was able to also talk about in his quick interview with us as well, because these players they might be hitting a form at one point in their careers that is super awesome and it makes people notice you at first, but then it's on you to stick to that grind and continue playing a lot of solo queue, to put in the reps day in, day out, to make sure that you're playing at the best form that you can possibly bring when it comes to crunch time.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, you think even if you want to apply like obviously I'm a big sports guy, like there's a reason all these major sports leagues have, you know, spring training, they have preseason, like those guys need to retrain those muscles of playing those games, those sports too, before they get into the big stage. So like you mentioned, playing solo queue, relearning that muscle for competitive play, getting in combines is really integral for that stuff as well. But let's start rolling in to introduce our second series, our final one of the day. It is the Winthrop Golden Eagles taking on Apex Mission Impossible, Rafa. And no matter what, one of these two teams will come away with their first series win today.
Yep. And it will be really nice for either team to try and get some momentum back under their sails, since obviously we have our expectations for Apex Mission Impossible this season, but for Winthrop University, I think especially with the game one advantage that they had before they weren't able to close it out and CCG kind of just ran the rift and ran circles around them, was definitely a little bit deflating for the rest of the series on how much more motivated they looked. Obviously, Winthrop being one of our collegiate powerhouses here in the league, the other one being Maryville Saints. These guys are playing a ton of League of Legends. They're not just playing here in NACL. They just wrapped up Div 1. I know that there's a couple other collegiate circuits, whether it's NACE, I think is going on. I don't know if there's... Yep. I think there's another one that might be happening. And last year, one of the things that was so cool about Winthrop's story in their 2025 iteration, they were playing the most League of Legends out of any team in the Americas. No other team, not even an LCS team, not even a team from the South Americas, was playing nearly as much as Winthrop. And at first, it seemed like a very, very heavy schedule to maintain, but then by the time we got towards the second half of the regular season and playoffs, they were making some big upsets, even against teams like Near Airport.
Yeah, and, you know, you still keep the core of the powerhouse play for Winthrop, and those Denethor and Mobility are still two names that are staples of the top tier in their respective roles in this league, and they've done it time and time again. And it's, you know, as much as we talk about Winthrop playing a lot of games, we do need to give this roster time, because this is some of the biggest shuffle-ups to the roster that we've seen Winthrop have in a while, with both Zach in the mid lane and Kim down in the support role. We did see some shakeups as well to AMI's roster. The last time we saw them, you heard Pocus talk a bit about in the interview with Mark that we will return back to the starting lineup that we expected here, and mainly Baz back in here and next to Protos for AMI, a team that, you know, did have a pretty decent showing in some of their early games in their last matchup as well there, Rafa.
Yeah, against their matchup yesterday, I was just genuinely surprised that Good Boy and Protoss were able to find really strong early game leads and being able to put Cody Sun behind in that lane, and it kind of forced CCG to go into lane swaps just to catch Cody Sun back up in those gold deficits that he was experiencing. So it really begs the question, oh, you know what? If Good Boy and Protoss are able to play this well together, can Baz and Protoss find some similar success in this bot lane versus Mobility and Kim down? And it really does beg the question, like, okay, well, so what happens if we put a big old microscope on that bot lane and some of the, I don't want to say newer faces to the league. This is obviously Protoss's debut in NACL, but Kim down has played in the NACL before on Team Liquid, but this is his first year with Winthrop University.
You know, talking about microscope, I'm going to zoom it in a little bit for you there, Rafa, with our face-to-face matchup is going to be those supports like you talked about. Proto's one of those upstart rookies. You know, I talked in the last series about how Redemption was really highly praised in the Tier 3 seeds. Protoss is also a name that's been floating around back to his UCSD days, but Kim Down has been a staple of, you know, that support. He's played on a lot of pretty powerhouse OQ teams before. You talked about his time with TL, and now he's back in the NACL with Winthrop next to, again, an AD carry that I will say should be regarded as one of the top ones in our league with Mobility. This bottom lane could be a clear strength here for Winthrop, and a huge factor, I'm sure, into Pocus and AMI's game plan for this series.
Yeah, and between both of these two players, not necessarily super familiar with Protos's unique champion pool, but ever since I knew Kim Down from the UCI days, the Thresh has been a signature pocket pick for Kim Down, and he's been quite good on it ever since. In an Enchanter meta, kind of hard to force that early on in the draft, but if we go to game 3 and a lot of the powerhouse Enchanters are gone, could be an angle for them.
I don't expect it to be picked here as we are into our game 1 draft, but I will say Protoss' champion pool is so wild. I've seen him win games on Heimerdinger support. Just want to put that one out there. I don't think we'll see it, but the man has won games picking that one up here as we see. So the big priority support get taken away in this early draft here for AMI. They will ban away the Karma as they are on the other side of the first selection. It's Winthrop on red side, but they will have first pick as they get rid of the Pantheon. And I'm curious to see if AMI will. Yep, I was expecting it. They're just going to ban the Ashe, which virtually denies the Seraphine. Where do Winthrop go from here with that first pick?
Rise seems like a pretty good shout. Just get a standard control mage here for Zach. Not only denies Retrozing some of that side lane ability, being able to move fast with the Realm Warp, but also it's a relatively safe lane, and you can try and go even in a lot of matchups here for Winthrop.
Yeah, we saw him have some success early game and into the mid game on this Rise pickup, so good to see him grab that one back. We talk about bottom lane pairings that are powerful. We say Ezreal, Karma, we say Ashe, Seraphine. When you go, the next up is probably Corki Nami. So Baz back with Protoss. This is a very bona fide kill lane, and how is Kim Down going to try and navigate that? Well, he's going to go for the Bard Ezreal. So it's mobility and Kim Down just saying, you guys are going to try and stomp lane. I'm going to go win the lane for a mid and top, and good luck killing mobility on this Ezreal.
Yeah, that's most likely going to be the call for Winthrop this game. They understand that Corki Nami, especially level 1, is super hard to beat with the sustain that she brings, and then just level 1 Gatling gun from Corki is just an insane base damage on compared to a lot of AD carries with their level 1 abilities, which is just nuts. Yeah. So I would like to see a lot of global moving power from already the Eagles that they have locked in with this composition between Magical Journey, Realm Warp. You can make a lot of map movements, and for what it's worth, like we said about that early game in game 1, there was a lot of really strong macro plays that they made that gave them the gold advantage in the first place.
See the Azir come through for the classic mid lane matchup of all levels of League of Legends right now. Azir Rise, this is a classic Retrosing champion for all the tier 3 ball knowers. So he'll go with the Azir, and now that means we're really going to start pinching pools here towards the top and jungle side. AMI are going to try and get rid of Denethor's pools. I think that's the smarter approach, knowing just how much of a beast Denethor has been lane in and lane out, Mark.
And for Winthrop, they're going to try to mitigate the amount of safe line pick options that Arbrio can try and fall behind to, just to make sure that he is not super counterpicked by Denethor once we get to that later stage in the draft. But a Trundle ban by AMI is
they want to pick a
suspicious. Tank. Yeah, well, definitely want to do that. I'm just trying to think if there's any other champions that outright Trundle destroys if it's like in the jungle, which to me kind of signals maybe Mundo or Malphite are the two that they're looking at.
That's a good shout. It's like a two-phase ban, right? It's like we could threaten top lane tanks, but we could put Wilson on one of those big ones. Mundo was terrorizing week 1 of the NACL, so that's a good shout there from you, color caster Rafa. Renekton's the last ban to come across here towards Arbrio, and they'll just take the safe and smart pick here with Xin Zhao surviving 10 bans. Why not get it for Bio?
I mean, Trundle is a decent matchup into Xin Zhao as well, right? Because anytime Xin tries to fight you, you just fight him, and then you steal 20 base AD level 1, and how can you play? you can't win any 1v1 as a skirmisher into Trundle for the most part, and it does still dissuade a tank option for Arbrio if he wants to go for it. But Nocturne locked in for some even more global power, so Winthrop just have so much map mobility, and with Denethor going with the Blind and Bessa already banning out things like the Renekton and the Scion, this means that there's not many options that Arbrio can look to try and stop this Mbessa from Denethor snowballing out of control.
So just going to opt to try and fight Denethor with this Jax pickup. Definitely a fun skill matchup in the top side here. So as we get like an overbroad scope look at both of these comps, Mark, dare I say this is the most the most symmetry we've seen from 2 drafts all day today. I feel like both comps have scalers, both duelist top laners, some early, not necessarily later game power bottom lanes. It's really just going to come down to a skill diff here, it feels like. That's always fun.
Yeah, this is as meta as you can get for both teams. No
also that
wacky picks, no necessarily hard commit to early game, no hard commit to late game. You got a little bit of everything. This is super safe drafting from both teams, and it just puts a even grander perspective or spotlight on the fact that both of the teams really want to find the first series win in the NACL, and both of these opponents are probably the easiest opponents, or some of the easiest opponents they can try and actually get that series win against. So getting that here makes it even more likely that they're going to have at least safe chances of avoiding relegation in the bottom 2 spots by the end of that regular season standing.
Yep, the 2 teams that have unfortunately met the demise of CCG, trying to establish the power ranking hierarchy of their own with this matchup. And we are back on to the beautiful Summoner's Rift here. Our second series underway for the second day of the second week of the NACL here. Winthrop on one side, Apex Mission Impossible on the other. As we are finally onto the Rift, and we can start scouting to see, well, mainly how much power are Baz and Protoss going to bring into this level 1 that you highlighted so well, Rafa.
Protoss had a pretty damn good look with Good Boy in yesterday's match against CCG, being able to put Cody Sun and Only 35 behind and forcing CCG to lane swap just to get some of those lanes back in control. And let's see what Baz and Protoss can do now that Baz is back in the lineup and available. Level 1 can always be very determining of how the bot lane is going to go, but the focus on top lane so far can be somewhat understandable since it's no tanks and it's not safe bruisers either. It's able to get ahead of the other and forcing the map to warp around them.
And it's interesting to think even further about, as Arbrio is obviously one of those other rookies we have coming to the league, but I feel like archetype of top laner wise, what I've known, I've heard from a lot of the big people in tier 3 watching this guy in events like, ACL, Arbrio wants to play top lane in a very similar manner to Denethor. So it's very fun to see them match up and not kind of default into playing tanks that they probably don't like to play and isn't necessarily the cream of the crop of their pools, but leaning into this Jackson and Bessa, again, just so fun to just see the skill and kind of that classic gatekeeper scenario. It's like, if you're in the NACL and you want to establish yourself, if you can beat Denethor, that's a pretty good sign.
Definitely a way to try and make a name if you are able to defeat or withstand the might of one of our more longer-standing top laners in the Tier 2 space who has made a name for himself dominating the collegiate space, and he is one of the star players for this collegiate roster from Rock Hill, South Carolina. Already being able to find a decent base into a cold start for Arbrio, so honestly, solid look here. He's going to get some extra gold for himself, a little bit of extra sustain as well. But panning down over to the bot side, we have junglers about to confront each other in the river. Wilson's already first on this crab.
Yeah, and that ward spotted Bio walking through here, so Wilson's going to secure that crab. And he does have his mid laner behind him, so he's going to try and chase after Bio here. Fear is going to land, get some serious autos down, as Zach is going to ward off Retrozing from the cover. Protoss first to come over here. Bio desperately wants to get the heals in. Zach going to try and collapse. Flashes galore. The bubble is going to land onto Zach, and Bio gets himself out.
Goodness.
It's absolute carnage around the red buff pit. His first blood does finally go over to Wilson. Flash for mobility. He wants to hunt down Protoss, who is out of mana, out of options, and only a couple more autos should do it. It's Kim down to find the second for the Golden Eagles. What a beautiful start for the Throps.
Yeah, for Winthrop, they just knew they had priority from mid lane to be able to move first. Obviously, AMI thought that they could collapse with Baz and Protoss on the way since they had to push in, but that mobility from Kim down with the magical journey allows you to join at a moment's notice, and it just makes things so difficult, and just really decisive use of the flash there. There's only one big CC ability you can try and dodge. It's that bubble. Both Wilson and Zach avoid it, and it allows them to secure the kills necessary to make that skirmish a victory.
Kills onto Wilson is such a pivotal thing. We saw, if you missed our first matchup of the day, we saw Kisno on this Nocturne really fall behind, and it felt so not fun to try to play that Nocturne from a behind angle. Didn't get some big paranoias. So you talked a lot about the Hex Plate rush, how much it is to just get that ultimate haste down. To have that early gold lead means that Wilson's really going to be able to control the map in his power going forward here in this match.
I mean, when you have the tempo advantage as the Nocturne, you're going to hit level 6 first, which very similar in our low jazz Pantheon start that we saw earlier in our first match today. That first paranoia use, if you get it ahead of the enemy jungler, means that you're going to have that small window where everyone has to fear your presence being known and can either lead into a guaranteed summoner spell being burned, a kill, or at least the pressure alone to just force them off of a wave, and that guarantees priority for an objective.
Objective could be the Dragon. Got some camps for Wilson to figure out here on this bot side first. He could work his way down there with the pressure, the mobility, and Kim down to be able to garner. We talked about how cautious they need to be into this Corki Nami, how much innate burst they bring, the sustain of this Nami, but this is just a staple mobility champion. He feels so unkillable, especially in lane on a champion like Ezreal. Always so smart about his engages and his pathing around these little skirmishes. So not too surprised to see mobility able to go decently even with Baz in these early waves. Just a couple of creeps behind as Wilson will aggro the Dragon on Vision and pull it on out of the pit to take it down.
I don't think they're going to contest it at all. Even though Wilson's not level 6, they just have pretty nice vision control. Even though there's a control ward clearly spotting Wilson on this Dragon, push from bot and first move from Kim down means that AMI are not going to even try to look for it. And this gives Bio an opportunity to get a first jump onto some topside resources if he wants it. But it looks like he doesn't have full information on when things are spawning or doesn't feel confident in being able to invade since Denethor has the wave pushed in. So this Ambessa could always move first alongside Zach, who also has push in mid.
Yeah, Denethor really getting into his groove here with ultimates both online. Both players getting decently low. We see a Paranoia dive under the tier 2 turret here from Wilson going right after Retrozing. And he gets away from the aggro in time. Wow. 7 minutes into the game and we're diving under tier 2 turrets. Wilson finds that third kill for Winthrop. Is Arbrio also going to drop the Grandmaster's Might in a top lane trade? Denethor using that ultimate as well. Classic top lane ultimate chicken, as I like to call it.
Yeah, top lane is getting so close. Saw in the player cam that Retro didn't audibly express it, but you could visibly see the frustration in what every mid laner who is getting dove past 2 turrets and seemingly there's no response from your own jungler can be very, very frustrating in that moment. So hopefully Retro can bounce back now that he has been put behind twice.
Woo! Haircut.
Low shave there. Precision by Phillips Norelco OneBlade as we look forward for the next objective spawning in 17 seconds. It's going to be the Grubs, and with the first dragon already secured, there's no trade that you have to do as the Eagles, so you could easily try and leverage the continuous push priority from both of your solo laners to get you an uncontested Grub spawn.
Yeah, it's just every lane going well here for Winthrop on all sides. Grubs are going to hit the rift here, and just love, we really praised Low Jazz for his ability on that Pantheon game 1 to just constantly everywhere on the map, hit these timers right, ganks off, and when he needs them with the ultimate, gets to the objectives right on time. Wilson is right in his bag doing the same thing. It's been clear, gank, clear, dragon, gank, Grubs. This guy has been everywhere, and he's got the Winthrop Golden Eagles in the driver's seat, 2.5k gold up. They've got the Grubs, they got the dragon stacking. There's not much they're leaving here for Apex Mission Impossible.
Super efficient play from the Eagles, and now with Paranoia coming up in the next 4 seconds, you can see that the pings are coming down. Bio has to run for the hills back into the safety of his own jungle quadrant, where Wu does not have any eyes or vision on top of him, so that Wilson doesn't just send it for another ultimate that puts them further ahead in the game.
Not gonna pounce just yet on that second Paranoia. I do see a Phage coming through here for Wilson. Oh, public execution lands from Denethor, and down goes Arbria. Ooh, salt in the wound with the flash as well. We talked about it. It's a big test if you want to go establish yourself as a top player in the NACL, and that's why Denethor does not have much mercy up there.
And you could see that Denethor was counting down the seconds before Arbrio started walking away and realizing if he has public execution up, I could be cooked. And yeah, well done for Denethor on that stake in the top side of the map.
Already 1,000 gold up. He's got a 30 CS lead and that solo kill behind him. So if we want the dive buddies for the Golden Eagles, Rafa are really singing. His mobility is getting caught in a bubble. He fires the True Shot Barrage. Protoss does not get snagged by that one, but good damage onto the Nami. It's even the bot lane starting to find a lead here for Winthrop. A really impressive early game set here from Wu.
And look at Denethor's item right now. First item completed. Man. Eclipse for this Mbessa. Almost a 25 CS lead over Arbrio as well, so the leads compound together alongside the kill and the CS advantage. So the fact that Arbrio has to go for a more expensive first item buy with that Trinity Force, whereas the Eclipse is about 400 gold cheaper, it's just a really nice spike to hit, and there's never a chance now for the next few minutes that Arbrio can realistically contest Denethor on any of these wave states without decent help. But then if you send a Nocturne and a Rise to maybe look for the topside dives, then this Jax is just completely out of the game.
So that's why I assume, Rafa, you want to see Winthrop really lean into, especially with the power of their divers. Oh my.
Or just solo diving.
Denethor. Or just solo. I was about to be like, you want to see them overload. 3-1 with ultimates. It's pretty easy if you can get those kills without using any of your ults, and your solos are just crushing.
Yep. Denethor diff in the top lane so far for the Eagles from Rock Hill. And Winthrop University being able to prop up one of their superstar carries already to a great start, really by himself, because all the action from Wilson and Zach have been towards the bottom side of the map. And we already talked about how devastating it can be when you have triple globals in this Nocturne and Rise, and the fast movement ability from this bard to be able to traverse along the map. If you think the 1v1 is devastating, just wait until they send even more reinforcements just to make sure that Arbrio doesn't get to have any fun this game.
Yeah, well, I was going to say what really put the cherry on the top of this Mbessa lead is you give Wilson another fed dive buddy. Good luck to this Corki as we get a look back at what got Denethor so far ahead, thanks to Phillips Norelco. OneBlade, one of the hardest ultimates to hit in the game, blind. Denethor makes it look easy.
Yeah, not much else to say. Bot lane dive.
Oh, Kim down hits the turret and both of them. Paranoia going to come out. Wilson's going to go for the dash now onto Protoss. A good flash, though, does get him away with a lot of the damage. Zach drops turret aggro, finds that first kill, and now they can just re-engage onto Baz, who doesn't have a hope in the world of finding a way out, but he does at least take a shutdown with him. So not the cleanest of dives for Winthrop, but they still come out ahead in the kill count.
Yeah, the Cosmic Binding was a little early, so it doesn't even clip Baz despite flashing away from the wall. And the Temper Fate probably ideally would have been either on the turret just itself without hitting the two members so that you get more use out of the Paranoia. But at the end of the day, Winthrop still get the impact of the dive down, and mobility is up for it. Baz and Protoss put further behind, and unfortunately for AMI, they're running out of options on where they can look to the map for some leverage back in this mid game.
Yeah, Bio's kind of just been forced to like clear on repeats here. It's hard to cover for, it's just the overall map pressure. It was funny, right? We talked about how similar these comps were, Rafa, but the one thing we might have both skipped over is the Winthrop advantage was how much more map threat they truly have in this composition.
It's just so hard to play on side lanes when you have to constantly think about a Realm Warp to my lane or a Paranoia Nocturne just flying on top of my face. AMI, we knew that this series was going to be definitely one of the more competitive ones that they could try and foster for themselves. But the advantage that we were really looking to find it was through this Corki Nami lane, but that early jungle skirmish, the one that Wilson and Zach forced and Bio tried to call upon his bot lane with Prio to bail them out of, ends up in disaster. And I don't think Baz and Protoss have really been able to leverage anything ever since then. So if we continue on the current trajectory that we're seeing on our screen here, this looks like a Winthrop favored victory for a game 1.
All signs point to yes, with a 5K gold lead in the bag. And now it's really just about kind of opening up more of that map. Because you can see, even with the bat pressure we've really harped on with both Wilson and Zach, you do still have to deal with these tier 1 turrets. That makes it a bit more murky. If you can get rid of bot tier 1, it can be helpful. There's a nice Shreeman shuffle here coming across from Retrozing, but wasn't ready for Wilson to just turn the lights off. A great tempered fate as well from Kim Down. Make sure that not even Zach will go down to Bio. Uses the Crescent Guard just to get out of dodge. Anything AMI look for, it seems like Winthrop have a cover for, and thanks to that enhanced blast cone, Denethor thought about diving Bio in between 2 turrets. Wilson certainly wants to with the Fear landing. He's just going to pick up the kill for himself. No, he's going to donate it to his Denethor top lane king. A killing spree for that member of the Golden Eagles.
Brutal, savage, wrecked, absolutely taken down both Bio and Retro in the mid lane there. And it looked like a good opportunity to try and find Zach before Wilson got into the fray with Paranoia, but the tempered fate from Kim Down slows down the assassination onto the rise long enough for Wilson to finish off his own target in the Azir, and they turn on to Bio. And the fact that Denethor has had push in this lane for quite some time now, he's even involved, so that there doesn't really seem like anything that AMI can do, even when they have the upper advantage in the first few seconds of that play.
It's just an assault on all angles right now, Mark. Just every lane is Winthrop's to take a grasp on. Got rid of that top tier 1, that's one big priority. Now you can shift mobility over towards this mid lane. I mean, this thing's standing on its last legs. Once you really get rid of all these tier 1 turrets, Rafa, I mean, I'm sure you've played some Nocturne games with the map this wide open. It becomes pretty easy to find targets with that Paranoia.
Sometimes yes and sometimes no, because it depends on how far behind the turrets they go, because you always need vision of your targets to send it. But if you're not given angles, then it's just on you as the Nocturne to take everything else inside the jungle. Like if the side lanes are not exposable for you to dive, then you have to be pushing with your lanes who have now push priority to make sure that you're denying even more resources. And so far, Wilson has done a great job, to his credit, right? Every time Denethor's pushed up, all those top camps, they're no longer Bios. That's now Wilson's property. And then whenever you're trying to push and break open this tier 1 turret, Baz and Protoss have to respect it. They have to back off. But now they shifted over to the mid lane, trying to compete with this Rift Herald, but it's already gone.
Yeah, Kim Down and Mobility are nearby. Denethor is TPing into the mid lane, so I expect the lights to go out pretty soon here. But Wilson actually looks for the reset, maybe wanting to save all that for this next dragon, as it would be sole point for the Golden Eagles to secure. Instead, Denethor is going to team up with his fellow solo laner. And we play a game of who finds who first. And unfortunately, Retrozing, you are going to lose, my friend. Denethor and Zach on the hunt. Retrozing is going to get snagged by another blind public execution, and an execution it was in precise speed. Zach gets the kill, but it's just Denethor warping this game 1 here for Winthrop.
Yeah, nice hit from Denethor, because Retro knows that if he gets tagged by Rune Prison, it's a guaranteed public execution. So just trying to run as fast as possible, which prompts Denethor to just go for the raw ultimate, and picture perfect, lines it up perfectly, and unfortunately Retro not able to escape that one as he was a little too far pushed up, but probably just didn't know that Denethor could have been there topside.
Flashing on Kim Down's head. Tidal Wave not going to land because Kim Down does have his flash available. Zach does also burn the Ghost here. Has the Realm Warp, but it doesn't seem like Winthrop are going to have anybody to try and re-engage, because why would they? They play the stronger side of the map, which is their Rift Herald going down mid. They've got their jungler on the Soul Point Dragon. Denethor is wailing on another tier 2 turret. This is a masterclass here from Winthrop to kick off our series.
And see, this is the early game that Winthrop has become known for, when they are able to find massive advantages in both of their side lanes. Then Wilson just gets to have a field day. He's able to collapse the map inward from both top and bot, and then even if the mid lane is a pillar that is unbreakable for a while, eventually you just swap your bot lane into the mid, then you break open that turret, and now everything pretty much belongs to Wilson on this Nocturne. AMI are starting to feel desperate because they know that this game is very fastly being lost from them.
You said it best, Rafa. Yeah, they're looking to try and team Protoss up with Bio to maybe look for something here, but it's just so dangerous. They have no vision in even their own jungle to try and chase after. And, well, it's kind of learning that the one jump they tried to make on Zach, they know that the lights can go out in a second, and a 2v1 or a 3v2 can simply turn into a numbers advantage for Winthrop just like that. It's really, I keep highlighting it, but the threat of a Realm Warp, a Paranoia jump, it makes AMI so hesitant to go for any play to try and stop the bleeding.
Yeah. Another tier 3 Swifty Boots purchase by a mid laner. This time it's Zach on the rise, and
I like
honestly,
it again.
Yeah, I mean, there's a decent amount of slows whenever Nami enchants someone with her Tide Caller's Blessing right off of any damage, and then of course you have to deal with the slows from Wind Becomes Lightning or Azir Conquering Sands, right? So there's a lot of value here, and anytime the Rise just pops the Ghost, procs the Phase Rush, and now you have tier 3 Swifty Boots on top of it, this is a fast Rise.
And with the fact that you have a Corki, you know, Azir is decently ranged, but it's a Corki AD carry, a melee top laner. There's not a lot of range, right? So the speed of you being able to distance further with this Rise is innately valuable into this type of comp. So yeah, I'm loving the age of the Swifties here. Is get him down. You know, he had some nice tempered fates earlier. You got to miss some. You can't go 100% from the field if you're Kim down, so he doesn't find that pick onto Protoss. But they're setting up a bit of a death brush, trying to cover for mobility on this mid push. The last tier 2 turret standing on the map for AMI will drop in 20 minutes, and we're speaking on you can't hit everything. Denethor finally also misses a public execution, so we're figuring out that Winthrop are mortal, in fact.
Not going to be able to hit everything, but the concept has been executed well so far, just pressuring and using the threat of your ultimates to try and guarantee the push for these structures and continuously putting yourself in a good state of the game. Zach might be in trouble.
Oh, great sidestep of the bubble, gets right back into the Realm Warp and survives a nice little gank there from AMI, not even giving them a single morsel of hope in this game state.
Slayer, that's a tier 3 Swifty Boots diff right there. Able to sidestep all of the CC.
But he gets chased down by Bio. A shutdown comes across before the lights go out. It will be a trade 1-for-1. Mobility snipes with the True Shot Barrage, and maybe it's worth it here for Zach. I figure with the jungler down, the Winthrop might just hop right on this Baron, but I guess they don't think they can do it with just a 3-man squad here, and they'll take the trade and let Denethor do his thing in the other side lane.
Yeah, probably just not enough damage with just Nocturne and Ezreal effectively, and you want to keep Denethor pushed on this bot lane, threatening Arbrio from being able to join, so no Rise, no dice, but that's okay. Nice shutdown for AMI to at least get some gold into their pocket and slow down Zach's terror on the Rift so far, who has had, obviously, that death happens, but he's been having a pretty solid game so far on this game 1.
Yeah, it was. We saw a really good Rise early game as well from him in the CCG series, but he did kind of get picked off a couple of times to really help CCG swing that one back in their favor. So always things to look up to clean up and improve, even in such a one-sided match like we have currently for Winthrop, especially on a side lane demon like the Rise. Looking back at the scope of the Rift so far, we do have a real nightmare scenario coming here for AMI. Soul Dragon and Baron are going to be on the Rift at the same time. And, well, Wilson's looking to go on to the fish to turn some sushi out of Pogus. But he gets a good flash and a good bubble to at least get himself out. Problem was, Bio does drop on the other side to Mobility and Kim down. And this time, well, I'd say they turn for Baron. They're looking to chase some more kills. Mobility will put the brakes on here and look for that purple worm with no jungler for AMI available.
Yeah. It's a good call for Winthrop. Obviously, they could have chased for those kills a little bit harder, but would have taken some time. And when the jungler on the enemy team is down, this is your window to close the Baron, especially when you have all 5 members up. So Baron now secured for Winthrop, and they have pretty much a majority of the tools necessary to start putting the closing touches on this game.
Well, it's real nice when you can take the Baron, get that big gold influx, finish off some maybe third items, second items, and then where do you run right to, Rafa? Oh, the Chemtech drink is waiting for us for Soul Point. How nice.
Yeah, Winthrop
also, how many
Chemtech
drinks have we had today? This has got to be number 3, right?
Yeah.
I think we had 2 in the last series.
Yeah, we had 2 in the last series, and now this is number 3. Man, someone's a Chemtech Dragon Merchant in our RNG for the Dragon spawns today. I've always wondered what League of Legends would look like if you knew predetermined at the start of draft what solo was going to be, and if that like made your draft significantly different. You know?
I think it, yeah, you know, I don't know. I think it would definitely morph it somewhat. You know, we talk about Fearless is a little more established here. What if we went crazy and started adding Fearless to Dragon Souls in a series? How about that? I don't think we have enough dragons to actually do that, but like...
No. Yeah.
Oh boy. All right, 3 versus 1, Denethor. Let's see how strong you are. He doesn't want the fight. He's trying to run away, but the knockup still lands. Good flash over the fat wall. Counter-strike stun needs to land here, but Denethor walks away from that, and in the base of the AMI, they are getting feasted on. Shreem and Shuffle puts Denethor even further away from RBO Company, but finally they'll knock him down without trading a member. It's just costing them their entire base to take down the demon that is Denethor.
Even the paranoia helps with the escape of Denethor for just a little bit longer because it made it so hard for them to track where this Mbessa was, but they're able to slay him fast enough to defend their Nexus turrets from collapsing. But Winthrop do a nice dent into the overall base of Apex Mission Impossible, taking out the mid inhibitor, taking out some plates on this bot tier 1. Mobility and Kim Down are staying. I don't know if they are allowed to do this.
That is the longest barn portal I've ever seen in my life right there.
Huh.
Now, well, they're able to stick around because Zach has brought up the top wave with the Grubs and Wilson covering, so they'll look to knock down another inhibitor turret. Oh, Tempered Fate lands onto Retrozing, but nobody's going to pounce. They're just going to let their empowered cannon minions do their thing and knock another structure off the map.
Wilson's pushing in with this Baron empowered super minion wave. Knocks out the top inhibitor. But Winthrop are not going to push their luck here. Just be content that they've unlocked the majority of the base, and they can focus now through the bottom side of the map. The only last line of structure standing in their path to victory for game 1.
Listen, man, you brought the whole squad up to kill him the first time. You know he wanted his lick back, and he's going to get it one way or another. Welcome to Mbessa Gaming. I have 700 dashes, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh my god, Mobility's gonna steal it. Hey! It's the thumbs up. He's like, I got you, Denethor. I knew you were in trouble, buddy. I had to save you.
Yeah, I was in trouble with my 3,000, almost 4,000 player health bar there. Yeah, thanks for the kill steal, buddy.
Look at this tech. It was the paranoia to cover for the Realm Warp. Zach lands right where Protoss was trying to walk. That's some nice tech to find that kill. Zach gets on the board. And here comes the final march here. Rafa likely with just Baz and Retrosing trying to cover. Bio coming out of the base. I got some decent wave clear, but it's clear that Winthrop are going through all of the steps here to find this game win. They want the triple inhibitor take first.
Yep, take everything and leave nothing for AMI. Just make sure that you are giving yourself the highest chance for success. Trying to push in, and they're looking for the win.
Tempered Fate onto Retrozing. Nexus turret number 1 down. Denethor trying to fly after them. Crescent Guard for Bio to try and block the range damage as RBO looks for engage onto Zach, but he gets a huge shield from the Seraphs. They're trying to use the Azir turret to buy them some time here. Bio flashing after Zach, doesn't find that kill. Denethor getting low, but Mobility is able to step up with lethal tempo and provide enough damage of his own. Dashing forward once again, reset after reset. Wilson will go down to a nice Valkyrie from Baz. Shutdown comes across, but it's too little too late. What a start for Winthrop, their biggest win of the NACL, one-sided.
A very fast game win for NACL standards, 27 minutes, 20 seconds. I don't think that's the fastest game time that we've had in the league so far, but it's definitely up there because I know we had one of our fastest game wins yesterday. I have to recall whether it was a CCG victory over AMI or if it was something else between the Maryville and the Blue Otters.
Maryville second game?
It might have been the Maryville Blue Otter series, the second game after the Master Yi attempt. But we'll double check that. And again, props to Winthrop for a very, very cleanly executed game. These are the types of early games that Winthrop have built their name up of in collegiate, and it's really awesome to see that replicated here in NACL.
It's nice to see them recognize that Bottom lane, they needed to play a bit safer earlier, and they let their solo lanes cook. Denethor gets the lead, Wilson gets ahead, and they never look back. Great start here for the Golden Eagles as they eye their first series win of the spring split here in the North American Challengers League. We'll see if AMI have somewhat of a bite back coming in Game 2, which will be on the other side of another short intermission.
Poor debut was awesome. Blue Otter's new rookie jungler Munchie defined jungle diff, and Yuji is reminding the LCS exactly what they're. Hola, what's up, y'all? Rafa here, recapping everything NACL Spring 2026. Here's what you missed in Week 1. We started the split with a heavyweight clash between Conviction and Maryville University. Sniper was surgical on the Aurelia to take Game 1, and while it was hyped to see him lock in his signature ribbon for the decider, Yuji was simply too efficient. He remained proactive in every game despite the Game 1 loss, eventually reclaiming his jungle kingdom and proving why he's a two-time most valuable prospect. In the CCG versus Winthrop University series, the Eagles actually secured a solid early game advantage, but Dorado showed exactly why he is such a feared veteran. He and only 35 coordinated great map punishes to stifle Winthrop's momentum, outplaying them in the end to secure the 2-0 sweep. Also, shout out to Fiji for a disciplined NACL debut. It's not common to see a rookie top laner make their claim to fame playing mostly tanks instead of carries, and Fiji's Sion and Ornn looked just as good as a seasoned pro. For peak entertainment, Supernova vs Citadel was back and forth chaos. Eventually, Shochi emerged as the series-defining hero thanks to his Aurora gameplay. He gave us some incredible moments and followed it up with a legendary post-game interview that you absolutely have to see. Our match of the week for Week 2 is Maryville vs Blue Otter. This is the ultimate test for Munchie. We're going to see if his explosive Week 1 momentum can match up against the two-time MVP Yuji. It's a battle for jungle supremacy that you cannot miss. Make sure to follow, like, and subscribe for everything NACL, and let us know in the comment section below, what was your biggest surprise from Week 1?
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Back in a flash here on the North American Challengers League 2026 Spring Split, as we have sped through both our break and our game one of our series here, with Winthrop taking one of the quickest routes to victory to a 1-0 lead. So Rafa, I'm here to ask you the tough question that you're usually used to asking colorcasters, but you're in the role here, my friend. How do we get back to winning ways if we're AMI? What do you want to see, my buddy?
Well, obviously the bot lane duo was kind of the one leverage that they were hoping for, and obviously they had choice of counterpick in the top lane versus the Ambessa, but clearly neither solution really worked as a breaking point for AMI. I think that just bot jungle skirmish that they took is insanely, or not insanely, but it was just a flip, right? And unfortunately they lost the flip hard. They end up down multiple flashes, no kills, and they give up 2 kills over to Winthrop. Yeah, like one of them goes over to Kim down, but Protoss and Baz gave up a lot of their agency in that lane early on because they were trying to move first and bail out Bio in the invade. But also, like, what is there to fight for in that point? And I think AMI probably just got lost in the sauce thinking, okay, we have first move from bot lane, it's Corki Nami, we should be able to win this. And unfortunately for them, Winthrop just like straight up outplayed them.
Yeah, you know, it's funny that we're both here together, Rafa, as we are very knowledgeable of the LPL, another region we help cover. But that, I couldn't help but like see that flip and be like,
yeah.
I've seen a lot of LPL teams decide to just flip at a red buff, and well, that's what we ended up seeing here as we get into that second draft. No, go ahead, Mike. I didn't.
No.
I mean, point.
It's the moment where we decide the game here at 4 minutes, and we're just trying to see who's got better hands. And Winthrop answered that question pretty quickly early on. But second draft, as you're getting into Slayer, because of the Fearless, we're not going to see either of the 10 champions we got from the first game. Mid pool is going to open up a bit, especially since Orianna has been taken off the table.
Yeah, Seraphine also means bye-bye to Ashe, likely, as we continue to talk about how those pairings usually go down. It is going to be, AMI did have selection here, so I'm willing to bet that they went with counterpick, which is a good strategy if they want to continue to try and see if they can slow down Denethor. And we'll have to get into that matchup later into this draft. But Karma's going to be the last ban, as expected. So, once again, AMI, where do you want to put the power in this B1 pick? You take the Pantheon. Pretty good strategy.
No Nocturne answer either, and there's not many champions that can really contest Pantheon level 1. In fact, when I think of like meta junglers, I don't think any jungler can really contest him level 1, just because Comet Spear Smite is just guarantees that you'll always win the fight for Raptors. And not even Nocturne, now that he's gone from the pool, means that Wilson has to look elsewhere. And not to say that he's going to just lose the jungle matchup early on, but it gives Bio a point of power where he can try and leverage the map and snowball for his own advantage and leverage the rest of his team.
Oh. Well, listen, I like this strategy, all right? Arbio went. I kind of got smacked around game 1. I don't really want to go hands check with you, Denethor. I'm going to try a different approach, which is just to farm up early on this Yorick and try and stretch Winthrop away from what is clearly already a team fight comp, Rafa, because we have a Nico and a Rumble. So I kind of like this Yorick look early on here for AMI's top lane.
Yeah, not sure how the Yorick Rumble matchup goes down all the time, but you can try and somewhat safely farm, I guess, with throwing your ghouls and just last hitting there. Rumble is always going to have a lot of push priority in that top side. Nico, as you mentioned, a lot of team fight power. Protoss is going to try to answer with that team fight power in his own right with the Leona, so you can always fish for solar engages, solar flare engages, and the layer of crowd control you can get from Pantheon engage off his W into the Leona full kit rotation. Someone is gonna die on that screen.
Unless it's the Trickster, then you're really sad. As we see the Wukong lock-in come across here for Wilson, which once again really reinforces that Winthrop are playing confident and they want to play a comp where they can, maybe play for some fights early, but once they get to big neutral fights, around dragons and barons like Hot Blossom, Cyclone, Equalizer, these are all really scary to go into regardless of what your comp is on the other side.
Yeah, the nice thing about Nico is that into a melee support like Leona, you're going to get guaranteed push no matter what, unless for some reason the 80 carry matchup from Mobility and Baz is a little offsetting, but you get push from bot, you're going to get push from top. Once again, we're back to the Winthrop formula, having winning side lanes, which allows Wilson to then collapse the map inward. And if you can safely get to level 6 as this Wukong without Pantheon affecting the map too much before then, yeah, level 6, it's a huge power point for all the champions showing from Winthrop's side in the draft.
Galio ban from AMI is intriguing. Maybe thinking that they are, it's a control mage meta, right? But also probably want to get rid of that for any sort of team fights. And, I love it, Winthrop. Just lean fully into it. Just put the Lulu in the bag here, right? We go Lulu, Yunara Lulu with... Oh, I forgot there's a Nico. All right.
I was going to let you cook and see if you could somehow save it by doing an APA Nico mid lane for Zach to see if he's got any reps of that champion. You never know.
You never know. It could happen, but I definitely did skip over the Nico. Listen, Nico can turn to a minion award. It's easy to skip over Nico, and it could be pretty punishing. We do see the Aurora come across, which does signal why they banned the Galio. Galio is a nightmare for Aurora if you get that counter pick here. So what does Winthrop... what are we going to pick here in the AD carry department for Baz to fit alongside a Leona? Yunara would have been a pretty good pick, so I wonder what else. Maybe a Felios. Oh, or we really see why we banned Galio. There's why we really banned Galio.
Damage profile is a little magic damage heavy now from AMI between Aurora and Ziggs, and you're not necessarily sporting a lot of physical damage, at least consistent ones from Pantheon and Yorick, but there's no true tanks from Winthrop's side anymore. Yeah. So I don't mind it, and it gives you a lot of safe range and wave clear in case the game needs to go long. Zach, though, doubles down on another global power champion with the Twisted Fate, because I think what AMI are identifying is that Winthrop can excel when Zach is taking off necessarily huge carry burdens and just making sure that obviously Rise did both, right? But Galio, not necessarily a carry champion, but he helps facilitate any plays that Winthrop want to force, backing up with a hero's entrance. Destiny can do the same thing.
Destiny also can kind of try and really force Arbrio to be pretty disciplined on the side lane, right?
Yeah.
Very easy to just blink on top of this Yorick, and especially with a Rumble as likely being one of those people to pair up with, it's enough damage to get rid of Arbrio if you could get it early and often enough. And also, just like piggybacking off what we saw in Game 1, what was really successful for them? Playing all sides of the map aggressively with the threat of a Paranoia and a Realm Warp. So they're leaning right back into that style again. I love to see when a team carries over the confidence they have from Game 1 and applies that to the logic of their second draft of the series.
Yeah, it's very hard to make everyone a carry in a composition draft for League these days, and I know that even with the top lane meta, sometimes you're going to see like all pushing lanes, all winning lanes, etc., then the jungler's playing a super heavy carry skirmisher, but someone can play the facilitative role. Zach has been able to embrace that super well when you have superstar carries like Denethor and Mobility on your side lanes here.
As we are on to the Rift with our 3 lanes, including those 2 side lanes, for what could be the final match of the day if it goes the way of Winthrop, like it was so one-sidedly in game number 1. We're back onto that Rift with already some early scouting wards going down here. Zach going to help out his jungler and ward up Bio on that clear. And very important, as you pointed out, with how much more power we're expecting Bio to have pre-level 6 in this jungle matchup.
See how well Zach can navigate this Aurora lane, because she's always a little difficult to try and survive and sustain against, especially if one matchup has Electrocute and the other is just going for Unsealed Spellbook for the pure utility of it. So you don't really have much laning power to try and combat, at least in terms of health advantages. But if Zach can survive, then the utility he provides later on in the game outweighs what the Aurora can do.
Especially around that mid game where we really see Winthrop able to get in a groove that you gain from, like you mentioned when we got into the series, how many extra games this squad plays together. You can talk about it endlessly, how many extra reps they get, how they played the most games of any team in the Americas last year, but it shows in how they're able to navigate moving from phase to phase of the game. So love to see that Zach is going to be that focal point with this Twisted Fate. Jungle clears. Looks like Wilson is a bit ahead of the curve compared to Bio here, so should get onto that bot scuttle quicker, but it's a mirrored clear for once in our matchup for today, so neither jungler should look to run into each other on their first clears.
Yeah, and I think this is a nice angle for Bio. Not trying to play for the bot lane, even though that there's a lot of setup from Protoss here. You're just not going to have push, and if you're trying to look for just crab priority, you'll always lose to Yunara, Nico getting first roam off of this Leona and Ziggs. So playing for top crab, and mid lane low-key is a little volatile since Retro has taken Zach pretty low on HP, forced both of his pots to be popped as well. So yeah, Zach has to take a base here, otherwise there is always an angle for a quick look mid, and then you die, and then you give over first blood to Retro or the Pantheon, and then things get really dicey for the mid game.
Doesn't feel as bad for Zach to have to reset here, knowing he's going the Unsealed Spellbook, so can start trying to cycle through some of those extra summoners advantage that he can have with that one, getting the TP out early. Both crabs secured from Wilson and Bio on their clear. So pretty stock standard start. Nobody's flipping level 3 at red buff this time. It's Protoss getting a nice look on a mobility with the Zenith Blade. Does force out the cleanse. Oh, but good call. Bio on the hunt here. Does not reset. He goes after Denethor. Arbrio traps him in the play place, as we like to call it. And Bio is going to look to use the alcove to his advantage. Denethor flashes into the... Oh, that's such a smart flash. He gets out of vision. And bot side, we have a trade 1-for-1 as well. It's first blood going over to Protoss, but Mobility's able to trade out Baz. So the killed over to the AD carry of Winthrop, but first blood gold over to AMI.
Yeah, didn't think that it was going to be likely that Denethor goes down, but that flash was so damn good. He minimizes how much effective damage he takes from the gank, and Bio doesn't want to waste any more time trying to fish for extra poke. So despite losing flash, Denethor can just go back to pressuring Arbrio under this tower. Doesn't allow him to get any meaningful resets off. So now Denethor can try and force him to say, either you take a bad recall timer and force your TP and I get to continue pushing you in, or you're just going to have to wait for me to get my TP off instead.
Denethor has been so clinical in the lane so far this series. It was solo killing early on in game 1, but now, as you pointed out, eloquently dodging out on some pretty severe ganks here. And with his power towards the top side, Wilson's going to get a little bit more aggressive and steal away a camp here from Bio on the respawn. I wonder if he's going to go after this Gromp, Rafa, because he's got to know that Bio's going to be coming over here on his own timer. So he's just going to take the Wolves and get out with that slight lead.
Yeah, it doesn't have enough time, and your top laner just reset as well. He can't necessarily TP far enough to be able to aid you on the play. So the fact that you did get some wolves for yourself is still a big win, especially if you are Wukong against the Pantheon, because like we've talked about, Bio has the floor when it comes to making proactive ganks before level 6. Afterwards, Wilson feels a little more empowered to try and look for fights of his own.
And Wilson is cruising towards that Cyclone upgrade to his kit coming soon here. And once again, bottom lane, Mobility garnering a pretty decent CS lead. Baz has been able to somewhat stabilize with the fact that he does bring that teleport in, so he can try and keep up. But AMI really leaning into the power of their mid lane, like you talked about. Retrozen constantly getting shoves in. Zach does have Destiny, so he can rejoin if we do have a fight break out around this Drake pit. But is Bio now onto the scuttle to try and secure some vision?
They want to fight for this. Wilson has upgraded Smite. If he can get there at 1k, he can steal in and look for level 6.
Oh, he doesn't get the smite. He doesn't get over to level 6, though, off of it, so he goes way too far forward just to steal away that scuttle, and RetroSync drops between worlds to find that first kill. Zach joins with the Destiny to make it a 3 versus 3. His mobility transcended with that Q upgrade, tries to get some damage back down, but there's just not enough to find a kill there. I wonder if Wilson was really betting on getting level 6. He probably should have known he wouldn't, as we get an engage onto Kim Down. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, and Bio is going to find the kill onto Kim Down as well. AMI really pouncing on these over-aggressions from Winthrop in the bot river.
Yeah, I'm really curious why it didn't ding level 6, and it's unfortunate for Wilson. I imagine that that's what they were all vocalizing together. I get this crab, I get level 6, I get Cyclone, we win, GG, wrap it up, go home. But AMI are able to pounce on the fact that, wow, this is not a level 6 Wukong, and like we said before, no CC in this Champions kit before level 6. That means that's just a really easy turnaround and probably just caught the Eagles by surprise. It's not game over for Winthrop yet. AMI have a solid start now to the game, getting a little bit of extra gold in the pockets of both Bio and Baz.
And Protoss gonna be able to get a bit tankier, a bit quicker, picking up that kill. It's never fun to get out of the support, but in a game like this with so much innate burst from a Nico, a Yunara, a Wukong, and even the Rumble, get your Leon a bit tankier early makes Protoss' job a little bit easier, looking for those Zenith Blade engages. Nobody was able to jump on that first Dragon, though, and you can see that Protoss is still trying to hold that vision line. Bio's going to get a big reset in here, grabs the Tumbler and the Caulfield's Warhammer, but it's Protoss that's looking for an engage here on to Zach, who does have his flash, but not enough innate burst without the between worlds for RetroSync to find that kill.
Yeah. Not comfortable to be in, though, for Zach, and thankfully mobility is here just in case he needs to be... nope, that's not mobility. That's Kim Down on the Nico. I've been had.
Oh my god, Protoss is going right back. He's like, all right, listen, I wanted your flash the first time. I'm getting your flash the second time. It cost him his own, but now you have a flashless TF to try and bully.
Hell yeah, I'll trade my support's flash for a mid laner's flash any day. That makes Retro's life a little bit easier trying to find a kill. Denethor!
He might just die to the to the ghouls himself here. Tries to use the equalizer to clear out the wave to stop the dive. Has to run away from his turret. It's taken a while to finally get him killed, but RBO will slam down the spade and find the kill onto Denethor thanks to Bio's Grand Starfall ult play.
Yeah, just good tempo use there. Once again, Wilson, because he was caught off guard, wants to prioritize farming to make sure that he doesn't fall behind the curve here and maintains his gold advantage and his camp advantage. Bio says that's fine. Wait, mid!
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I was not expecting Kim Down to get jumped on like that. Zach's gonna come through with the Destiny. They do have the Cyclone, but the Between Worlds task is RetroSync decently far away. Arc of Rune's gonna set up Wilson to find that kill onto RetroSync, but what a wonky way to start that on the Kim Down catch.
Yeah, it looked like Retro thought that they had the inside track and just easily able to collapse on it, but not sure if they didn't know that Wilson was on the Dragon and could easily just jump over and help with the play, or... Yeah, I can't answer that question for you, Slayer, but it results in Winthrop getting at least one kill back for themselves at the cost of Kim Down's death, but this is now his third death in the game, so he's not worth nearly as much, whereas a kill on Retro's Aurora, that definitely is worth a lot for Winthrop's troubles there.
Yeah, and you got, get a kill on a mobility through all this as well, so he's a bit accelerated to try and scale up as that huge scaling win con in Winthrop's kit. Arbrio likes his odds against Denethor now after picking up a kill of his own. Denethor gonna have to flash away, but the Maiden and the Ghouls nearly find the kill themselves. Very different outlook from top lane compared to our first game between AMI and Winthrop, but Wilson's trying to come up here to ruin it himself. He doesn't have Cyclone. This is a scary prospect. Look at the army. Arbrio has reinforced himself, and Wilson actually wasn't here for Arbrio. He was here to try and cut down on the number of ghouls, but that's even pretty hard to do right now.
What was that damage? He's not even maxing the E rank first, but the ghouls do a lot of damage. Now Bio is here. Oh boy, Bio is just waiting for a target to be isolated. Quick flash!
He's flashing right on Denethor's head, so he can't get the equalizer down. Nice kill picked up, and Protoss is here as well to ruin Wilson's day. He's gonna try and use the Trickster, but he gets stunned. The Zenith Blade lands, and Arbrio has another kill. Great dive there from AMI. They are ruling the top lane in this game.
Yeah, really fantastic from Protoss. Can leave Ziggs on an island now that he has his Blackfire Torch completely finished. He does not need any help in wave clearing by himself in a 1v2, and the fact that Protoss is already there synced up with Bio to make sure that he can aid on any sequences and extended plays, word I'm looking for, allows Arbio to continue this advantage now with the York on the top side. And if AMI continue giving this York the keys to the kingdom and punishing Denethor in the side lane, now we're going to approach a point where Winthrop can no longer comfortably fight 5-on-5s, and Zach is yet to be able to use the Destiny to help or bail Denethor out in one of these 1v1 scenarios, because Bio has been the first one up to topside a majority of the time this game.
Yeah, Bio really leaning into the power of the Pantheon in today's matches here. So pretty far accelerated. You got Retrozing with a couple kills. He's going to be a problem. So early on, we talked about how much team fighting Winthrop's going to have. Right now, they kind of lose out in the team fight with how hard this Pantheon and this Aurora can spike. And, well, I don't even know how often they're going to be able to team fight with Arbrio's, how hard of a snowball Arbrio's got with his York as well. This is how you beat the team fight comps here, Rafa. Just stretch them out so they can never really look for the angles they want.
Yeah, Arbio would normally have enough gold to finish a full Trinity Force, but takes a pit stop with the Hex Drinker just to cut down on some of the effective damage that Denethor has. And because you have so much innate sustain off of your Q, the shovel, as long as you are just taking these aggressive trades against Denethor, Denethor doesn't have Omnivamp built into his kit. His sustain is through the uses of the scrap shields, and he is still getting pushed out of this lane, does not have teleport, does not have a way to survive the next top lane dive, even with Wilson there, because they don't see Protoss and they don't see Bio either.
And hey, they're linked together in that top jungle, daring anybody to show on this top side. Here's the Destiny coming across here from Zach. They're going to get the yellow card down with a Grand Starfall cover from Bio, who's perfect. Arbio is protected. The Cyclone comes out a bit late here, and Wilson's going to have to flash Trickster his way out. Solar Flare does not stun Zach, but he doesn't have the yellow card up in time, and the Zenith Blade sets up Arbio to go on a killing spree. Equalizer does come down. Arbio dances right around the Molten Lava, so he doesn't die to Denethor, and everybody wants to show up to the top lane party now. It's Retro Kim down, gets a good Tangle Barb route between worlds, used defensively once again. Protoss flashing forward. Zenith Blade lands onto Denethor. Pop Blossom gonna come down onto 2, and Arbio gets the turn aggro, so the shutdown goes over to Kim down, but they just don't have enough damage to try and find these trades. Denethor's Flame Splitter goes flat, and it's a double kill over to Retrozing. AMI break open our game 2.
Yeah, that sequence by AMI, it started off with Winthrop forcing the play, which I thought was a little suspect. Maybe they thought that with the home card bonuses from Denethor, he was able to get to the play a lot faster. Because you have to know that if Protoss is off the map, Bio is not seen anywhere, they should be supporting Arbio on that push, but they forced it anyway with Zach's TP or his Destiny. They don't get enough damage down. Bio instantly gets in with the Grand Starfall. Afterwards, it's a little bit of a mess, and honestly, I would probably need a replay to look back on all the individual moments, because I don't know if Winthrop got baited into Retro kind of overzealously looking for the finish on one of the targets that was super low health, which I believe was Wilson's Wukong there, and then him down trying to turn around with the ultimate as well, the Pop Blossom. It seems like, unfortunately, they just got stat checked at the end of the day, despite how close it looked for the side of Winthrop.
Just loving the game that Bio and Protoss are able to play. We talked so much about this season, how lane quests have really jailed supports. It makes like early game really all about laning, but Protoss has kind of said to hell with that, gone out on the map a lot, and Bio's on this Pantheon just feels like there's 2 of them. He's able to cover clears and cover top lane. Really well played from an AMI team that looked pretty flat in that game 1 loss.
Yeah, that was a stock standard Winthrop early game, but this time around, the fact that Bio gets his hands on something like a Pantheon, he's making a lot of the right moves here, able to impact top lane, get a flash advantage down, and like I said before, I'm not familiar with the Yorick Rumble matchup, but that is damn near punishing. Once Denethor has no flash and you throw down the Dark Procession, you just get easy free harass as the Yorick, and now that he is ahead by 2,000 gold, this is one of the few times where Denethor is put in an uncomfortable scenario, and he has to now ask for his team help to try and either get him out of this lane against Yorick or put him in scenarios where he can impact team fights with that equalizer once he gets his first item online here.
It's just such a tough spot with the Nico and the Wukong wanting to play for those big fights, but you need to help out Denethor to either, like you're talking about, get him out of it or try and look for kills onto Arbio. It's a tough spot to be in for Winthrop, and we'll see how they can kind of navigate this, because like you talked about in game 1, Winthrop, when they find their most success, is kind of slamming those early games. This is the other side of the coin where Winthrop, when they're not able to find those big leads early, can really put themselves in precarious spots. And it's all to the benefit of guys like Vio right now. He gets on to the second Drake of the game. He gets the Rift Herald now. Playing with that lead super well is AMI's jungler.
And it's not like we've never seen Bio able to construct early game leads in the past before. I think one of the games I remember fondly for Bio's NACL debut was on that Polestar roster last year. They were playing up against Dark Zero MU, where Bio had a lot of kills on the Nefiri early on. They were running the Rift, but then it just came down to not snowballing the map fast enough, and Maryville being able to slowly get gold back into their pockets, and also the fact that Zamuda was farming up a storm pretty much uncontested by anyone. Not necessarily the same case here, so I have a little bit more hope for AMI to try and close this snowball out into an effective game finisher that could push us to a 3-game series. The gold advantage isn't huge, but it could be the making of a massive team fight win that could put AMI in that closing spot.
And they can look to just try and increase the gold lead themselves, with Shelly coming out here trying to knock down that mid lane turret. Remember, they've got a Ziggs here, so if you get it low enough with a certain execute threshold, you throw the satchel charge down, and Baz will have himself a mid-tier 1. Don't believe it's that low just yet, so they're not going to step up there. But they also avoid Wilson looking for a Cyclone angle there, and will just take the gold and increase their lead, trying to push it towards over 3K.
AMI got to be careful about not playing into Winthrop's own win conditions and their outs in this game, despite being down gold, because the majority of this gold advantage is really just on Arbrio. If Arbrio and Denethor are not involved in these fights, Winthrop still do have a fighting chance off of syncing their ultimates together. But a dive on the Denethor.
Solar Flare lands the stun between worlds. Richardson going to try and get the burst through. Denethor does flash away. Kim down uses the pop loss defensively, but there's Bio to make sure it's a good trade here. It's a shutdown onto Kim down, but mid lane is where the next play's coming. The gold card lands onto Baz, and Wilson gets close enough to find that execute before RetroZen can TP into aid.
And look at that. Hang on.
All right, Exhaust, gold card. He has the enhanced blast cone. He's going to throw himself right into RetroZen. He also throws his own jungler into the surmise of Bio. Zach's going to get out, but it cost Wilson his life as Bio goes unstoppable.
A little unfortunate that the jungler has to pay the price for Zach there to escape, since Wilson had a more significant gold advantage than Zach did. So shutting down Wilson is definitely a higher price to pay than 0, 1, and 2 Twisted Fate, but it is what it is. Winthrop did cut down on a little bit of the gold advantage. Unfortunately, it shoots back up once they're able to rectify the gold advantage. But plays like that where Winthrop understand, hey, Denethor is going to be focused on the side lane. Let's just try and make a cross-map play. Let's use this global to find picks wherever we can. That is the way you want to approach it as the Eagles in this scenario.
There's that satchel charge. Easy peasy for Baz. So right back over the 3K threshold. And, you know, you talked about times we've seen Bio and some of these other players get early leads. Oh, hold on, mobility. Good instant cleanse for the stun, and nice sidestep with the Zenith Blade, but does need to respect Protoss going forward here without that cleanse. The scale factor of this game is pretty similar, because the two scalers are the two people we've seen the least of. Baz and mobility are going to match their scaling in their own ways, and that's not as much of a worry here, I would say, for AMI. I don't think they get grossly outscaled as this game goes on if they kind of hold on to the lead that they're currently slated at.
Yeah, anytime that there's no tanks. Hang on.
Wilson needs a stun. Gold card from Zach to try and protect Wilson, but he takes the enhanced blast cone out, and I think that just means the Bio will pick up that third dragon of the game, second towards the AMI side.
Yeah, there you go. Hard to beat Pantheon Q Smite, but because neither team has really a tank in their composition and the damage profile has been split fairly evenly, that was like the one avenue where if Winthrop knew it was going to be double mage mid bot and then only heavy skirmishers AD on the top side, maybe you could look for it, but maybe a dive.
Okay, good cage. Traps Kim down. Doesn't throw the Tangle Barbs out. I kind of like the resolve here from Winthrop. They don't want to chase the kill. They really wanted the turret, but the Mega Inferno Bomb shuts down even that part of the play as we really start to get into these cross-map angles from both of our teams.
Good understanding of what limits they can push here, just trying to use numbers as an overall kind of sign of force to say, like, hey, back off, this turret belongs to us. That prompts the Big Inferno Bomb to clear the wave, so Winthrop can at least say, okay, they use this tool, now what's the next step in our ways to find outs in this game, because that's really what it is, right? They are down overall gold advantage, but the advantage isn't significant enough where you feel like you can just chalk it up to a game 2 loss. Obviously, even if it's a 10,000 gold advantage, you always are going to try to play to win to come back from behind. But this game isn't like doomsday at all. We cannot state this enough. All the gold advantage really only is in Arbrio's pockets. Everyone else is either even or actually ahead.
You know what I just realized? I've not seen enough TF games, like cast enough TF games myself, Rafa, so I always forget about how sneaky easy it is for Twisted Fate with his E passive to garner a gold lead. I'm like, this is a 4-1 Aurora, like not down a lot of CS. Like, why is Zach 500 gold up? I'm like, oh yeah, his E passive, that's right.
Yeah, every time he last hits a CS, he gets a little bit of extra change alongside the normal CS gold that you earn. So it just allows Twisted Fate to, in really terrible matchups, to still scale along just as fast as the opponent. And definitely makes it a little sad for some... Hang on.
Ooh, all right, Mobility had to ult dash there, so you do take the transcend form off the table here, but another Winthrop side play. They're going after Arbrio with Wilson and Denethor. Brings out the equalizer. The Ghouls, the Maiden are trying to do enough work, but this time Arbrio will fall. Good pick there from Wilson.
Stops the bleeding a little bit on the top side of the map, and unfortunately for AMI, they cannot rush the Baron as a counter response since their overall effective Baron damage is just not that high. They could easily secure it with Pantheon, but they have to get it to a low critical point first, and they're not going to feel confident in trying to rush that as a response. They'll just take some jungle resources away on this red quadrant instead.
I do want to really highlight Protoss in this game. I know he was our face-to-face, but I just love how ever aggressive he's been on these Leona looks, right? It's like the Solar Flare is such a low cooldown. He's constantly forcing ults, cleanse out of mobility, always up in brushes, waiting just for anyone to get caught because he knows he has a global that can support him, and Inferno Bomb can go over the top. Again, this is another one of our rookies that we highlighted in the pre-show that a lot of people have been excited about finally getting an NACL look, and we highlighted Redemption last series. It's cool to see Protoss also leaving his mark on a series.
Yeah, I mean, first week for AMI, not only first week in NACL debut for Retro and Protoss, but also kind of second year for Baz and Bio, and as well another first week debut for Arbrio. So things can be a little difficult, maybe a little nerve-wracking trying to play, especially when your opponents are NRG of all teams going into your debut here in Tier 2. But they've recovered really well, and they've shown a lot of good moments, not just in this series, but also in yesterday's series against CCG. Obviously, Protoss and Good Boy were finding some solid advantages, and Arbrio here in the second game, with the help of Bio, has leveraged himself into a nice spot that has at least forced Winthrop's hand to try to slow him down.
And speaking on Protoss, he thinks he has a nasty look potentially on mobility, but yeah, he figured it out. He's like, I gotta be standing on a ward. Why is this guy leaning so far topside? But it is so I love that he's marking mobility, because it is so integral for Winthrop's 5v5 that guy has cleanse up, has his ult up, because that is the whole kit and caboodle with Yunara, is being able to transcend in those fights. It's such a weaker champion if you cannot accomplish that.
Yeah, definitely completely different than what you're able to do. Some might even argue that you're actually a full champion once you get to pop the ulti.
Yep. Okay, well, Protoss, look how he holds his own here. He sets up for the double TP. Grand Starval, oh my god, AMI brought everybody to cover Protoss. Winthrop, really wise to back up when they did, because it was an all-out assault incoming.
I mean, props to Winthrop. They're burning a lot of spells here from Apex Mission Impossible, and just understanding as soon as AMI are forced to use one of their tools, they instantly back off. They respect that it's still an overall, like, gold advantage in some of these pockets. But look at this, Slayer. The gold advantage has finally been defeated. It has been overcome by Winthrop. What used to be a 3k gold deficit for a majority of the game has been diminished. It's now a slight gold advantage in favor of Winthrop. Just props to the Eagles for understanding, and now they're forcing a Baron?
They're ripping it. You saw Arbrio show on the top side, cleared out all the vision. now will be spotted here, but remember, all those TPs were just used. RBO can't come, Retrosing has to walk over, Inferno Bomb comes down a little late, but they don't even have Grand Starfall. Bio can't get here. The Baron comes across. Kim Down is going right after Baz with Denethor TPing in. The bird from the Flamesplitter will find that first kill. Protos is trying to engage on a mobility, but this time he has no team to follow up. Retrosing gets cut down by Zach, and now Protos has nowhere to go. He's getting hunted down by mobility, who will get his revenge. What a call from the Golden Eagles. They flipped this game on its head.
Such intelligent map play from Winthrop University. As soon as you realize that Bio doesn't have Grand Starfall and you see him even pathing towards the bottom side of the map, you instantly snap, decide, let's rip the Baron. This is a great opportunity to slingshot us back in control of this game. And unfortunately for Bio, as good as his early game has been, 5-0-5 on this Pantheon, he just doesn't have the ability to respond fast enough. And couple of his teammates take the price of having to face check and trying to get information to see if they can try and catch anyone from Winthrop, looking for the recalls and stop them from being able to base, cost them their life. And now, just like that, Slayer, we went from a 3K deficit to now nearly a 5K gold advantage. Yeah, this is going to be an LPL gold graph of all time if I've ever seen one.
Also, me and you need to go buy as many lottery tickets as we can possibly buy after this series. You want to know why?
Why is that?
It's another damn Chemtech soul. How we've gotten this again?
Oh!
It's been 4 of the 5 games. Yeah, what is going on? I also can't remember. I don't know. It's at least been 4 or 5 games. That is an absurd thing. Lucky day for the Chemtech soul believers. I had to point that one out. But yeah, 5K gold, and now it is a very worrying sign that mobility is this far in. I really want to prop his ability to really just CS. Oh, here we go. Thank you, production. Look at that drop off. Look at just 20 minutes to like 27 minutes. What is going on?
Yeah. Ooh. I don't know what else to say, Slayer. These are the moments, though, that when a... Hang on, Grand Starfall, look.
Grand Starfall on top of Denethor's head. Protos is here. Inferno Bomb is big damage. Kim Down's going to go into the stasis here between worlds for Retrosing. Denethor's now going to go into the stasis. They've got rid of Baz in the background. Kim Down going to go down. Denethor next to fall. Wilson going to flash after for a multi-man Cyclone knockup. Mobility needs to get to the front side of this fight as he does find the first kill on to Bio. Can he dash over the wall, though? Retrosing flash forward to get a big kill. Really needs to flash himself to find the trade. And now he's ready to rip, roar, and shut down all of AMI. It's Wilson and Mobility to find the ace for Winthrop.
Ace at 28 minutes, Slayer, 6,000 gold advantage on their side. I think Winthrop are ready to push this in. Maybe not finish the game just yet since it's 17 seconds on Baz and it's only 2 members from Winthrop. They'll definitely get an inhibitor and set up Winthrop for another fight to close out this game.
What a turnaround here from Winthrop, and a really nice sign to show for this team that has been so early game dominant focused in their wins that they've been able to get in the NACL, but they've leaned on the scaling of this Unara, and like you mentioned, just better map play overall with the Baron and able to cover so well for these dives from Bio. Gotta feel bad for Bio. That's his first death of the game, and it feels like the one death that might have ended this series here for AMI.
I think just Winthrop understanding how to bait out spells time and time again and never overextending themselves. It goes to show that they've learned a lot from their week 1 performance against CCG, where there's a lot of times when they were in the driver's seat and they understand how pressuring it can be, how nerve-wracking when you have the advantage, but then you're not finding ways to close out the game, and you can just kind of take that advantage of momentum and use it against your opponents by saying, well, you guys should be able to close out this game, so if we pressure for this and then they immediately try to fire something back, you just back off and you take the win there.
Chemtech Drake up in 20 seconds. It feels like the fleeting win con here for AMI. If they can maybe secure this Chemtech soul, gives them a lot more fight power for, you know, a York to survive and thrive a bit more. Give Baz some more time to get these big Inferno bomb damage items through. Protoss is looking for mobility, but the Zenith blade goes wide, and mobility dashes around the solar flare. Pop Awesome catches Bio out of his Grand Starfall, and mobility goes unstoppable. No pick play working here for AMI. The Destiny's gonna land right on top of Protoss' head. Zach's trying to get the yellow cards down as mobility finds himself a second kill. AMI scattered to the wind, running in all different directions to try and get away from the Golden Eagles, who have an eye on a win and a series win if they can get it. It's Arbrio trying to hold strong into Wilson, but they're on the wrong side of the rift, and Winthrop will take their fight win and shut down that Soul win con.
No Chemtech Soul for AMI just yet, and at this rate, it might just not happen in time because Winthrop University are just a couple good fights away from being able to close this series out.
So we get a look back at this fight. Really good footwork there from mobility to get around that engage that's been really shutting him down all game. We talked about how Protoss has marked him for so many of these pick plays, but right there he gets the big win, sidestep and everything.
A lot of the attempts from AMI to try and further extend their snowball lead was thwarted by mobility. There was decent looks into trying to fish for his ultimate, or at least fish for summoner spells, but mobility always ensured that he was never caught out or punished for being shown on midwave there. And the fact that Winthrop now have successfully climbed back this early game deficit to now a massive winning advantage. AMI now, I mean, they have some scaling on their side, but I don't know if they can compete.
I mean, mobility is already level 18. I can't believe that he reaches this rate faster. He's 2 levels up on Baz. He's full itemed up. They're going to rip the Baron. It's Bio looking for the engage onto Kim down, but he gets himself to safety as the Baron is secured by Wilson. Golden Eagles looking to push for more here, but they have to respect Arbrio with that big shield and all the ghouls and maiden around him. No reason to fight. They'll just take the Baron, take the gold and the pushing power, and try and get out of dodge. Oh, I almost caught mobility on a recall, but all of Winthrop get themselves out.
That could have been an angle there. If for some reason they found mobility all alone, he had no flash, only cleanse, but the rest of the team had already taken their base. Unfortunately for AMI, it's just not in time.
He's 5K up. Holy.
Yeah. That gold graph continues to balloon in the downwards direction for Winthrop as Wilson has found Protoss in the jungle.
Gonna be safe thanks to that enhanced blast cone, but now Winthrop are in a little bit of a tricky situation because the power of this York is gonna really slow down their Baron power play. It's gonna take a while for them to look for that top lane, and there's not much value in them just hammering down mid lane now that the inhibitor is exposed there. They really want to try and get one of these side lanes to maybe 4-1 in, but it's going to take some time off of the Baron power play for sure before they can get in a good spot.
Yeah, despite being down 5k gold, Baz scaling is still coming online. He has 3.5 items. They're looking for Denethor.
Yep, it's a 3v1. Wilson trying to come over. Denethor needs to stall. He has his Zanyas. He has his ultimate available.
Wow.
AMI are so sheepish. Bio doesn't even jump on him. He goes for Wilson instead. Here comes the equalizer down. GA already popped here for Bio. Protoss pushed out, and Bio is as good as dead. There goes Protoss as well. Retrozing and Baz just couldn't connect in time to make that play work. And now the side lane is the full lane push here for Winthrop.
Even when Denethor is focused as a gank target, he understands how to stall it as long as possible, dips into fog, slows down by with those harpoons, and by the time he actually closes the distance, the whole team arrives.
Arbrio and Wilson on top of him. The healing from this York isn't enough. The Destiny from just a couple feet out for Zach tries to secure the kill. The shovel slam, though, gets a good heal. Wilson's really low. Kim down can go for the pop blast. Retrozing gets the shutdown on to Wilson, but will be traded out by Denethor. And with mobility here fully scaled up, they're going to look for more towers to take. Inhibitor down in the mid lane, and the bot one soon to follow.
Winthrop will not be able to close out the game just yet since Wilson is dead for another 42 seconds, but they continue prying open the base further and further from AMI. And their options are starting to run thin on how they can try and find a comeback after what was a very solid early game advantage almost 20 minutes ago now.
GA completed here for mobility. It's rare, even in the NACL, that you get the full 6-item AD carry experience, but now it's I mean, AMI, there's a lot of targets they can pick to go after. They've targeted Denethor a lot, but if you actually want to win one of these fights to save the game, it's all out on a mobility or he will take everyone down.
And it's going to be too hard to do. Shield Bow, Bloodthirster, GA, like you have to get through the sustain. You have to get through an effective second health bar as well. The only way mobility is dying is if he is just in Narnia by himself and the rest of the team cannot bail him out and everyone from AMI is sent to the 5-man gank him.
It's interesting. You can see AMI are like, we really can't afford the triple inhibitor, and Arbrio still feels like our strongest member, so they're trying to overload towards his side. I don't hate it because they do feel like they'll never get soul at this point in the game, so they'll just trade the soul point for free just to maybe try and make sure this third lane doesn't go down.
Or at least try to force a pick onto Zach since he's the one that's responding to the Yorick threat. But as you called it, Wu have full control of this dragon, especially since mobility is here to guarantee it. They are potentially looking.
There we go. Oh, seeing the blade goes wide though. Zach gonna throw down a gold card, goes into the stasis as Denethor shows up with the velvet carpet. He'll be jumped up, and guess what? He's got his stasis of his own to go into as the rest of Winthrop try to rally around their soul lanes. A lot of damage out of Baz though. That Inferno Bomb deletes Zach. And Denethor nearly dies to the scrap shield. But you called it out, Rafa. It might be a base race. Wilson and Mobility are barreling down the mid lane. I think they might be able to get one Nexus turret, but Retrozig's already here and he's cleared out the wave. Good little pick there from AMI, showing that Baz might be scaling up, and, well, they want to chase out a mobility. Retrozig gets the slow. Proto's looking to get close enough for his Zenith Blade. He doesn't have his Solar Flare up just yet. Inching forward and forward, trying to dare if mobility has to ult and dash out. But the Blast Cone will get Wilson to safety, and AMI don't trade their base for a pick play on the top side.
Yeah, for what it's worth, AMI are trying to play out this scenario as best as possible, and they're navigating it well where they don't drop a single Nexus turret. It's a little bit of chip damage onto it. Oh, Arbrio!
Oh, boy. Don't see a way out of this one. The Equalizer comes right back up. The cage holds Wilson in place, but he just dashes right back over it. The roots all stack through, and mobility goes godlike. About 30 seconds out from the Baron spawning, and we're 38 minutes in here, Rafa, so that is a whole minute until Arbrio can join the team.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a tough position to be in from AMI. You had Arbrio pushing out on the top side after they were able to get the pick off of Zach, just stayed a little too long and wasn't expecting Winthrop to collapse that fast, and now you have a 5-on-4 advantage in favor of the Eagles trying to siege through top.
Oh boy, Protoss. That is a fully scaled Yunara, brother. Oh, he tried it. Mobility just deletes him with the Transcended form. Still has the GA, looking to push forward. He still has more of that ultimate form of Yunara just to barrel through these health bars. Stasis from Kim down. Retrozing gonna jump on a mobility, but a great dash over all of the Aurora's damage. Takes down Retrozing, and he dashes into the fountain to find the quadra kill to put a cherry on top. A Winthrop sweep as they pick up their first series of the spring split.
Mobility was damn near untouchable at that point in the game, and even in the mid game when AMI had the early game advantage, all the attempted picks never found mobility into a death that could have helped snowball the game further into what potentially could have been a distance-long series going to a game 3. It's a heartbreaker for AMI for sure, since Bio had quite truthfully a really nice game for the first few 15 minutes of the game off the Pantheon, really just understanding like, hey, you know what? I'm able to gank topside, burn a flash, set up the Yorick for success, and I think really the mishap from Winthrop just led from the fact that Wilson was probably expecting to hit level 6 off of that crab play. Doesn't. AMI take full advantage of probably the startled, confused moment for Winthrop and then ride that advantage forward. But this is a reason why Winthrop are a roster that can understand how to play from behind against some of the teams that may not always be super disciplined or efficient at being able to close out snowball advantages when they have it on themselves.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit before things got a little hectic. But I, again, just want to highlight that Winthrop are a team that are playing all together in the same place. Mobility, Denethor, and Wilson by this point have hundreds, if not maybe approaching 1,000 games under their belt as that 3. They all know exactly how each of them like to play. So when things get really pressurized in scenarios playing from behind there, you really could see the synergy, especially on that Baron call, right, Rafa, that they all knew what exactly needed to be done to make this comeback. And that's the buff of being a collegiate team that doesn't always get talked about.
Yeah. A lot of reps goes a long way. I mean, we even know that talking with our coach interview for Pocus is that reps are super important in maintaining your form, right? And that is a benefit with playing a lot of games, not just as an individual, but a lot of games with the same number of people. You don't have to vocalize nearly as many things. A lot of things are just more innate. I know you being on the Hardstuck Casterlo team, there's things that you, Shibby, and Yanni will be able to understand just innately, just being like, guys, we didn't even vocalize that. We just knew what we wanted. And that the synergy comes with all of those reps, right? So props to Winthrop for being able to navigate.
One thing I always know without asking is that Shibby will miss smites, so you're right. I guess I do know some things.
Man, we're just openly flaming our friends here on the NACL broadcast, but
I love them.
At least when I like low-key flamed you a bit earlier, at least it was with you having a chance to defend yourself afterwards, but taking a pot shot when he's not even here, come on, man. Have some class. Have some class.
You're right.
What's going on here?
I had to take the layup. But fun times, though. But yeah, synergies is such an important thing to talk about here. And the next thing we really need to focus on here, Rafa, is we are winding down the series, is the MVP talk. And off of that Game 2 performance, it had to go to the Mad Lad Mobility with this Yunara. And we are now joined by our MVP from this second series, Mobility himself stepping in. So let's bring Mobility in here to have a bit of a chat about this Game 2 win from him, and the series win overall for Winthrop. Should it be coming through shortly? There he is. All right, joined by Mobility. Got 280 carries on the interview now. Hello, my friend. Amazing Yunara performance. Congratulations on the 2-0 sweep to get your first series win in the NACL of 2026. I want to ask you first about something really specific that myself and Rafa noticed in that Game 2. I don't know if you remember the play, the Wilson flashing for that crab to try and get it to get over to level 6. Did he think he was going to get level 6 off that crab when he made that play? Like, because it looked like he really thought he was going to get Cyclone off of that.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. He just needs to be perma banned. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. Did he flash for it? I didn't even see that he flashed for it.
Maybe not. I'm pretty sure he flashed. I'm pretty certain.
If he flashed for it, then we're gonna have to report him. I don't know.
Fair enough. We'll have to go back to the tape of that one. Obviously, though, it doesn't lose you guys the game there. You're able to make this really big comeback. We talked about it a bit during, especially that Baron call, but how do you feel like it benefits you guys to, you've played so many of these games with Wilson, like Denethor a long time here. You've obviously, even this year, played a lot with Kim Down and now Zach being in here. The synergy you guys have all playing together out in South Carolina, having played so many games together, do you contribute that a lot to your guys' ability to make a comeback like you just had in that Game 2?
Yeah, it definitely plays a factor. I think we've definitely been struggling here recently, so our being in person hasn't been doing the most, but I mean, it feels good to come out here despite struggling and still get a 2-0 and put on a pretty good series. So
I mean, you put on one hell of a Yunara performance there in that last game, showing how destructive that champion can be when you scale up here. But speaking on that bottom lane a little bit, now that we got you here, obviously you spent a lot of time last year, playing with only 35. I know he's still around there, but talk to me about what it's been like getting to play with a guy like Kim Down, who is a bit of a different player. The veterancy he brings, not just in CLOL, but playing in Tier 2 and Tier 3. What has it been like playing bottom lane with Kim Down so far in NACL?
Yeah, I mean, it's been good. I definitely I had my opinions on who I wanted to play with in bot lane. I think, me and Only just weren't working for some other reason. And I think it was due for a change, either him or me, like whatever wanted to happen or whatever the team wanted to do. And we ended up going with Kim Down, and I've been keeping me and going with Kim Down, and I've been very happy about the progress so far and playing with him. I mean, he's a super big grinder. I'm a super big grinder, so it feels like, anytime I show up to the facility, it's just me, or he's always here, and we can always duo. We can always talk about the game. So it's been a good time.
That's good to hear. I mean, you guys really showed off that synergy, especially in this series, getting that first series win. I want to talk about a little bit more big picture since it's so early in the year. Obviously, with NACL, I know you've been grinding a lot with a lot of the CLO games, but talk to me about, first, I guess the spring is really important for you, with both with like CLO running and then the NACL spring split. What are you looking to get out of this spring sort of semester here in Winthrop? What are your goals as not just a player, but maybe the team as well?
I mean, we came into this season and this year, we want to get multiple trophies. So NACL, CLOL, NACE, or I think it's NACE that we're in. I get confused on the lettering, but yeah. I mean, basically the expectation or the goal is to get 2 or 3 of those trophies, and that's been what we've been set out to do. It's been, like I said, it's been, the track to get there has been a little hard in these last like week or two, but I'm confident we can get at least 2 of the trophies.
That's a good goal. Yeah, I think I saw you guys. You were right with NACE. I think you guys are all heading out to Orlando pretty soon. I think you locked that one in, so that'll be a fun trip for you guys to try and get that first trophy. While I got you here, you talked a bit about goals. I want to talk to you a bit about the game. I'm an admirer as a D480 carry player myself, definitely not nearly as good as you, but talk to me about how you felt about the bot lane meta, right? Because you've seen a lot more enchanters come alongside you, like new pairings. You have a classic like Misfortune Ezreal play, but is there any 80 carries that you're really liking to get into? How are you feeling about bottom lane dynamics in the big 2026?
Some of it's pretty fun, some of it's not very fun. I think when it's just like fist fight bot lane, whoever gets the ward in the bush, like every lane is just walk into lane, fight over the second bush. Whoever gets prio just has prio for like 25 waves. It's just a fist fight perma. Like it's fun when you're winning, but if you're not on the winning side, it's really boring and like you're just getting shoved in all game. So it's like it's basically just a 50-50 on whether it's gonna be fun. Where like the tank support meta, you're at least for sure gonna have a good time like most games, before you get comboed in one shot. But like there's like some counterplay, I guess.
Okay, so.
The only thing I like about this is like playing Aphelios, I guess. I played a lot of Aphelios in solo queue, and hopefully it gets to a point where I can actually play it, but he's like one of my favorite AD carries, and he's been able to be meta because of the meta, I guess, and just his buffs or whatever. And that's really the only fun part.
Okay, yeah, interesting. So you like being next to the tank supports, and you don't want the pocket Lulu kitten. That's a lot of solo queue AD carries. I'm sure would disagree with you on that point.
It's fun. It's fun when it's fun. It's not fun when it's not fun. Basically, the most stupid way I could put it. It's either really fun or really not fun.
I actually perfectly understand that. I feel like, yeah. So, all right, last question. I kind of want to ask you, Mobility. We've seen. I know it's not as much like new people coming to the league as it was like last winter or spring where we had like 18 rookies, but you've seen a lot of new guys coming to the league. Is there anybody on your radar that you're excited to face off in the bottom lane? Is there any guys you're glad that are in the NACL that are getting looks? Like, what's your opinion of the league as a whole now in 2026?
I mean, the league seems pretty wide open. Besides Maryville as the favorite. I feel like most teams kind of just show up it's whoever like shows up on the day is how it feels. Like, we've seen like the first series today, Dog almost won whatever mistakes they made in like game 2 and 3. Like I'm pretty sure they just lost kind of to laning, but like if they were better laning, maybe they 2-0 NRG, and if NRG does whatever better in game 1, maybe they 2-0 Dog. And I feel like that's kind of the case for like most games and most matches. It's kind of whoever shows up on the day. So I think it's pretty fun, pretty wide open. For who I'm excited to face, I was pretty excited to face only 35 in CCG. It sucks we lost that series, but like, shout out to them. They're playing really well. They're 2-0. Only 35 is smurfing. And I think maybe Conviction. It'll be fun to face Breezy and Meech down there.
Okay, yeah, that'll be a fun bot lane. I'm looking forward to that one for sure when you guys match up with that. Mobility, congratulations on the sweep and the MVP. Of course, as always, I'm sure you know. Want to give you the final word, so you have any statements you want to throw out to the masses, any people to shout out? The floor is yours, my friend.
I mean, shout out my team. We've had, like I said a couple times, we've had a pretty rough patch, especially this last like week. So I'm glad that the energy everybody came in here with and the kind of focus we had today. Shout out them for locking back into it. Shout out you guys for casting. Shout out the viewers. hopefully we put on a pretty decent show, and that's kind of it. I don't know. See you guys next week.
Yeah, easy enough. I appreciate you, Mobility. Fun chatting with you. I'm sure Mark, Rafa was loving to see you. We'll see you soon, my friend. We're going to say goodbye to our MVP, Mobility. Congratulations to the Golden Eagles on their 2-0 win. And yeah, Rafa, bring it on in. that first answer, man, just had me laughing. Do you remember what did Wilson flash? I felt like he flashed. I thought that the whole point was that he flashed.
I don't know if he flashed, but he definitely closed the distance to get to the crab, which between
100%.
Trickster and Nimbus Strike, he might have been able to do it without flashing for it. But listen, if I'm in that scenario and I think I have 20 stacks on my jungle item, I should be able to hit level 6 off of this. And the fact that he didn't is still perplexing me, but I can understand that, like, hey, you shouldn't use all of your mobility tools just to get this. You can just, like, walk up and you have 1000 smite even versus Pantheon Q smite, because I think your buffer is, like, once it's below 750 HP, you can outsmite. But yeah, I'm actually curious why he didn't have enough experience. It must have been like something with like either a respawn camp. Maybe he took like a level 1 camp from the other side of the jungle, which is going to give less experience than like a respawn camp timer, just based off of like what is it, the catch-up experience mechanic, right?
Yep.
Obviously, you're going to get a lot more experience the higher level the camp is versus you are. So must have just been something there. Either way, they got the dub at the end of the day.
Yep.
But it's really funny that Mobility's like, oh no, he's getting permabanned if he flash for that.
That's such a hilarious answer. Let's though wind down the day. Here are your results if you missed it. We had an amazing game 1 there from Dorado Gaming to put NRG on the back heel. Then it was 2 blindsided, one-sided affairs there from NRG. Here's a look at your standings. It is NRG up in the 2-0 club with MU. CCG, you heard Mobility talk about it, doing really well. They are also up in the 2-0. But finally, we'll take a look at what our day looks like tomorrow, day 5 of the spring split here, where I will be back here playing Rafa's role. So, Mr. Mark, how do you feel about some of these matchups? I mean, I immediately look at the bottom one, I'm like, hell yeah.
I think that's definitely the closest one, possibly. Even though Conviction did lose their first series against Maryville, it was very back and forth. It was very close. They still took the first game off just purely from a sniper diff from the Aurelia counterpick he found. And I think Citadel showed a lot of inconsistency and some mistakes even in some of the games they had early leads in, and just not being able to fully play out to their outs. I think that team probably just needs a bit more polishing to be able to fully come through together. So Supernova CCG makes sense because CCG really hot right now with a 2-0 start in their league right now. And I think having Dardog faced up against Spy Music is going to be a good litmus test for how someone like Music can try and control the map against someone who has consistently been one of our most reliable and one of our best junglers here in the tier 2 scene.
Yeah, it'll be a fun matchup nonetheless. Excited to bring my real heavy analytical skills to that matchup there for that one. But that will wrap up our first day, folks. The NACL debut comes to an end. Rafa, I'll give you some final words, but I cherish and appreciate you deeply for allowing me to do this. I could not have been happier to chop it up with one of my best friends here. So thank you, Mark.
Hey, man, if we're scheduled together and it's putting you as color on your debut cast for NACL, I cannot let that happen. You know, I've casted play-by-play here on NACL a few times now. You know, what's one color cast to to lock into my career? And honestly, it's always a pleasure to not only hear you deliver the play-by-play calls, but to do it alongside you. This is one of the things that play-by-plays never get to do.
Nope.
We never get the cast, because even in a tri-cast, they'll usually bring one play-by-play and then 2 color casters to supplement it, right? So for me, this is a rare opportunity to take advantage of.
Indeed. Well, unfortunately, folks, that rare and awesome opportunity does come to an end. You know where to come, though, for more NACL action. We'll be right back here at 12:30 PST, 3:30 EST for some more NACL action. We'll see you there. Good luck and take care, everybody.